Muted. All right. Eric, can you say something?
Test. Yeah, I'm saying things.
Awesome.
Hopefully people can hear me.
Hi guys, we're live. I think everything's working. I wanted to get Alex's epic handshake since we missed it yesterday. We are here today with an awesome guest. Also, thanks Eric for the raid. I am Rosen. You may know him from our fun London lessons and just from his really great educational YouTube videos. Hopefully he's, I'm really lucky that we have great commentators because I'm not very good at classical chess, but I'm not gonna lie, Danya kind of carried the stream yesterday and it made it a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I was watching yesterday's stream. Danya, it's going to be very hard to live up to his commentary abilities,
Oh, I
but
didn't mean to
it's
put
great to
it
be
that
here.
way. No, you're a great commentator as well, and I'm lucky once again. I'm gonna quickly invite you to. I think this could work if I just give you this. It keeps taking me to play. I hate when people update things. Okay, chat, we have a minute till till the handshake. So we have time. Oh, it should be handshake time. It's 2 o'clock. I don't see any handshake. Okay, here it is.
I know
No!
sometimes rounds start a little bit later than expected.
Okay, let's figure out if I know how to invite you. Share. I think I can give you a link, right?
You could. I think it's best if you
Invite you on chess.com. Sorry, just sent you
just
a link.
invite me using the invite feature.
Just this. You can't. Okay, let's see. Oh! Did we miss the handshake? No, she's sitting down. Okay, let me know if that link works first. Oh, they're shaking!
Oh,
There was the shake.
there we go. Okay.
Okay, so I will give a little intro. Let me see if you can. Oh gosh, can you see? Oh, I can't make moves anymore. Okay, that's okay. Chat, we'll fix this.
Okay, I went to the link. I think I'm in the analysis board.
Cool. Now it doesn't let me make moves.
Oh no.
So I'm going to refresh. Andrea Eric is loud. Oh, that's honestly a very rare occurrence. Okay, I will fix that. Alright, let me try one more time. Is there a way I can invite you on chess.com from being on chess.com/analysis?
Ooh, I think you have to be in live. I could send
Oh.
you an invite if that's easier.
Yeah, if you could, I'll figure out how to work this.
Yeah, no worries.
I just don't understand these darn tech updates. Wait, oh, I got it. I got it.
You got it? Okay,
Yes,
sweet.
okay. Did you get my
Hey, I see
invite?
you.
Okay, I don't
Yes.
know if it'll allow you. Oh, actually, I can make you so that you can also make moves on the board. Honestly, I might
Sweet.
just. Is there a way that we both have rights to make moves, or only one of us?
Do you see the arrows I'm drawing?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, then I should be able to make moves too, and we should all be synced.
All right, great. Okay, I'm gonna put in our first moves. Okay, chat. I think I got in the moves. There should be a chess.com link that's gonna update, which we also have a command if you guys want to see who she's playing against. But I'll give you a little bit of history. So Svetlana Demchenko, I am like, when I would have to play her, I was shitting my pants. That was probably not the most correct way. She's about 2079 FIDE rated, but her Canadian rating is much higher. She is number 2 in the tournament, so she is higher rated than Alex. So this is a very serious match. Alex, it's kind of a critical game, but if Alex finishes top 3, that's also okay, but this would be a huge dub. Svetlana has played in the Olympiad many times as well and won many Canadian nationals, so we have a very tough matchup here.
And how is Alex doing so far? I only caught the game last night, but I haven't been following so closely.
Well, like hammers. Oh, here, finally they. Oh man, I thought the chess.com updated their website, but till then I'll just eye on it. Thank you, chat. Let me put this in, and then I will answer that. D6, G6. Okay. So, as Hammer said, she won a game that she was supposed to lose, and she lost the game that she was supposed to win. So she lost her first round, which was a little bit of an upset, but the girl was very strong. And then last round this morning, she won. So she's getting back, which I call it she would.
Okay. So this is round 3 then?
Yes, round 3.
Okay.
And she has 6 more. Wrong moves? I thought you guys said
Oh, wow.
D6, G6. Hopefully the DGT board should update, but until then, chat, you guys could maybe feed me the moves. Oh,
Yeah, I'll keep an eye too. I
okay.
guess because I have control. We can both feed
What
the
does she
moves.
play here? Okay, let me chat 1 second. I'm gonna pull up the current link because I should have the game. It's hard for me to see from the little side cam. It should be in here. Games.
Yeah, I'm looking for
Yeah,
the live
unfortunately,
broadcast.
okay, their live broadcast is not showing the correct games.
The
Or
live
they've got
broadcast
the
shows
names mixed
C3
up.
on move one.
Yeah, okay, I was getting that too. Okay. Okay, so it's broken. Everyone is saying different moves. Knight F3, D6. I think this is what happened. Knight C3, G6. Now let me double check from the side. I
Yeah,
think we're
there's no
there.
G3 played.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I was thinking because she played it yesterday, but I couldn't see.
Hmm.
I think this is correct. Okay, chat, we're all caught up. Right?
Yeah, this looks pretty correct.
Okay, so
I'm fully zoomed in on the board, so yeah.
Okay,
So we
awesome.
have a Dutch.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, actually, I think last time I played Svetlana, she also played a Dutch against me, which typically I'm not a
Ah,
fan of the Dutch, but she played it very well and destroyed me.
are you not a fan of playing the Dutch, or you're not a fan of playing against the Dutch, or both?
Of the Dutch, I actually enjoy
Just in
playing against it,
general.
but I don't know if Hammer's still in the chat. He had some great commentary this morning, but I would ask
Mhm.
Hammer if this is what they prepped against.
Ah, okay. So I assume Hammer is
He's been
assisting with
prepping her.
preparation then. Okay,
Yes.
that's good.
Okay. Hey, Greg Chun, cool to see you. Can I see the live clock? All right. Wait, what was her recent move? Hopefully this will update soon. Until then, I'm gonna have to guess a little bit. It looks like she played.
H3? Yeah,
Oh,
it's H3,
okay.
which I've never seen before. I'll admit I don't know too much Dutch theory, but H3 is interesting.
Hmm.
It has to be prep if she played this move. Like, it can't just be winging it.
Yeah, I'm curious. I played some similar lines like this, where you're trying to get the bishop to like G5 or F4, and in those cases, sometimes you go H4 to prevent this pawn push.
Mm.
But maybe she's trying to go bishop F4 so she can retreat, but it's not really a threat that it would be under attack. So I'm not too sure why H3.
Yeah, and her opponent played bishop G7. She played bishop F4, and now castling.
Thanks for keeping up, Eric.
Yeah.
I will check once the boards are updated.
I've actually played similar lines because this has a very London type feel
Yeah, that's
with
what
the
I was
bishop on
gonna say.
F4.
This is a great game to commentate together.
No, I'm actually very excited because the line that I play is bishop F4 immediately.
Yeah,
But I'm guessing that Hammer has found some small, maybe wrinkle, maybe some
that
improvement
that sounds like something
by
Hammer would
playing the
do.
early H3. And yeah, just to explain the point of having the pawn in H3 is that if Black ever plays knight H5,
Yeah.
then the bishop can safely tuck away on H2, and Black's not easily getting the bishop pair.
Yeah, I like these positions a lot. I also typically I won't push c4 so early, but in these positions sometimes also with queen b3, I don't know if the correct idea is try to maybe end up going for c5 push, but that's kind of the plan that I play it. But that's typically when they've already pushed once more in the center.
Yeah, actually, C5 is a very like thematic type move, and just to kind of show once again, the line I usually go for is bishop F4, bishop G7, E3 castling, and the main move after castling is to play C5.
Okay, okay, so I was
And
on
I'm
to something.
wondering, yeah, I'm wondering if Alex will maybe go for this at a later point because it's a type of move that um, it's an attempt to make both bishops happier. Like you're
Right.
trying to undermine this pawn chain, and you're also trying to eventually get your bishop to c4.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. Typically, you don't really want to try to in these positions push to trade your c pawn, but here it benefits us because we also have right the bishop attacking this diagonal. So if they ever try to push here, it's even a better move because then we can attack this weak point, which is sometimes what I play into.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And like one
Oh,
of
sorry, Eric
the
froze.
yeah, no worries.
Okay, I will make sure to not lose Eric. Sorry, chat fixed.
Oh no, my Eric.
Okay. Sometimes they're just. Many times I was watching the stream and I thought Alex's cam was frozen, but she's just thinking.
Ah, okay. Yeah, also a warning, at some point my camera battery is gonna die and I'm gonna have to replace the battery.
We'll survive.
So
We'll be
if
okay.
yeah, if you lose my face, just don't panic.
Okay, sounds good. Well, you will stay calm. I'm
Yeah.
refreshing one more time. Sometimes they put the wrong. Yeah, it's funny. It's only Alex's game that isn't properly updated. Sometimes they put the wrong names, but it doesn't look like that's the case. So, chat, you will just have to alert me each time that she makes a move. It is currently still her turn. Svetlana castled. Right, so this is where we're at in the game, Eric, or was this...
Yeah, it looks like it's Alex's move, and yeah, we see the clock. Clock easily
Great.
shows whose move it is.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this was part of your analysis. Yeah,
I'd imagine if she had played H3 and this is like prep from Hammer, that she should have still some idea what to do in this position.
I'm very curious. Hammer's probably asleep from all that commentary, but I would be
Oh,
very impressed if she played this on her own. Oh, Hammer is in the chat, and he said
hey, it's
they weren't
Hammer.
expecting this opening. So Alex is...
Oh,
Oh, so she wasn't expecting the Dutch. The same thing happened to me when I
really?
played Svetlana. I had prepared for her so many hours, and her most common games are like with E4 lines, and I studied them, and like out of nowhere she plays the Dutch, and she used the same weapon on my sister, but I would have warned her if I remembered.
Yeah, I mean, if she's surprised you with the Dutch, then the Dutch
Oh,
against Alex
your
should have been
camera
less of
has
a
died,
surprise.
Eric.
Oh
We've
no,
lost
I'm
you.
sorry.
And it's okay. We'll be alright. And to the person who said my layout is ugly, I was very excited about this layout. I told them to make it as Canadian as possible, and I think it's beautiful. There's a little bit of extra space, but don't you dare insult the layout. This was the one thing I was the most excited about. I spent all my time prepping the layout when I probably should have been preparing other things. Okay.
Oh, the layout's a very important element.
And if Alex wins, well, if she's doing well, yeah, Eric will be in the layout. Then I will be wearing a full Canadian fit on the last day.
Ooh,
Okay, so Alex is still thinking, oh,
do you see me now? I
yes.
hope. Okay,
Okay.
I replaced the battery. We should be good.
So yeah, Alex and I'll give a little bit of history. I saw a Hammer was also, because people were asking in the first round. We're both Canadian, which is why she's playing in a Canadian Women's Zonal Championship. And if she places top 3, she will represent Team Canada in the Olympiad, which Team Canada is easier to qualify than America, so that's why we're playing for them.
That's awesome. Has she ever played in Olympiad before for
Yeah.
Canada?
Yeah. Oh, is it top 2,
Ah,
Mega? Yeah. Have you ever played Olympiad, Eric? No.
unfortunately, yeah. The only way I could like qualify to play Olympiad is if I switched to some like small random island country.
Yeah, I was gonna
If
say I
I,
don't
if I
think you
switched
have
my
a. You
federation.
need a backup country like me, because I immediately after I asked you that question, I realized what the rating was for the U.S. Olympiad team, and I figured out the answer to my own question.
Yeah, yeah. If there's any countries out there that wanna like recruit me, I
Canada
don't
will
know, like
take you.
Fiji or Tonga.
My dad could adopt you. He does that a lot to random kids.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you
but
could fall under his citizenship, maybe.
what
You might be
country
too
would
old. Canada.
would that be? Romania? Oh, Canada.
Romania
Ah,
as well, but the Romanian team you'd probably do okay, but it's a little bit harder to get citizenship for that. I don't have my Romanian citizenship just yet.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I would even qualify for Canada's team because there's so many GMs in Canada.
Yeah, it's a little
Not to
bit
compete with
easier
Eric and
when you're
Amon.
a girl because they have like a minimum number of girls that they have to have on their team. So
I see.
sometimes we get away with it. But yeah, the Canadian team is also very strong.
Now, let's imagine Alex qualifies for Olympiad. Will you also make the trip to... It's in India this
India,
year.
yeah. It would be
Yeah.
Botez Abroad Season 2.
Ooh, season
And
2.
we hope to. It'd be really sad if, even if she doesn't qualify, we'd probably still go to India. But it'd be
Yeah.
cool if one of us were playing. So, but yeah, that's the plan, which is why I really hope she makes it. Thanks,
Yeah,
Greg.
I'm hoping to make the trip too. We'll have
Oh,
a Rosen abroad.
oh, you're gonna go to. Oh, are you gonna stream as well?
I'd probably do a mix of like content with like streaming, YouTube recaps, some photography.
Oh, that's
And I've
awesome.
never been to an Olympiad before, so it's a bucket list item.
Oh, I see Alex is frozen. Oh God, her phone. No!
Did her phone
Oh no!
die?
Oh, her Zoom just
Oh, her
disconnected and she
thing.
can't
Oh
check
no.
it. Oh God, this is really depressing. I don't think we're gonna get her back because she's in a tournament and she'll get disqualified.
Yeah, you can't really use a
Uh,
phone during a game.
we have all
Oh
this extra
no.
space. Oh, that's really sad. I don't know what we should do now. Okay, well,
And the
hopefully.
DGT broadcast, if the DGT broadcast
The
can work,
DGT
that would be
broadcast.
nice.
If the DGT broadcast can work. Do you hear that?
That would be
Oh,
nice.
that's me. Sorry, I was going crazy. Okay, this stream just took a hit. Okay, so first, let me get rid of all this extra space that we have. Well, chat, we've lost her. I don't
Yeah,
know.
do what you need to do.
Hopefully, yeah, the DGT board will update in a little bit. That's really sad. She is there by herself. Oops, let's not leak anything. Okay, I'm going to, I don't think, wait, Vila, are you here? Do we have a setup without Alex Cam or no? If not, oh, I can text someone to reconnect the Zoom. Thank God. Oh, there is someone who will help us. Yay. I thought there was no hope. I thought that was the end.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
I
good to
thought
have
we
someone
lost
on
her.
site.
I think the tournament director is gonna help us. Okay, I'm gonna text John.
Okay, sweet.
Hello, John. It is me from America. Hi, John. It's me. Okay, no. My name is Andrea Botez. Can you please reconnect my sister? I've lost her. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, just say exactly that, and hopefully we'll
My
get the point.
sister's Zoom call disconnected, and I miss her so dearly. Can you please put her back?
That's perfect.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to
I
find
texted
it, like
John.
there's another broadcast anywhere, but
That's so sad. Okay, that wasn't John. Alright, we're gonna wait for John's message. Well, we can try to guess what they're playing. Well, so there is a live link. We can also look at the top boards game, but that's... Yeah, it's so funny. If you look at what chess.com put, it is just C3 and then Black resigns.
yeah, it has to be like someone trolling the DGT board.
But like, and all the other boards are working except for Alex's, and now her cam is disconnected. Why are they doing this to me? Oh, and also mention the board. Well, you know, I'll ask one thing at a time from John. We'll see if, I don't even know, can he get messages from from American numbers? Maybe I should WhatsApp him.
You could try WhatsApp too. If you have his number, yeah, try WhatsApp.
Because sometimes
Maybe
they don't.
Twitter DM.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. We're gonna WhatsApp them. Well, that's new content. Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I wish there was something I could do to help.
It's okay. It's not your fault. If this happens, we'll just, I don't know, we could play some Blitz games until they're back.
Blitz match, yeah. London lesson part 4.
Okay, he's not on WhatsApp. He's not on WhatsApp either. Ah. This is just, okay. We could also spectate the other games, but I only care about my sister. Should I call him? No, I might get in trouble if I call him. But I feel like he'd have his phone off.
Yeah, most tournament directors will know to have their phone on,
I'm gonna
like,
see if he gets my call.
Okay.
I wonder if her phone just died or what happened. He's probably not going to answer a random number while he's arbitrating a tournament.
You never know, though.
Doesn't seem like it. Spamming this poor man. She got checkmated. I'm going to leave him a message. Hi, John. My name's Andrea Botez. I had a Zoom call with my sister for the stream, and sadly it disconnected. I don't know if you could help in any way, but I'd really appreciate it. Sorry for bothering you during the tournament. Call me back if you can. Thank you. Okay. I was gonna give him my number, but I was like, let's not say that on stream.
Don't say that on stream.
Okay,
Yeah,
the DGT is updated. Okay, at least we have a chess game. Where, chat? It's not updated. Let me refresh. It's not updated. Wait, I think there's a new link. Chess, food stamps put one and then got timed out.
Ooh.
Oh, on the OG site. Okay, I got a link. I will. Okay, we have a link. Awesome. So, wow, we missed a couple moves. Well, I will put a photo of Alex, but let me here. I can send you the link as well.
Okay, sweet.
If you could update the board and I can put a sad photo.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, sounds good. That's the updated game. All right, chat. We're going to keep the ringer on for John. Hopefully Alex Cam comes back.
Where did you send it?
I sent it to Vila.
Okay.
Here it is. Here. Chat, what's your favorite photo of Alex?
Link. Okay.
Yeah, the OG link, chat. If you guys want to follow, this link is working. It's like the OG DGT board. Let me look for... Do we have any good photos on the desktop of Alex? Pickle Rick. Oh, they're linking the wrong game? Oh, God.
No, it's fine. No worries. It's a weird site where like it'll show the default first board.
Yeah. But you can find it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay,
so she played Queen B3 and Black played E6, and this is the current position.
Great. Okay, I'm just gonna take up the extra space in the overlay and hope that she returns. Do we have any funny photos of her from the Reddit?
I have a decent number of funny photos of
Alex.
Alexandra.
Can you share them? I'm gonna check our Reddit. I want like a good photo for her broken cam. Well, where do you have these from?
They're just photos that I've taken over various.
Oh, that's a great one.
Time.
Okay, wait. Oh, this is so
I don't know if it's
wholesome.
best to put it over my face though.
No. Send it to me on Discord and I'll put it where her cam is.
Okay.
That's a good one. We want to see you. We don't want to lose both Alex and you, Eric. Everyone is running away from me.
That's very true.
I'm gonna check if the Reddit had anything good. Let's see. Aw. Okay, nope, nothing good. Alright, looks like the hammer photo it is. Oh, we have our streamer awards photo.
Ooh.
And one of her feeding me a sushi. I think I like yours. Oh, and I have one of her dressed as a Florida grandmother smoking a cig. Do you think Alex would appreciate... One sec.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Well, not a real cig. Like, you know, never mind. Okay, we won't use it.
I have another like really interesting one from Pro Chess League.
Okay, let's see if this works.
There's this one.
Oh my goodness.
With like John and
that's a great photo. I've never seen that. That is a great photo. But
I don't know if that's the one that we want to use.
There's not enough of a spotlight on my sweet lost sister. Hold on, I think I have one that I'm going to use until she returns. 1 second, chat. We're fixing it.
I have one more of her and Hess, which is great.
Aw. See, I really like your whole... We'll let chat vote. Okay, let me put up what I have, and then we'll compare to what Eric has.
Sure.
And we can decide. Because I think this is a great photo of my sister. Okay, did we miss any? We will catch up in the game as soon as I...
Yeah, there's a lot to kind of pay attention to here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Almost there, and I'm ready for the game. Okay, problem solved.
Yay, let's
go. Chat, let me know if you like Eric's options better or mine. But this will do for now until she returns.
Oh, I like that photo.
John didn't reply.
I'm just seeing it.
I hope she doesn't think that I'm misrepresenting her. I'll put hammer photo after. Look, we will change the photo every couple minutes so it seems like it's a live experience, you know? It's a Photoshop cigarette. Yes, we don't
Yeah,
get
you can
banned
have
for
like
that.
a ongoing photo montage.
Eric's pick is better. Okay, all right. I'll change in a sec. Meanwhile, let's see. Okay, let's check the DGT board.
Oh
Um,
yeah, she played e3.
okay, I'm trying to pull up the link as well. Miley, this is Miley's game. Oh, here's Alex. Great. Okay, now I can follow along. So let's look at what we missed in the last couple moves. Yeah.
Yeah, the moves have been very natural from Alex. Like she played your idea, queen b3.
Ooh,
Nice
awesome.
square for the queen.
I like this.
And yeah, this not only aligns with the king, but also essentially ties down the bishop to defending b7. So yeah, her opponent played e6 and now e3.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
think
I
this is a current
remember.
position.
I'm pretty sure I also played something similar to Svetlana, and I really liked this position, and I ended up like sacking a bishop and a knight for two
Ooh.
pawns and a rook, which was really silly, but it was a very similar attack. So here, yeah, I think Svetlana's move was a little bit weak, putting the pawn on e6, because now it seems like a target. I don't know if we could, if any of this attack, but maybe with potential c5. But also, question for you, Eric: do we want to push c5 and allow them to block, or what is White's plan of attack here?
Yeah, so actually one of the points of playing c5 is to provoke black to play d5 and weaken the e5 square.
Oh,
It's
okay.
very, very nice for white if we get the structure. Like her opponent played queen e7, and if we imagine like c5 here, which maybe white should be a bit more patient, but if we imagine this structure happens, then yeah, e5 is just a gaping hole in black's position. And
Gotcha.
it's a more closed position, so like there's been nothing traded, but it's definitely more pleasant for white.
Yeah, I
With
mean
this
the
square and
bishops
space
are so
advantage.
much better than this light squared bishop compared to this light squared bishop, and White has definitely more space. This is definitely good.
Yeah, and you can make the argument that, oh, if white has e5, but black has e4, but the difference is if black does try and exploit e4 with knight e4, white has a eventual idea of knight e5 and f3. So e4 square isn't like a true outpost because white has a pawn that can attack it.
Okay, sorry, I had to fix the photo because I got really
No
stressed that
worries.
it was a bad photo. Okay, I'm back to the focus.
Yeah, so anyway, this I think this position it's just more pleasant to play for white. And it'll be interesting to see if like she goes for c5 immediately, which maybe in some sense is a gambit because black could take the pawn.
Okay, I'm back
But
into the
this would open
focus.
up more lines for white's pieces.
Okay. Could we go back a couple moves? Sorry, I was slightly distracted. I
Oh, no
really
worries.
apologize.
Yeah, and I'm trying to like keep an eye on everything too. So
Awesome. I
uh
can keep an eye out for her moves as well.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a current position. Like her opponent
Okay.
just played queen e7.
Gotcha.
And
So
yeah, I think it's a question like if she wants to go for c5 immediately and maybe sack a pawn,
yeah.
or be a bit more patient, play a move like bishop e2, or even like bring the rook in. Queenside castling is a move,
Yeah,
so there's
I
a
was
few
gonna ask,
options.
does typically in these Dutch positions, I mean, I think because you committed with h3, but an interesting idea that I like is castling queenside and using your pawns to attack, but I mean, h4 just seems like you kind of wasted a move earlier, so I don't know. Would you suggest just finishing development, or do you want to get the tempo here while you have the center, like you said, with like rook d1 and just wait to castle until later?
Yeah, I would take some time deciding here, but it's a type of position I don't think white should overthink it. Like if I had to make a quick decision, I'd probably just play bishop e2 and then look to castle, like get the rooks in, and then see how black is going to develop.
Okay.
Because I don't think white should be spending like too much time um, to deliberate whether or not to play c5. I think it's safer just to complete development first.
Yeah, I always get very nervous when Alex plays the London position, these
Hmm.
positions. But I mean, I'm very happy that she found this idea. But this is very different from her regular opening. So I'd be, I'd be very
Interesting.
curious if she goes for some type of c5 plan, which isn't necessarily London, but just with the bishop on f4, it is very different. from a usual play.
Yeah, and I mean, this position, it's kind of its own unique opening. Like it has some London vibes, but there's also some like King's Indian type things for black going on, potential for e5, and I think we're gonna see like a very interesting kind of middle game battle. Like once both sides try and complete development, because there's going to be a lot of like central tension.
Thank you, Dina, for the raid. And yeah, speaking of e5, someone in the chat asked if it's good to play bishop, why not bishop d3, which is exactly this threat. You get an extra tempo on the bishop, and then you're also threatening a fork here. So you have to be careful to place your bishop on e2 instead.
Yeah, in general, the bishop on d3, it does not like to stare at this pawn chain.
Hi, Dina. Good to see you. Yeah, Alex is
Hey,
back
shout
in
out to
live
Dina.
chess, but unfortunately, we had a great Alex cam, and we were able to watch her, which I'm still trying to make it fit the border, but now we've lost her. So we have this great photo that Eric took of her and Hammer, which we'll do until John hopefully answers the phone.
Or until I send you the photo of her and Robert Hess.
True. Oh, she queenside castled, okay.
Queenside castling, yeah. Super sharp move.
Ooh, I like this. This is
Just
very
going
aggressive.
for, yeah, a more double-edged position.
So
Yeah, I kind of like this too because it's not easy for black to attack on the queen side.
yeah, especially
And
that the queen's already committed to e7. Sometimes it's worrying if they can like try to trade queens here or push a5, but it seems like black's attack on the king side's a little bit closed off. Of course, a5 could still happen, but it's different when there's no support from the queen.
right, and even if black like plays a5, like
There's not a
what's the
lot of
point for
threats.
black? Because a4 is covered for the time being, and yeah, I'm curious like how white's gonna attempt to get kingside play if you go for h4, h5, or maybe even g4.
Yeah, I think that's the clearest plan for white here, which there isn't a clear plan for black to attack, but I do like the pawn storm on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, white also has like the center play too, with still like the more positional idea of a c5, provoke d5, get the knight in. So
This is a very solid position.
yeah, I'm wondering if this is still in the realm of like opening theory.
Well, not Alex's, but probably. I wonder if it's been played before. C5, knight c6 for black. Chad is asking. I mean, knight c6 seems like a very natural move to develop, but I do like this as white. I don't know if I'm assuming you would you want to trade your c pawn. It's different now because your king, if you open the c file, might be kind of vulnerable even after king b1. But I see it as a target where a bishop's targeting and then maybe the knight. So I think c5 does have that threat, but I don't know if Eric would agree.
Yeah, I think one of the points of playing c5, first of all, I don't think the c5 opening is much of a concern for white because it takes so much time for black to get a rook to
Gotcha.
c8, and
Gotcha.
you always have king b1.
Okay.
But one of the reasons to play c5, keep in mind, is to make your light square bishop happier. And if we do have this trade of like cd6, cd6, then the bishop can come to c4.
Well, Svetlana just played knight c6. So, oh, interesting.
Typical move.
I still really like the c5. I guess the computer doesn't like it, but I guess it's hard, and the pawn sack doesn't really work in this case.
Yeah, it's the type of move like you can prepare for a bit
Yeah.
if you really want to try and get it in.
I'm trying to think what plan. Maybe she'll just go for like the king side attack like you mentioned. Also just slow developing moves like bishop e2 could work.
Yeah, I think at this point it's important for white to start like thinking of what the next few moves will be. Like if I had this position and I was considering bishop e2, I'd be reluctant to play it because I don't see how it's part of like a clear plan unless
Yeah.
we're trying to prepare some g4 ideas.
I was thinking just to develop, but I think that's a good point. We should have our plan down first.
Yeah.
I'm curious if any push in the center. I know d5 we typically don't want to allow this, but here now we have a tempo, so we would be forcing them to trade. Or do
I
they
mean,
just play
d5 is
knight
definitely a
d5 for
candidate
tempo?
move
d5, this is okay. I'm not
and
gonna
kind
look
of
at the
changes the
eval.
dynamic.
I'll think here with my brain, but let's say we play the most forcing move. So d5, attacking the knights and trying to trade this pawn. They don't want to take because opening this file looks like it should help white. I'm assuming we take back with the pawn, right? Or the knight.
Yeah, there's a few options for black because I think there was knight a5 too.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So knight a5, I wanted to look at the most forcing line. Maybe queen a3 or queen c2.
there's queen a3. Yeah, queen
Queen
a3
A3
hits a knight,
yeah,
and I think black would have to play b6.
b6. And this is an interesting position. I wonder if you would trade and maybe play for the center because you don't want to allow this.
Right. I'm not sure how much white's achieving in this line,
Yeah, it
just
doesn't seem
because
very productive.
like the diagonals seem a bit scary, and
Yeah.
now like it seems like black's the one making clear progress. And knight on a5 is actually a very
Yeah.
well placed piece, well
That's a
defended.
great point. I always get just from the beginning of the move, it always looks great to me. It looks like we're controlling the center, but a couple moves later, it's definitely not in white's flavor.
Yeah, this is why like sometimes you have to think ahead, and then after the position changes, you have to evaluate like how things changed and who it favors.
Here, chat. I will put names. I tried to do it, but I think I have to make a new. Ooh.
Oh,
Alex made a
I think
move.
I could do it.
I can make you the owner, and I'll put in the.
Ooh,
You might have to
okay,
make a. Oh wait, you. Pass ownership. Here you go.
cool.
Okay. Alex just played bishop g5. Bishop g5, pinning the knight here. It does allow this, which I don't think is a threat because there's always bishop h4, and if they push again, we can run here, and now this would give us an opportunity to maybe try to break through the pawn structure. So I like her move. It's always hard to make these moves once you've already developed your bishop and now you're spending an extra turn, but I think maybe her plan is to go e4, and if the pawn, let's say, okay, let's put like a bad move for black. If they take, now we have some pressure on the knights, which obviously they wouldn't take. But I don't know how much of a threat it is, really, because they could just leave their pawn there. What do you think of... Oh, actually, I'll let you do the names first.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how
Take your
to
time.
actually set the names.
Take your time.
Um,
Wow, let's
it's
see
not.
what the odds are. Well, Alex, avoid a loss in round 3. I like how we said avoid a loss instead of just will Alex win. Win or draw. Chad is believers. We have 2 million points on win or draw. But keep in mind, her opponent is higher rated and number 2 in the tournament. So it is her statistically her chances aren't that great. But I'm happy that everyone's believing. Not to say that I'm not a believer, but Svetlana is, and we're gonna put her name very soon.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to spell it.
Yeah. Here I can. Do you want me to send it to you?
I
Or
found her FIDE profile.
I have a player list of everyone, so you can just
Oh,
copy
nice.
paste
Okay.
this. Okay,
Awesome.
here it is. I'll put it with her rating.
Okay.
Thanks, Eric, for setting that, and I'll send you Alex's as well. I'm so sad. John never replied.
Oh no. So maybe
Heartbreaking.
we won't have the video feed.
Yeah, I mean the feed is just it adds so much to the stream. So I'm sorry, chat, that we lost her, but we'll make sure for the future. Yeah, chat, we actually have a command for the player. Oh, why is it not in the title? Sorry, I think it's command. I thought it was in the title. I just put it in the title. Command tournament should give you a list of the players who she's in her section, and then that way you can also see where the pairings are. So there's the info for the tournament. And then, Avila, could you put in all the commands? I think we also had time control because I know people were asking about that too. What was the other one? Oh yeah, time control, TC. Here it is.
I'm just also trying to update the rating information too.
You're good. Yeah, chat, the chess.com one isn't right, but I would share the DGT, but we have it here. So Alex just played bishop g5. I'm curious what the computer thinks of her move. It's not John. Damn it. Got so excited. So, bishop g5. I don't really like... okay, yeah. h6, which is computer's move, I'm not really worried about. Sorry, chat, I left my notifications on, hoping that John will text me, but it's just my masseuse. h6. I'm curious why this is better, because I thought maybe bishop h4. And
Yeah, it seems like White's spending a lot of time like moving the bishop.
yeah,
I'm not sure. Like this might just be helping Black if like g5, bishop g3.
yeah, I thought
White
this
just
was
spent
okay, because I thought
a
maybe
few moves.
after... But I guess it's actually a much harder to break through because h4 they'll just push right away. So I'm actually not sure
Right.
now how you would open up the king side, which I thought was one of the drawbacks of pushing these pawns.
Yeah, White would love to like create open lines on the king side because like the pawns are more advanced, but it's not easy to actually open files because yeah, of course h4 black will keep things closed
Yeah. So
and
maybe this pawn push, but I wonder if Svetlana will play it because typically, I mean, at least for my regular King's Indian setup, this is not a good push. So I wonder if she'll calculate or if she'll follow instincts here.
right. It seems like maybe she played bishop g5 because it seemed like e5 was an idea
Uh, yeah,
and she
yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to just have a better square for her bishop.
Yep, yeah. That's what I was
If
thinking
she
as
gets
well.
one more move in, then e4 could be interesting, but uh, yeah, h6 could come quite quickly.
I was
Also, I'm gonna load in the new PGN
awesome.
with
Thanks, sir.
the names.
Sounds good. Thank you so
My
much.
pleasure. Yeah.
I
No.
I cannot figure out how to set up analysis board. It's a skill I should really know by now. All right.
Yeah, I had to do it with another software.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Um,
There it is.
it looks
Okay.
like I can post a photo too. Oh,
Ooh.
maybe not.
Okay. Now we have the names. Yeah, I mean, we could also. I know Chad asked about the time. I could screen record the D. Oh, okay, Alex. All right. Wow. She played correctly. So h6, which we were just looking at. So here we just saw what happens with bishop h4. So I think Alex didn't like giving them all the space. So this is why she decided to take the knights here. What do you think about this trade here, Eric?
Yeah, it's definitely committal, like giving away the bishop pair,
Yeah.
but she is getting rid of one of the potential problem pieces because what could have happened in a different universe is black would expand with all the kingside pawns and the bishop would be stuck on h2.
Yeah.
So she's creating a situation where she doesn't have to worry about any of that. The downside is like long term, black's keeping the dark sword bishop, so she does have to be careful about like endgame situations where black has a bishop pair.
Right.
But bishop takes f6, it's like I think a safe decision, and it's important to keep the position closed now. If she can keep the position closed, usually knights will generally just be happier in closed positions.
Nice, Svetlana just took. Yeah, I was going to ask. I mean, so now the plan isn't going to be to open up in the center just because of
Right.
what you said. There's always safe moves like King B1, but after that, a plan which doesn't work right away, but is there maybe any potential for trying to push G4 after like Bishop E2? Maybe trying to put the rook on G8? I don't know if there's really any threat, but it seems like the best plan of attack for white here.
Yeah, I'd probably like start with moves like King B1 and Bishop E2.
Oh,
And
the woman I am is for Demchenko, not Alex. It's okay, chat. We tried.
oops.
We
Oh, I
tried.
tried. What did I do? Oh, my bad.
Alex is a woman FIDE master, which is still a
I
great
thought I
title.
put that on Demchenko.
It's okay.
Let me
You
see
know,
if I can
it
change
makes
it.
us look cooler.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see what I
chat.
did.
We've been keeping an eye out for Zoom, but unfortunately the tournament director is not answering. I was talking to Alex about titles the other day because I actually wanted to go play this tournament as well. And I was like, okay, I was calculating my chances. And I was like, well, the best title I could win is a woman FIDE master, which to me, I was like, it's a great title. Like, I would love to be a title player. And she's like, I would rather have no title than have a woman FIDE master, which I think her take was wrong. But I get the stance of pride.
Yeah, well, I think like when it comes to getting titles with FIDE, like once you qualify for a title, they may have changed this, but I'm pretty sure it's still the system. Like you have to pay some fee for them to actually approve the title.
Gotta.
So there's some people that just never end up paying the fee, and
And
like
they never get
they've
their title?
fulfilled all the qualifications, but just never get the title. Yeah.
I wish I could just. I just want to play Entitled Tuesday. That's really the only reason I want the
That's
title.
yeah, that's one of the biggest perks of becoming a title player.
All right, so we have Queen takes. Okay, yeah, which Queen takes was also I think a little bit better than taking with the bishop. Makes sense. We're opening up this file Here, the bishop's also keeping this pawn defended, and the queen is just stronger on f6. So now Alex, okay, she's doing decent on time. She's about 10 minutes. I know yesterday, after I talked to her after loss, she said she was a little bit worried about her time pressure, even very early on in the game. So I'm going to keep an eye out if it gets lower than a 10-minute difference. But this is a very foreign position for Alex, which I think is something like a safe move like king b1 can always be played in this.
Yeah,
Bishop b2.
and especially when it comes to time management, a position like this, white should not be spending so much time
Exactly.
because things aren't too dynamic. Like the candidate moves are not at all committal. They're just kind of the natural improving moves and developing moves.
Yeah.
So
yeah, bishop e2, king b1. I mean, also I checked it with eval, so probably would have been. Oh, nice. She just played bishop e2. Very good. I mean, yeah, there's really only one good square to develop this bishop here, and we don't want to go here with the risk of maybe e5. So, defending this knight as well. I like.
Yeah, I think this is very natural, and you put the ball in black's court, and black might end up doing the same thing, like bishop d7, and yeah, what you had mentioned earlier, the plan of g4. At first, I didn't think it's such a great idea because it would open the f file, but as long as the bishop defends the knight, and maybe even if white puts a d rook on g1 and goes for something like g4 and eventually g5, that's one way to open some files.
I like this plan a lot. The only thing I'd be worried, I guess, yeah, you don't want to trade here. G5, interesting, because you wouldn't want. Like, let's put in a couple moves. Okay, I'm gonna turn off
bishop d7.
Yeah. Rook d g1 or rook h? No, yeah, rook d. And
yeah, one of the reasons you play rook d g1 is in the event that the h file opens, then your rook is well placed on h1.
You want to use it. Makes sense. Let's say they just play simple move for black. I'm just not gonna do much here, or maybe I should actually play a better move so that we could.
I think rook b8 and a6 and going for b5 is one of black's ideas.
Oh, okay, all right. Rook b8 it is, and now let's say g4. So here, okay, we'll make a move for black. You do not want to take this pawn on f5 as white, I'm guessing, because you love the bishop, or why?
I was pretty much set on the idea of playing g5, which would force a trade of g pawn for h pawn.
Yeah, I guess g5 is just better, just a better
and
move.
It guarantees to open the g file for the rook.
Yeah, no, this is.
And then white could get like a knight on g5, which is an outpost, and then later go for h4, h5.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a pretty solid plan for white. I don't think black can really prevent this. Wonder if there's...
Yeah, I think this is a dream scenario. Yeah. Black has ways to maybe not get such a bad position. Like g5 could be interesting from black.
Okay, so what would you play in this position as black?
Yeah, good question. I think one of the ideas for black is to try and open up this diagonal.
Center? Yeah, that's what
There's already the battery.
Yeah.
And going back to the move knight c6, one of the points of knight c6 was to prepare e5.
Yep. Which...
and this is actually a very common type of principle in chess, is sometimes when one player is going for play on the flanks, it's best to respond in the center.
Interesting. I've never heard that.
This is one of the things my first chess coach taught me.
I'll use that.
Now the drawback of d5 is actually there's several things that could go wrong for black. It gives away the
e5 or d5. You said.
Oh, sorry. The drawback of e5 for black.
Oh, okay.
It gives away the d5 square. Allows for knight d5. Also allows for c5 check. Not to mention maybe white could grab the pawn on b7, which I don't think we realize is hanging.
Yeah, so here let's say it does. I guess black doesn't want to close the position. Their plan is to trade pawns here if we leave the pawn in the center. Since, I mean, white has to defend this pawn, so they don't have much of a choice. But if they got the tempo, or maybe the queen retreated, I mean, now white is kind of forced to trade here.
Yeah, so even in like this case, black would love if this diagonal opens.
Yeah, this seems a little bit scary for white, allowing the c5.
Now I'm realizing, like, going even back to the current position, because Alex just played Bishop E2, right?
Yeah.
And her opponent's thinking, um, we were using this move Bishop D7 as just kind of a filler move, but I don't know if Black actually wants to play this allowing Queen takes B7.
Interesting. So yeah, I thought we don't want to take this poison pawn because of the rook here, but maybe we could get away with it. I'd be worried about the b2 pawn as a target, or maybe trapping the queen.
Yeah, it looks poisonous, but it might just be delicious. Like Bishop D7
See if
takes,
you can
because
take it.
even if like Rook B8, we just start
Oh,
eating like
right. We can go for the
eating
c7
some kind of
pawn.
buffet.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean the queen has nowhere to go. I guess this bishop is hanging, but
Bishop's attacked, the D6 pawn's attacked.
yeah, maybe queen here, and now what? Knight here, c5. There's
Knight
a lot of
B5 looks
options.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So black does have some, white has some pressure on the b7 pawn, which means they're gonna have to solve that for their bishop on c8. Here, okay. Hello, chat. Hammer claimed this was not the prep. I believe Hammer. Thanks, Timmy,
Ooh.
for the prime. Hey, doctor, good to see you. So far, this looks like good prep. I think Alex is feeling well. Actually, we can't see, so yeah, we don't know how she's looking, unfortunately. Alex did say that if the games are slow and there's not a lot to commentate, since the beginning of the game they have a lot of time just opening, she did say I'm allowed to challenge the commentators to blitz games. Just saying.
Ooh. Is it possible to like play out this position in a blitz game?
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Can we do that?
Now I have insider. If you'll give me the white pieces, I have insider information.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Could you save the analysis that if you exit to blitz, you don't lose it?
Yeah, it would be open in a new tab basically.
I can try as well. Actually,
So,
I can try duplicate
but
tab.
I'll just download just to be safe.
Okay, all right. I'll
Copy
see
the
if I can
PG.
challenge you.
Okay.
Actually, I could. Whoa. Oh wait. Can we play it with a time control?
Yeah, if you want to play like 5-2 or 3-2.
We could play. Yeah, 3-2.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Her next game, chat. We have a tournament game again tomorrow, and then same time, 2 p.m. is gonna be the next round. Let me double check that though. The morning games were fun. Because I noticed there's a lot of European people who also watch chess, who I've had this theory that chess streaming in the morning is much better. Oh, wait, is tomorrow her? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, she does have 2 games tomorrow. But I've had this theory that the best hours to stream chess are in the morning, and I was right because Hammer was streaming this morning, and I was looking at everyone who was watching, and he asked everyone where they were from, and only about like 5% was in North America.
Yeah, I think
Anyway.
it's been studied like most people in the world are awake like morning time in the US.
Which, like, if you're a miskiff or something, it makes sense to stream later. But I think for chess, morning streams are the best. Which is
Yeah,
nice
you
that
just get
there's
the European audience, the Asian audience.
exactly.
I think less chess streamers stream in the morning too, so there's less
Yeah,
competition.
more people should. Which I'm
Yeah.
saying for myself.
Yeah, keep it as a secret for chess streamers.
Yeah, no, I keep saying that I'm gonna get into the morning streams, but they're.
Yeah, requires waking up at a reasonable time.
I've been just finally fixing my sleep schedule. I woke up. I
Ooh.
worked with a personal trainer today for the first time, pretty much
Ooh.
since we moved here, and I'm honestly terrified to see him again. I was gonna give myself a week, but they want to return this weekend. But I woke up
Okay.
at like 7 a.m. It was very productive. My brain was a little
Wow.
bit asleep. Hopefully, some blitz will wake it up. Oh, wait, we got a move from Zetlana. But yeah, I'm trying to fix my morning routine here. D5.
That's good. Yeah, take some small
D5.
steps.
We played what we were just talking about.
Ah, okay. So we were looking at this position with the bishop on D7,
Yep.
but Yeah, e5, it's a bold decision because
It's
it
stressful.
allows this and this.
Yeah, there's like a lot of moves that look good, like c5, but I don't think this is good. Wait, no, we get forked if we play bishop east. Never mind. We have to play king h8.
Yeah, bishop e6 would get forked.
Yeah. Which yeah, I guess they don't have that just yet, but I'd be worried about getting the queen kicked out here. But yeah, is this c5? I always get baited in these positions, and typically I go for it just because I like playing the open file. But it is also annoying with this knight might coming here, which means you can't really get bishop c4. I don't know if you'd have to trade here. I don't think we want to take the root of the pawn because of queen takes. Maybe if we take on e5 and open up the rook, there could be some counterplay here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much c5 helps white. Because you could get the same position with the pawn on c4 and the king here.
Yeah.
Although, if you get this and you put the bishop eventually on c4, I mean, you made the point knight a5 is annoying.
Yeah, if you could make use of this diagonal, I think this would be a strong plan, and maybe knight in the center, but I don't think the bishop can come to c4, so we're risking opening up this diagonal for black.
Right, and knight d5 here almost looks really nice, because if queen d8, there's knight b6.
Oh, wow.
With discovery.
Yeah.
But black has queen f7, which is a nice move to defend the pawn, and now
you have to retreat
probably
your queen.
preparing bishop.
Yeah, it ends up getting very passive, and you just can't defend this knight.
I mean, yeah, the knight's defended by the rook.
Yeah, I guess you could leave it in the center. I'd feel worried leaving my queen pinned, because if you ever want to move it, you'd have to risk giving the doubled pawns, or especially after bishop, but you could just leave it in the center. Don't have to move it.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around what's going on in this position.
Okay. Well, Alex ended up going for the other pawn push. She pushed d5. Okay. d5, okay, makes sense. So now we don't have to worry about all this open file, which also means there's not much.
Well, she's following the principle that I was mentioning earlier. Is when you have the pair of knights against the pair of bishops,
right?
Usually you want to close the position. So d5, it's the move to keep the position as close as possible.
Okay, so
now knight's attacked.
Yeah, they don't have too many options here. They'd be trapped. Maybe knight e7 or knight b8.
Well, knight a5 I think is possible, because when we move the queen to attack the knight, there's going to be b6. And it's a question: does white want to, is white okay going for this, or is black okay going for this? I should say.
I wonder if I guess after b6, black can't really use the bishop to attack the queen, so the queen's okay here. I was thinking we'd have to get kicked out and return, but now the knight seems kind of misplaced as well. I guess they could rerouting to c5 might be nice.
Yeah, that's a nice maneuver combined with a move like a5 and.
Let's see.
Yeah, I like. My first impression says that black is doing quite well there.
In the knight a5 position?
And after knight a5, queen a4, and b6, just because I don't see easy play for white.
Yeah, no.
It just seems like black has everything under control.
Knight
like
b5,
white can make
you
threats.
Get queen e7, so that doesn't do anything. We do have b4, which
I was thinking b4 could be an interesting move to try and like dominate the knight.
Yeah.
But then there's counterplay with some eventual e4, maybe not immediately. Because e4, there's knight d4.
So let's say knight here.
Knight b7.
And now this is it's still not a threat, actually.
The a5 is actually a powerful idea.
Oh, I see.
To remove the pawn, open the a file, get the knight in.
Yeah, what looks like white is gaining space on the queen side, it's actually very risky, since now, this is very dangerous. The queen and the bishop are both pointing towards white's king. And b4 looks good, but on second note, it's too dangerous.
Very surprising move from black. Instead of knight a5, knight d8 was played.
Oh, it's very passive. I wonder where, because if is she trying to reroute the knight, or maybe she's going for c6? Must be the plan.
Yeah, the thing is, like the pawn, whenever you have a pawn on a fifth rank, on the same file as a knight on the eighth rank, the pawn just dominates the knight. And even if black goes for c6,
Yep.
like white has the
You
pawn
don't have to take,
reinforced.
right.
So there could
Yeah,
be a trade, but the knight's still going to be stuck.
right. Yeah, black wanted to make use of this c5 square, which is why a5 and b7 was very interesting. But here I just, like you said, there's not really anywhere for the knight. So
Yeah,
Alex played king b1 here.
King B1's nice. I'm happy she played this quickly too, because it's a move you usually play eventually just to get the king to
Yeah,
a safer place,
she's
especially if c6
equalized.
happens and c5 opens.
Let's see what chat.
I'm
Well,
wondering if the plan of knight d8 was to maneuver to c5 in a slightly
oh,
different way.
oh. But that doesn't make sense because if that was her plan, then knight a5 and b6 is just the same
Yeah, it would
idea
have
but
gained
brought out.
tempo on the
Yeah.
queen, and
I,
yeah.
I mean, maybe there's a chance she finds this plan after maybe overlooking the c6, but I don't think that's the initial plan. I do like that Alex is equalized on the clock, though. This is good. No more time pressure in the opening.
So what is the time control for this tournament?
So they have 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then at move 40 you get 30 minutes. So they both have
Okay.
about an hour and 7 minutes right now.
So this is what I had. I recently played this time control in Reykjavik Open,
Oh, okay.
which, yeah, the games they can last pretty long. Thankfully, a lot of my games ended before move 40, so they only lasted like 2 to 3 hours. But I had a couple 5-hour games which were pretty brutal.
How did you do in the Reykjavik Open? Reykjavik? Did I say that
I
correctly?
think it's pronounced Reykjavik,
Reykjavik.
but there's
Okay.
like a silent J in there somewhere, and
Oh, chat.
Icelandic
I have an
is
idea.
difficult to spell.
I will make chat a clock cam. I have an
Ooh,
idea how to do
ooh,
it
nice.
without ruining the analysis.
Yeah, you can actually just grab it
We
from
could also.
OG site.
Yeah, exactly. But then we have to sacrifice. Well, I guess we could fit it. Okay, I will quickly put a clock in
Mm.
here.
Yeah, so I finished with 6 out of 9.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it was my first time playing the tournament. The conditions were amazing, and I lost to all the higher rated players. I lost to um, Adiban, like strong grandmaster from India. I lost to the youngest grandmaster in the world, Abhimanyu Mishra, and then I lost to
Wow.
some IM
Oh,
from
he
Netherlands.
how old is he? Like what? 12 or
He used to be
13?
12, but I think now he's 13.
Yeah, I remember reading the news about him.
Yeah, he like made headlines on CNN and
Yeah.
all these major news sites.
Yeah. Or do you have any tournaments coming up? I remember you mentioned maybe Vegas, was it? Or am I missing?
Yeah, Vegas is the next like big event on the calendar.
Awesome.
I don't know if
There
I'm
it
gonna
is, chat.
play the main event there though. I might just go and play the side events and give a simul.
Ooh.
But
I
yeah, it's a
remember
Vegas chess festival.
I remember my first simul. Sorry, clock chat. The clock is really small, but let me know if you like it. It was my first simul was before Amon was a streamer. Well, actually, it was before I was a streamer. He was still a streamer. It
Ooh,
was like I was like very young, and I gave him my $20 to play, and I got destroyed, and it wasn't very
ouch.
exciting. And I think back to it, which is fine. It was an expensive simul, and I got destroyed so quickly. But I mean, that's
Yeah,
how it
it's a
goes.
learning experience.
hmm
It can be
Clock is
exciting
stuck.
though for chess fans to have a chance to play like a title player
Yeah, I think it's
as a
very.
streamer.
Yeah, I think it's also different now if you're a streamer because that's like a cool way to do a meetup as well.
Definitely.
I messed up the clock. Okay, I'll bring you back. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it would freeze.
Yeah, I think you have to keep like the window open if you're doing window capture.
Yeah, I struggle with this. Okay, well,
Yeah, it can always be a challenge.
I would like to make the layout just bigger, but I'm keeping hope that John and will return my sister, but it's looking unlikely. Okay, I think this works.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see. Did we miss anything? Svetlana is still thinking here. I mean, I don't really know what... Now she's going to have to come up with a whole new plan. I don't think she wants to follow through with c6. And like you said, well, at least the knight is defending the pawn, so maybe she could do some slight developing. Is there any way to try to trade pawns? Like a5? a4 isn't really a threat. I guess b5, you'd have to prepare it a lot. c6, b5 maybe?
Yeah, so generally this position you want to like first consider the potential pawn breaks, especially as black. Like black wants to open the position. So the potential pawn breaks are c6, b5, and then even the long turn, like get the pawn all the way to a3. The one I would be most inclined to go for is b5. Because the whole point of going for a pawn break is to open files. And the B file looks like the juiciest. Especially like there's X-ray vision against B2, the queen, the king, they're aligned.
Ooh,
so
what about an
black
idea?
has maybe some time to like play rook B8 and A6 and B5.
What about going for C5 to prevent D4 and then trying to push E4? Or even, why can't you go E4, C5 right here? I guess you don't want to allow knight here. So
there's also en passant. The E4 here, C5 takes...
Yeah, I was thinking maybe play it
maybe.
first. Because I don't think they'd want to take in this position right here. So let's say I start with this. But of course you are fixing this pawn and now... But yeah, it's not a... Yeah, I guess that I think the knight is going to be a threat. But how would you prevent this?
C5 is interesting, actually. There is E4 here. Like, I think is maybe one of the only ways to prevent black from playing E4.
Yeah, which blocking the position should be good for
And
white.
now, white's whole goal is to just keep this pawn on E5 and ensure that the bishop never sees daylight.
Okay, Svetlana's still thinking. Yeah, it's hard for both sides to know how to progress after blocking the position. But at least white still would have a clear plan to try to break through on the king side, whereas black doesn't really have anything.
Well, the thing about a position like this, which is like very closed, is sometimes the play is a bit more positional, and like it takes time for both sides to actually formulate their plans. Like black's plan could involve like a 4-move sequence between rook b8, a6, bishop d7, and then maybe even maneuvering the queen back to e8 to get in b5.
Right.
And then white's plan is also can take time.
Which I was thinking, now that you said e4, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that white probably wants to fix. So I was curious if you look once more at this idea, because I think black doesn't want to let white get that opportunity. Which I wanted to look at this line one more time. I was very curious.
Sure.
C5 probably isn't the move, but I wanted to play this out against you.
Ooh, yeah. We should note she played knight f7 in the game.
She moved? Oh, she
Yeah.
did. Oh, she didn't go for the pawn push. I was thinking she would. Okay, knight f7.
I would have taken en passant, the forced
traded.
move there.
And open the B file. Oh no, my Zoom meeting is gone.
Oh no.
Which is weird because she was idle for 40 minutes. Okay, we've officially lost Alex.
Although you do have a point, like whenever white takes, yeah, the B file could be something that white doesn't want to open.
Yeah, maybe like a bishop a6 and a rook b8, but Svetlana's playing a little bit more passive, but maybe she's preparing. But now I don't know if this is good, but now white could prevent this pawn push.
Yeah, white could play e4. Of course, sometimes the drawback of e4 is you allow black to take, and then the bishop can come to f5 with tempo. And as white, you have to be very careful not to face
Bishop
trouble.
d3.
But as long as you can reinforce e4.
Yeah, I think maybe in this position, well, yeah, just because the knight
Or
is so well
not,
defended.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to take the queen, but yeah, perhaps that's playable. It's a question if e4 is actually a threat that white wants to stop.
That's true. That's true. I just don't. I mean, I don't see where else. Just maybe the slow plan, like you mentioned, slow development over on the king side, queen side. I mean.
Yeah, yeah, it's actually very hard to predict how the game will continue because there's a lot of ideas for even for both sides. Like Alex could go for e4, she could still carry through with this like g4 idea.
Ooh. Oh,
Um,
you would prepare it a little bit. Yeah, I'm still not convinced. I still am as white. Okay, let's say, so let's allow this. Let's say what you, maybe rook. Well, we don't want to bring this rook over. Um, just put here, which probably isn't a great move, but
yeah, rook h1, sure.
okay. Something about this idea seems off.
Okay, so now the difference actually in this position is white can win a pawn by
Oh,
taking
right,
twice on
because the
c5.
knight's no longer defending, so we don't have that.
Right.
Right, got it. Okay, so let's say we leave the knight in the center. I mean, maybe make use of this e5 square as black.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like this weird formation where both sides have like a well-supported center pawn with the knight also in the center, and
Yeah, it seems
it can be very tricky to kind of wrap your mind around what's going on
the only
here.
advantage that I am thinking why this might be good for black is because although there's like a ton of knights and everything, technically you have opened up this bishop
X-ray
and freed it
vision,
from the pawn.
right?
Yeah. So I don't know. I think black gets a good amount of space here. You of course you have to allow white to get the same amount of space with their knight, but I don't know. I would like
So
this as black.
I'm wondering if white has the same idea. Like you had mentioned c5
Yeah.
as a potential idea. The flip side of that is f4,
Ooh, interesting.
where
This might
now
work.
white's the one wanting to open the g file,
Right.
and if takes, white can take back and maybe get in
Our
f4
plan will finally
again.
happen. Yeah.
So it's an interesting situation where black's ideas can also be white's ideas, and vice versa. But of course, there's still imbalances too with bishop
I don't
for
know
black and
why.
knight for white.
Yeah, every time I do like these pawn pushes because they're kicking out the knight, but I always just get so anxious about this backwards pawn. It never feels like it's worth it. But I mean, black has to retreat here because we probably wouldn't want to take, so maybe it is worth it. Oh, but now you can
Yeah,
reroute the knight to c5 and finally attack this queen and maybe use this d3 square. But then white maybe has plans here.
then g4. Yeah, once you get f4 in and black doesn't take, then g4 is it's a very feel good move to play because white's making good progress on the king side, like gaining space,
Yeah,
trying to
so
open files.
my question is though, okay, let's say maybe when you play g4, I'll just put in some ideas right now.
Sure.
If we, oh, actually I was gonna say if we don't take, but the problem is this knight. Okay, never mind. The eval bar is shooting up, so this is actually, you were right. This is a good. Oh, would you capture? Or would you push? Probably capture.
I would save my queen.
Oh,
That was a good trick question though, trying to get me to lose
yeah,
my
I
queen.
got you there. See, I set you up. Okay,
That was very clever.
I know, I'm a witty one. Well,
Yeah.
okay, now in this position, let's say, all right, black to move. Well, we have a little bit of a threat to deal with, but maybe this attack is scarier than I thought. Because honestly, now I don't know what you would do. Because I don't want to take. Yeah. Okay. I'm convinced. Okay, I like.
It's
This
more pleasant
before.
for white,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say
understand it.
white's main idea is to push, but
Yeah.
it's good to sometimes just play these lines out and try and like find some natural moves and see how the position can transform.
Okay, Eric. One game of Blitz. Just
Let's do it.
one.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Do
We won't do
can you
this
challenge me
position.
from this specific position?
We can do a 3-0 game with no increment.
Sure.
Okay, sounds good. I will match you. Do you want the white or the black pieces?
Surprise me, whatever you want.
See, because I take pride in my London, but you're just the wrong person. Yeah, it's okay.
Oh.
It went well last time, actually. Slightly.
Okay.
I think I messed it up towards the end, but the opening went well. Game works. Who won the round? Alex won round 2. But there's just... See, if I was like on a... Let's say... One of, one of the tournaments that Hikaru commentates, I would probably be very serious and very classical, but since it's our channel and like I talked with Alex, like we have a lot of freedom, and I can also tell when we're just juicing the game and we're allowed to do other things, so I'm down to switch it up, and as soon as Alex makes a move, we'll come back to the game chat. But if you guys want us to stick to commentary, let me know as well. Okay, I started a match. Let me just how's the overlay on the stream? Oh, I should have duplicated this. Okay. Do you think any time odds? You're 2,500. Oh, this is not. Oh, this is unrated.
So yeah, this is also. Should we just play like the opening moves then?
I was just gonna play game for fun. I was just gonna do a time odds.
We
game.
can play a game for fun.
I just want to play Blitz game. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna
But right now you're giving me time odds.
Right, I'm gonna refill. Okay, I'm gonna try a non-time odds game. I'm gonna try to beat you.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna play the Dutch because why not?
Okay, then you know what? Maybe we will play into what they did.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what happened.
Okay. I'm actually, I don't know. Should I deviate? I actually liked Alex's plan, but I don't know how much I like the current position if I want to play it out. Should I? Okay, I could go for h4. Okay, we'll do a slight difference here.
h4. Okay, so a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, Alex just pushed e4. Do you play a lot of gambits, Eric?
Oh, I love gambits.
I really wanted to learn.
One of my greatest joys in life.
I thought a good video would be to be playing just like gambits versus hustlers. And I really wanted to learn a couple of your lines, and I think I studied like the Stafford Gambit, but then I just forgot to play it.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to teach you like effective
gambits. A new
gambits.
opening? That would be cool. Bing, bing, bing. Okay, I don't think we want to castle. I'm not going to castle. I'm going to do like same plan as she played, but just my pawns on h4. Okay, but now Eric is mixing it up. But Queen c7, you're going on the on the diagonal with my bishop.
Taking a small risk here.
Okay, we allowed the push. But you can't do much more after this, so this is fine. Okay, I actually have, but this might be a problem, so we have to come all the way back. Okay,
I think this might be one of the differences between h3 and h4 is I have this move knight b4.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm fine if you take that bishop for now.
Ooh, okay.
We're gonna go for a head of development. Is there anything we could do? No. Okay, maybe this is not. This is probably Alex's game is probably going better. We're going back and forth, Miri.
I'm not gonna take your bishop. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm so blind. Oh, that was a terrible blunder. Well, at least we could. No, that doesn't even work because they'll take with the queen, and we'll get. Well, actually, then we could take like this and maybe take here. And if I can't take.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't see what you're drawing.
Yeah, no, I'm just missing.
It's scary.
I'm just missing things. I thought we could maybe go for this pawn, but this is kind of lost. Okay, what about this? And then this, and then this. Take that.
But wait, take what? There's two rooks I can take.
Take them.
Nah.
Oh,
the other knight wants to find happiness.
He saw it! I was hoping you wouldn't see it. Okay, now
Oh, I see what you wanted to do.
Oh, did you not even consider... Oh, okay.
I was just happy to attack your queen.
Okay. Is there any way we can get out of this? Well, now I'm just down on time. We could go for this.
Yeah, we got the yup clock.
Yeah, this is not going very well for me. It's okay, I just wanted to be a good sister and go back to the game since I knew she made her move. So I blundered on purpose.
Your opponent's taking a lot of time, so yeah, we'll have enough time to cover the position.
Do you do a lot of commentary? This is kind of lost.
No, I was trying to think like the last time I did commentary. It's been a while.
Maybe you should think harder. I'd like to know the exact date of your last commentary to make sure my co-commentator here is, they need as
I
much
did.
qualification.
So I did a few like commentary gigs
Oh,
for
he
U.S.
moved.
chess.
What? Oh, you pushed. Yes?
I won Connect for U.S. chess. I commentated like the national scholastic tournaments,
Ah,
also the U.S. Open.
I'm trying to distract you, but it's not working, and now my rook is
No, I appreciate the questions. They're
sinking.
ooh, oh, you want to hurt me?
There might be some. No, there's nothing, because this. Or is there? Maybe it's a bluff. We're down a
I'm a
rook,
little
but
bit
anything
scared
could
here.
happen. I don't know what you're scared of. Okay. Um.
Oh. I think I'm just scared of ghosts.
No!
Ghosts don't exist.
You took with the knights.
Yeah, I wanted to redevelop. This knight has moved a lot of times this game.
Okay, this is lost. I think I'll have to resign. No, never resign. Oh, I'm getting mated.
Ooh, never
I
resign. Get
resigned.
checkmated instead. Oh, okay.
Wait, I resign. Wait, yes, I beat your checkmate with my resignation. Okay.
Yeah, it was close to mate.
95 was winning last move? What? Hammer. I didn't know you were here still. What? You're lying. What? No way.
Wait,
Oh,
was
I
I
didn't realize
losing?
it's attacking the queen. I'm so silly. I saw it had the fork, but I didn't see that it was attacking the queen. So I saw this, and I didn't see this. With check. That's funny. There could have been, well, with 5 to 49, probably unsavable, but... Okay, not here, but the move.
Wait, what was winning? Oh, 95.
Oh, before? Wait, does it not work here?
Oh.
Oh, because, I mean, we still have this fork, but I'm assuming there's still discovery tech. Hello, Hans.
Yeah,
All the
like maybe got
GMs...
careless there.
All the GMs
Oh,
are
shout out to
coming from
Hans.
hiding underneath the darkness, and they're all telling me the tactics that I've missed. Okay. Oh, I lost the analysis. Did you download it by any chance? If not, I can also pull up their current.
Oh yeah, I'm still in the analysis board.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to
Go to live.
like look
Maybe?
for the tab. Yeah, I
Okay, I'm
see
back.
you.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, chat. Let's see what was missed. Back to the game. So Alex's
So
last move, e4.
E4 was played, which
Right.
was one of the moves we were kind of expecting, which
Yep.
prevents black from playing E4. It shuts out the bishop for
Which,
hopefully a long, long
even
time.
though I think we decided that this was actually not... I mean, yeah, white had some good counterplay with g4, so I don't know if e4 was a threat, but I'm curious what Hammer thinks. Han said strong move, so they like it, okay.
Okay.
And then...
That's a good sign. And then A6 was played. Okay, going for the eventual B5 break.
Okay.
And now knight D2.
Ooh.
So very, very positional play from Alex, but I'm liking it.
Yeah, I mean,
Got the knight supporting E4.
this a6 plan seems a little bit slow. I wonder if there's something more aggressive that black could have done, but I do like this knight retreat now, also opening room for the f-pawn. Maybe she wants to defend, or we probably can't go for f4.
Yeah, in general, the knight is it's useful on D2 because it does allow for F3, but whenever black, I don't know if black even wants to take,
Yeah.
when knight comes to E4, it's just such a solid piece,
Right.
attacking the queen and defending F2.
And I don't know if this is another potential idea, but maybe a c5. I guess as long as this pawn is hanging, maybe after f3, but
Yeah,
maybe c5, knight c4 I really like.
definitely, yeah. And that's one of the benefits of the knight on D2 is sometimes it can activate later to C4. It might be hard to actually make C5 work, but there is sometimes it's like one of these weird principles in chess is let's imagine you get in the F3 move. You have this pawn chain.
Yeah.
It's a principle that depending where your pawn chain is pointing, in this case, white's pawn chain is pointing towards the queen side, then you should usually look to play on the side that your pawn chain is pointing, even though white's castled on the queen side,
I remember
because white
this
has more
old
space,
trick.
and c5 could be a very reasonable plan.
This is a good tip for everyone in chat.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird in this position, because you should also usually play on the side that your opponent's king is if there's opposite side castling. So
does
it's
that
not
mean,
entirely clear like which side wants to attack
would
where.
we say black wants to try to attack on the on the king side in that case. But there's not really
Yeah,
much that they could
just
do.
because black has more space, it might be easier to make progress.
Just looks like that could be very easily, like, let's say everything got
But it could
blocked.
backfire too.
Just looks like such a drawish position. Because I mean, I guess, no, white still has this c5 that could be explosive, whereas black doesn't want to push here. So actually, if in the case that black does end up blocking these pawns, I think white has a slight edge.
You know, it would be cool if we see a position where all the pawns become interlocked, and then it's
I was
just a draw. But
Okay, we got rook
we're still
b8.
far away from that.
Svetlana is preparing b5, okay.
Yep. Now keep in mind, white has 1, 2, 3, 4 things covering the b5 square, so it's
Yep.
going to take time for black to
Yeah, needs
to
another
get this
bishop
pawn break.
e7. I wonder
Yeah,
what
and
Alex will go for here.
there's probably options. I was going to say there's cases where black might play b5 just to sack the pawn and open the file, but at the same time, there's not so much of a rush, I don't think.
Yeah, okay, let's just put in a move. I was thinking this, but I would take with the knight or the bishop. Let's say knight. And maybe you attack, and probably want to unpin the queen here, and you can only really come here. Yeah, you can only come here, which is a little... Oh, that was a... Okay, I
That
made
walks
a
into
really
another pin,
bad
yeah.
move.
You unpin, but repin.
Okay. Well, I guess you leave your queen here. I was worried that maybe they transfer the rooks. But this sack, although the computer is saying it's better for white, I'm a little bit...
Yeah, I'm
worried.
wondering if white can play a4. Just leave the pin, but reinforce the knight. And it's a concept of over-defending, where you defend the knight another time to then later mobilize your queen.
A4.
Let's say to c3.
I mean, yeah, this is very bold of white to be pushing their pawn right by their king, but you do have a passer, so I think everything is defended. We got a move. We see Alex just went for f3, which I like, because we're not worried if they end up blocking back. This is totally fine, and now this pawn is very solid. I wonder if her plan is c5, but I would have played the same thing.
Yeah, it's possible like they could go into something similar. One point I wanted to make if we go into a similar line is after takes, takes, takes. If white gets in the move a4, there's a term for this in chess where there's a pawn defending a minor piece, blocking a file from the opponent. This is called a four-post.
Oh, I didn't know this term. I'm learning something new here.
Yeah, so there's an outpost, which is usually a knight defended by your pawn, which can't be attacked by an opponent pawn. But a four-post, it's similar, but it's just a piece that blocks open file.
Also, Hammer said that this position, I think before the sack, is walking into something that you guys prepped, which I'm very curious.
Ooh.
What was the prep here? Was it prep for Svetlana? Because I know you guys weren't expecting the Dutch. But yeah, I think this, like you said, I don't think I'm too worried about the sack. I don't think Svetlana would go for that, but that's good to know.
Yeah, maybe black will be a bit more patient.
Should I try? I was thinking maybe messaging some fellow Canadians. I would message my dad. I really want to try to get her cam back. Yeah, but
yeah,
I think my dad is just flying back from Romania. But he knows every single Canadian. So if there's someone who could pull, it'd be my dad. Hey, Dad.
Okay.
We'll see if he answers. I'm assuming he's traveling. Who could be there who we could message? Svetlana Demchenko's mom. If anyone has her mom's number, that could perhaps be one. Clock isn't updating. Okay, I will fix. It means my tab.
Yeah, so time-wise, Alex is doing very well. Like, up 10 minutes, has just over an hour. They're on move 17, so I'd say pretty good time management. And,
I mean, yeah, all the play has been very safe and solid, even though she's playing an opening that she wasn't prepared for. But, I mean, the white definitely has the space here. It's very hard for black to progress because Svetlana's current plan, like, I don't think she wants to go for b5, and blocking here isn't really a threat either. I guess, yeah, if black does block, I think white's only next plan would be maybe to go for this pawn, but that's hard because you can't go knight f4. But now will your
Yeah,
pawn
the
play on like
eventual
here's
c5 push. I guess the drawback is if black really wants to prevent c5, there is b6. And
oh, I see.
yeah,
That
white
would
might be
stop
a little bit
everything.
stuck.
Yeah, no, b6 would, let's say they played it now. Actually, b6 is very interesting. I mean, the rook is technically undefended, but yeah, we don't want to allow them to take with the d pawn.
Yeah. Also, like the thing is, okay, after f3, so current position, c5 isn't yet a threat because black can take and then later defend. So I don't think
Right.
there's a need to play b6 too soon.
Yeah,
And she plays bishop
sure.
d7.
Okay. A developing move. Had to.
So yeah, I think this move probably could have been played like much quicker by her. It seemed like she took a couple minutes at least. She actually took about 4 minutes.
F3 was
Um,
bad. Allowing h5 and bishop h6. Should have gone h4. Really? h5 and bishop h6 is a threat here. Oh, wow.
is
This
this from
is...
Hammer?
Yes. Hammer, you
Ooh,
just hop on Discord and just take over the
haha.
show. I didn't even consider this idea. H5. Okay, hold on, Hammer. I might refute this. I
Yeah,
don't
this is
know.
actually a very nice, like, strong grandmaster idea
It is a
that
strong grand. Darn you,
most
grandmasters.
mortals won't be able to even consider.
But at the same time, I don't know. Okay, let's say maybe a4 because now you. Okay, that wasn't the best move. Hold on. Let me see if I could.
But there is a good point. Like when white plays f3,
Mm-hmm.
not only does it make this bishop like really, really sad, but it weakens the dark squares.
That is true. But
And
these aren't really a threat though. Like black doesn't want to. There's no way to take use of that here. But at
yeah,
this
there might not be
diagonal,
any immediate tactics, but just positionally,
gotcha.
the bishop is going to find a very happy place along a
Okay.
new diagonal.
Would it be, what if
And
now you tried to open up the position? Because now that this is a little bit weaker, I guess you
mhm.
would probably take with the bishop, knight center, or what would you
Yeah,
take
there's
back with?
bishop takes, but I'm actually not sure. It's an interesting decision because if bishop takes, then white is happy to get a knight on e4. Bishop will come to d3.
Yeah. Eh, and
Um,
I do like the
so
bishop
if
d3
pawn
play.
takes,
Because now if you take back with this, I guess once you push, this pawn is fine, but I'll push here. Okay, computer doesn't like my move, but I'm curious. Hammer, are you in the chat? No, Wabi ship takes is outrageous. Wabishop. The white bishop? Uh,
white bishop.
okay, no, so we take with a pawn.
What?
Okay, that was outrageous. Okay. I was trying to understand what was outrageous. Yeah, I think he meant this move is out. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually it's a good positional idea to demonstrate though because
Yeah.
black wants to
Yeah.
prevent the knight from coming to e4. Um,
Okay, so
I think there's a lot of like amateurs that would take with the bishop, thinking, "Oh, it's a check. He developed
developing,
the
yeah,
last
that,
piece."
yeah.
But positionally, it's better to restrict white's pieces.
Yeah, I guess this pawn is actually not quite so weak, and now black does kind of control the center. So maybe this plan is better than I thought. I'll give you the credit, Hammer. Very nice. Because now I'm not sure. I thought maybe this would be strong enough, but it's hard because now that you've lost control of this e4, I don't really know how to improve this knight.
Yeah, there is some potential for black to like someday play e4. Like keep in mind the X-ray vision with the diagonal and the b file. White has to be very, very careful for things not to explode.
Never. So maybe taking wasn't good, but this is a cool plan. It's a nice. I've never seen this idea, and it makes sense since your e5 pawn is fixed. You need to do something about that bishop. But
Yeah,
anyways, he
there's
played bishop e. Still could happen in this position.
well there's a very useful type of thought process.
Mhm.
And it's just a very simple question you should constantly ask yourself especially in middle game positions
Yeah.
is what is the worst place piece and how do I improve it?
I
And
remember my
black
old
maybe
coach would
kind of
always say
answered
that.
that. Yeah, this comes from like Agard's books, but it's just a general way of thinking in chess. Where like in this position, okay, the bishop on c8, it's not doing anything, might as well put it to be a bit more useful. And then the same thing can be applied to the other bishop. It's a very badly placed piece. You can improve it by very simply finding a new diagonal.
But what
So
happens after you've improved all your pieces and there's no more improving to do?
yeah, so another common type of thing in chess, when your pieces are on good squares, usually that's when tactics will happen.
Ah,
If your pieces can fully optimize. There's other types of questions you should ask yourself too.
like, why am I
Another big one.
here? Just kidding.
No, go ahead.
No,
What?
I was just making a joke about, like, maybe you're losing it. Never mind. That would be what was running in my head.
Why am I
Continue.
going bald?
Yeah, never mind. Continue. What is life? Why am I a chess
What is
player?
life?
Did I make the
Yeah.
right career plan? Why did I get rejected from university? There's like, a lot of questions I would maybe be asking myself, but another better question is, yeah, how to improve my pieces. That's a good one too.
Yeah, it's one thing to ask yourself questions. It's another thing to ask yourself relevant questions.
Yeah. Do you have a hard time focusing in long tournaments where you like get distracted? Like, obviously you can help yourself refocus and start calculating lines again, but do you not start wondering about life and just
Oh
spiraling?
yeah, it's actually difficult when playing a serious tournament to stay fully focused on the game because yeah, inevitably, especially during like a 4 or 5 hour game, your mind will start to wander.
Yeah.
And that's a dangerous thing when it's like your move or if you're in time pressure, you start thinking about like your plans later or what you're gonna post to Instagram.
Is that what's on your
Um,
head? What are you gonna post to Instagram, or is this a curated example for me?
no, this happened to me in Gibraltar. Like I was taking a photo of something like before right before the game. Like I saw a cat and I took a photo with the cat. And then during the game, I was just trying to think of like what should I caption this photo of me and the
That's
cat.
hilarious. Oh,
Yeah.
that's so wholesome, but so funny. That
But it's like it's important when you're playing in a serious event. Sometimes you just want to limit your consumption of social media
Yeah,
and
100%.
uh like I try and avoid like watching TV shows
Yep,
or movies leading up to a tournament because even like lines will get stuck in my head.
exactly. Even like, yeah, even if it's like a night and I just want to go to bed early, I can't like look at any media like an hour before. But I always thought I
Yeah.
just struggled with that because of my ADHD. Because I'd always have to like, as soon as I'd get distracted, I'd always just like force myself to calculate a line, just do anything like exercise so I could get back to the position. But
Mm.
I'm assuming it's very common in longer time control tournaments, but it's been a while, so
But this is one of the great things that chess teaches you is how to be alone with your own thoughts and you're in a situation that
solitude.
like you try and get in that zone where you're fully focused and you
It's
immerse yourself in the position.
that is true. It's an important trait. Alex,
So she did play h4.
yep. I think Hammer was saying something about the Hammer. What were you saying about these lines? I saw some Hammer commentary, or maybe it's just chat taking on his essence.
So Hammer wanted to play h4 instead of f3, I believe.
Oh, I see. But I mean, this could still happen. His little plan.
Yeah, h5 is still possible for black. I'm wondering if white, like if she gets a chance, if she'll play h5 herself.
Ooh, and
Because
allow.
h5 is actually a nice prophylactic move preventing black from
Yep,
playing h5
it fixed his
and really
pawn for
showing the
sure.
bishop.
But are you not worried
Yeah.
about allowing? I think yeah. I mean, this pawn storm won't go anywhere, but you're giving black maybe some space. But we looked at that blocked position. I think it's okay if white ends up blocking it here since we
Yeah,
can't
also keep in
counterplay.
mind, remember what Hammer was saying about bishop takes f5 is outrageous? If
Yes.
white somehow gets in the move, let's just waste a move for black.
Oh, right, and they push.
If they push, then you can take, black can no longer take back with pawn. Probably
Oh,
has to play this outrageous move, and then white happily gets a knight in,
wow.
bishop comes in.
Now I'll never forget.
So,
Which is funny because I actually, when I'd play King's Indian, I never know whether. I guess it's slightly different because there's not always a 94, but I always have a hard time deciding between taking with the bishop and the pawn. But I don't think I'll forget after this game.
yeah, of course, it always depends on the position. Sometimes there's more tactical reasons to take with one over the other, but Yeah, in this case, it's mainly positional to keep a knight out of e4.
Hammer, I see you commentating from the sidelines. If you'd like to join Discord, I know it's late for you, but Hammer's
It would be
commenting
amazing to have
live.
Hammer like
We'd
join us.
love to
Yeah.
have you. I'm just putting it out there, Hammer, but I also know it's quite late in Norway. But till then, I will echo what Hammer said. He said, my new plan is A3, B5. Wait, okay. C takes, A takes with knight A2, exclamation mark. With knight
Ooh,
B4 next, I don't see any of these plans. And
very
queen
positional.
C2 and rook C1. Oh my god, this is a whole different plan.
I like it though, because white would be basically preparing for one of black's main ideas, and then optimizing the setup based on
I'm
like how the
still
structure
sad
changes.
that the C5 plan isn't happening, but I guess that would allow B5, so I see where Hammer's getting this plan. But yeah, what a whole reposition of the pieces. But why is the knight coming to A2? Because the knight B4? Okay,
A
actually,
knight on b4, like if for some reason they get the structure, a knight is really well placed on b4 because it blockades the pawn, and it doesn't obstruct the c file for the rook.
okay, that makes
Maybe
sense.
the drawback is you lessen control over e4, but white has enough pieces to still reinforce e4.
Sending a message.
I highly doubt Alex will channel her inner hammer and play a3.
Well, speaking of Hammer, we can finally empty out that empty space. My broken heart of Alex is missing Cam, and Hammer said he'll join. So I'll
Ooh,
put him in the call.
okay,
I don't know if
nice.
Hammer said he'll join, so I'll just. We need to make a group chat. I forgot. I didn't mean to leave you. I forgot we have to add people.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this
Yeah, I
is
thought I
better.
got kicked out.
No. Wait. Let me make sure I don't leak anything. Okay, nothing's been leaked. Okay, Hammer's joining the call. Hello, Coach Hammer.
Hey,
Hey, it's Hammer. What's up, Hammer?
I'm good.
Are you happy to be
Are you
here?
awake?
Are you tired?
I am awake, yeah.
Okay, I didn't mean to force you to join the stream, but I've been seeing you commentate lines for the last 30 minutes, and I just felt like maybe, you'd make him want a guest appearance until bedtime.
A little one, yeah. I really hated Alexandra's position a little while ago because I thought she has just no compensation for losing her bishop pair. But
That's
I feel
true.
like we're finding quite a few interesting plans, and importantly, she's finding quite a few interesting plans. And like Eric said, the threat now is to play h5, which is a big threat. It's a
Oh,
big threat.
here, can I invite you to the analysis? Or actually, Eric, are you able to invite Hammer?
Yeah. Are
No,
we
Eric can follow what I
friends?
say. He
Okay.
can.
Just
It's
in
not a
case you
problem.
wanted to, the way you said that sounded more, I just in case you wanted to see so you don't have the delay on stream.
Yeah, sure. No, well, I mean, Alexandra wants to play h5, so there's only one move here for Svetlana, and
Yeah.
she needs to go h5 herself.
Yeah, it's a very critical moment. And she's taking time, it seems like.
I don't think
And
Alex is gonna find this whole A3 knight A2. That is a very grandmaster plan.
yeah, but at the same time, she just found h4, which I also think is
She played it.
pretty high level.
Nice. Oh no, sorry. I thought you said H5. H4. You think I guess to me H4 is still a very natural move in these positions because, I mean, what else can you really do? And this is also an important square for black. So I don't know. I feel like H4, but I want to give Alex credit. So
Wait,
I
I
hope
think
she
we're
can
in the
find A3.
wrong line here, because b5 was not played.
Oh, sorry. Here.
So after bishop
Bishop E.
d7,
There we go. Sorry
yeah,
about
I'll
that.
promote this. No worries. And then h4.
Unless you think H4 with the plan of trying to block H5 to prevent this bishop H6. But I saw it as a natural move. I mean, because knight G5 could maybe be a square that might
Yeah,
be a
okay.
threat later.
But it's a risky move because you're putting your pawn on the dark square and you don't have kind of enough dark square to control to hold that for an extended period of time. So I wanted to do it the move earlier because then I could place my pawns on the f2 g3 h4 chain, protecting each other.
F2
So I wanted
G4?
h4. Well, you cannot go bishop d7 because then I have h5. So h.
You're
So
right.
if-
Oh no, but she
Oh.
cannot go h5 because then I take on g5, f5. Yeah, no. So h5 before, h4 before would have been much more effective because now if she goes h5, then I take on f5.
That's a
Okay.
nice point. Yeah, and the outrageous
Ooh.
move probably has to be played here. Bishop takes f5. Black wants to take, but would lose a h5 pawn. So I guess this is one of the drawbacks of f3. Not only it weakens the dark squares, but it cuts off the bishop.
Yeah.
In this line especially.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm following now. Okay. Got lost for a second in the GM analysis. So, okay, back to the current position. With f3.
Queen Nyland says that the computer thinks f4 is the right move here for black.
Because maybe then they could. Well, I was gonna say.
Well, it prevents the idea of pawn exchange after white has gone,
Exactly.
removing the g6 pawn defender.
Right.
But after f4, black has shut down the king side. And what is interesting about this game is that white, right now, it looks as though Demchenko is trying to make a breakthrough on the queen side. And she has done this in previous games as well in the King's Indian, which was the opening we prepared for this game.
Oh, yeah.
And the note we discussed for that is that she's mistaken to think that black should make the breakthrough on the queen side, because it is in fact white that holds the advantage on that side of the board. And one of the last things I told Alexandra before the game, I can actually quote it because I have it on my Discord here. Long term, you're willing to go a3, b4, c5 in front of your own king. You just
That's
got to get
true.
all your pieces over there first.
So you did prep her. This is how helpful this is, because yeah.
No, but it's just a pure coincidence that it happened very similarly to something we prepared.
I mean, it sounds like
Yeah, I
good
mean,
prep.
But
this
it's
middle
good
game
that
position,
those plans are fresh in her mind.
this position looks like it came from a King's Indian. But that's one thing about Dutch is very often it can transpose into King's Indian structures.
Yeah, so
So-
the positions we prepared was with the bishop for white, which when white is just much better. Without the bishop, it's more unclear. But to me, it seems like f4 would be a bit of a mistake because it makes white's life so much
Clearer to
easier in
push.
trying to push forward on
Yeah.
the queen side without having to be afraid of the center opening up.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier too. Which Queen Yulin just said now h5 is the best move, which makes sense because you weighed out.
Yeah,
on this
no,
move.
h5, in my opinion, is the only acceptable move here.
But what is the plan for black? Not f4, maybe bishop h6?
Well, h5 is stopping h4. So for this move, you don't need to have a plan other than preventing white's plan.
Oh, she just played it.
And
All
then
right.
after that, she would probably play bishop h6, yes.
Okay.
And then she would play like bishop e3 and bishop f2, something like that.
Yeah, bishop can even like maneuver to d4 eventually
Yeah.
and
Oh.
rediscover the diagonal and the pressure against b2.
Wow. So maybe in this case, I don't know if you'd want to probably not with this rook, but this rook you leave this knight hanging. But would you want to try to? I guess you could also move your knight. Do we want to try to defend the e3 square and prevent this plan?
You can't really.
It's not easy, yeah.
Yeah,
Can move
which
the
is
knight.
why it's such a shame she was able to find this h4 plan, but made it one move too late. Because if she was now able to capture on f5,
Yep.
that
Right.
would have been a game changer.
I'm going to run to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Okay. Well, Hammer, what would you play here as white?
Well, I like this a3 plan, kind of still
Mm,
hoping that black
Black goes
would
for
make the
b5.
mistake of pushing forward the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, like if black plays b5 prematurely, I was actually wondering, like if black does go for b5, you had mentioned like takes and knight a2, but can white just get away with taking the pawn, like bishop takes b5?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and then get the knight to c4. And,
Yeah, I
um,
think as long as black understands her chances lie on the king side,
right.
it's still a difficult position for white.
Yeah, because a3, bishop h6, and the more I'm looking at this bishop maneuver,
Yeah.
the more
So
terrified I'm getting.
queen c2 is kind of my plan.
Okay, and then do you want to put the knight on b3 and then go for c5?
Yeah, in time. But we're not in a rush, so we want to take it
True.
very, very slow. So next I'm gonna
Well,
play
let's say
bishop
bishop e3.
d3. Yeah, so
Okay.
bishop e3, bishop d3.
And now, yeah, I guess it's still a question what black wants to do here, because if black, I guess
Yeah,
black still
but
wants to play off, like go for b5 eventually, maybe start with c6.
yeah. No, I think b5 is a big mistake. But I think as long as she doesn't go b5, it's just very tricky.
Yeah,
Very
b5
tricky
too
for.
soon would be like a welcome surprise, I think, for white.
But I was gonna show off a trap I had made. So
Ooh.
here,
Okay,
if
let's see
bishop
it.
f2,
After bishop d3, bishop f2. Okay.
then I was planning to capture on f5.
And then
Oh,
let's
it's
say
94.
pawn captures. Oh,
Right.
94.
Andrea's been doing her tactics, or she has not been doing her tactics.
Wait, no, it
I'm
works
informed.
though. No. Doesn't it work even if your knight is hanging?
Oh, you saw that move quicker than me. It looks like it works, right?
What do you mean I haven't been doing my tactics?
Someone in chat said that you haven't been doing your tactics.
Oh, well, to be fair, yeah, I did say I would start every stream with 3 minutes of puzzles, but how am I supposed to do? I can't start the commentary with puzzles. Oh, I'll check Discord. Okay, Vila. Oh, she answered. Oh my god, how is she on Discord? What? How? I don't. Okay, I'm gonna send her. Alright, I'm sending her the link. Oh, goodness. I'm confused. Oops, shoot, I sent her the wrong link. Okay, alright, chat, I think we're getting
Does this
Alex
mean we're
back.
getting the
Yeah.
commentary back? Or
Yay.
the video?
The video.
Nice.
Okay, we'll see if she... I'm very confused. I'm assuming they let her go on her phone, which they're very strict about. Okay, I'm gonna just keep an eye out.
But as long as you're supervised, it should be fine. No?
Yeah, they probably let her.
Hmm.
Oh, I feel bad because it's probably stressful for her to have to man both the
Yeah.
game and this.
Yeah. But she's playing the game pretty well so far.
Yeah, no, I agree. And she's up on time as well. This is Svetlana has 38 minutes, Alex has 49, but that means Alex is also typing on her turn. Oh, okay. Oops. Okay, I just replied. Okay, so so 94 was the trap you were looking for, Hammer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this was a nice one. So that's in the case. I mean, bishop, I would still like. Maybe to me these are just very foreign ideas in these type of setups. But maybe since Svetlana is a stronger player, she'll find this bishop e3. But I guess
No, for sure she will. It's very
has no
typical
choice.
for the King's Indian,
really,
which is an
I
opening she plays.
I play King's Indian. I've never, but now I think I've looked like one game trying to play this, and it's never really worked for me.
It's Yeah, it's pretty famous, especially in some of the closed situations of the. Well, there's like this type of position where black blocks off the queen side and then tries to maneuver. I don't really know how to describe it in words.
It's okay. Are you happy with how Alex has played this opening, considering she didn't know her prep?
Um, I mean, I don't understand where her bishop went. I watched the first couple of moves and then I did something else for an hour, and when I came back, she didn't have a bishop.
Yeah, this bishop g5. At first I liked it, thinking maybe you could retreat, but I'm curious what was the correct opening idea. Eric and I were looking a little bit at the pawn pushes, but I was also kind of confused. Maybe you would just wait and just bishop h2 if
Well, I
necessary.
think it's very unusual to castle queenside, no?
I mean,
The
against
whole
the Dutch, I feel like, I mean, at least from what I've studied, if you're going to castle queenside, do it against the Dutch. But,
Yeah, okay. I feel like Eric is the go-to guy
yeah.
in this
Yeah,
event, but
I've played these structures as white, and I sometimes just don't castle. Like if I can get in the early c5, but I play a slightly different move order where I go for c5 right away instead of committing early to h3,
yeah.
and it's a little bit different. And um,
So to me, it
yeah,
feels like queen b3 and castles. You could spend that time instead going like rook c1 and trying to support c5.
I
But
wish
yeah, that's water under the bridge.
What's funny is when I played Svetlana, and I think it was maybe even the same tournament like 2 years ago, the exact same thing happened, and oh, I did not go back to the game. And I prepped for King's Indian. She played the Dutch. If I could have remembered, we could have prepared against the Dutch and had killer prep. Because there's some very good systems against the Dutch.
yeah,
I
I'm actually
wouldn't know.
wondering like how what Svetlana's repertoire is like if she
It's
has
pretty
played the Dutch
much
in the past, but
Yeah, it's pretty much exclusively King's Indian.
But the
um,
Dutch once in a while against the Botez sisters.
Apparently, yeah. She has one Dutch game in the last 6 years.
Really?
wow, okay, so
Yeah.
I can't blame you for not focusing on
I feel
that.
like she probably plays it more often, but maybe. Well, what database are
Maybe
you
not
looking
on the
at?
database.
On
I
ChessBase?
mean, some stuff are secret, Andrea.
Ooh, I can't know. What is this? I mean, otherwise in ChessBase, there's not another one that I don't know of.
I will tell you, just from my experience, when it comes to opening preparation, it's very common these days to like check online games too.
Yeah, on
Sometimes
chess.com, you
it
mean?
depends on the opponent. Yeah, like any of the chess platforms. If you can find your opponent's
Oh,
username, then
that's why I
it can
always.
be easier. So
That's why
I
I
don't mean
had
to like leak
changed
any
my
secrets,
username.
but yeah,
That's why I know I always tell chat the story of where Mobamba 604 came was to avoid that exact thing. So when people searched me, they couldn't find me, and I thought no one would ever
sure.
guess that Mobamba 604 is me. But now everyone knows.
There's cases where this can backfire though. Like there is one game I played in Reykjavik where I found my opponent's chess or online username, and then they had about 10,000 games,
Yeah,
and they played like one thing against the London. I prepared that one thing, and then during the game they just surprised me something like completely different that they've been studying,
yeah,
but just didn't
that's
play online.
risky. I'd be scared to prep just one line based on an online game. But it can be helpful when
Yeah,
you have a
sometimes it's
ton.
the only thing you have to use, but it's usually better to at least focus on their tournament repertoire. But the value of surprise can be very effective in tournaments like this when you have
Exactly.
lots of time to prepare for your opponents, and you can
Yeah.
look up exactly what they play and their style and what they're comfortable and not comfortable with.
Honestly, having a secret opening like opening like a Dutch that you never play, but just I wonder if she knew Alex was extra prepared, or maybe that Alex didn't know how to play against the Dutch.
Mhm.
But it is nice to know like one very odd opening that you don't play often, and you can pull it out when you don't have time to prep.
Yeah, that is a nice thing. I usually try and keep a few openings. I don't play almost ever on stream, and then just surprise people with in tournament play.
I'm gonna check if the arbiter. Oh, the arbiter replied. Okay.
Ooh,
What? Oh. Oh no, he accidentally disassembled it.
oh no.
I'm confused. And then he said, just got your message. Alex has set phone to accept relink. I mistakenly disassembled the phone clip and will have to fiddle a bit. Thing is, Alexandra doesn't, well, I think he misspelled because he said A doesn't eat. But I think he meant Alexandra doesn't need to be distracted by my fiddling. It's okay, ... when it's not, period. So, I think that's a no from the tournament director. Okay, I don't
So it sounds like we're
like
not going to get a video feed.
How did, you just have to put a phone on a tripod. Like, come on, man. What fiddling? He tried.
Yeah, it's
Okay, I'll say, okay, I
what to
resent
do.
it on Discord. Let me know if you can. If not, no worries. Thank you. Well, okay. It is a serious match. I do understand that. But I mean, yeah, it also sucks because now I feel stressed that she's lost. I mean, she's luckily still up on the clock by a few minutes. 41 versus 38.
Does the computer really say white is better? That just astounds me.
Plus,
'Cause
well, only if she takes on F5 apparently. Which
and then
And
black
then plays
takes with pawn.
G4?
yeah.
Then
Or
she's just losing a pawn.
oh, G4 is the move. I was gonna ask maybe F4, but that's not good because they could just defend. G4 takes, and are you? Oh, this is such
I
a
guess
hard.
is a point to just get the knight to e4 and eventually like target the g pawn.
F takes it. I was thinking maybe now you have this passer and you bring in the other rook. Yeah, and knight e4. I mean, actually, okay. Now the computer is changing its evaluation, so maybe it's the sack. Well, it's going back to 0.5. Knight c4.
I mean, it's a very cool idea to like temporarily sack a pawn
Yeah.
just to get the e4 square, and then it actually creates easier play for white, I think.
Yeah, the computer
Yeah,
can't make
for
up
sure.
its mind. Rook.
I mean,
maybe
almost
tempo.
regardless of whether this variation is okay for white or not, it's a very
Agree.
clever thing to do just because long term, I think black is just crushing. Because the lack of dark squared control
Yeah.
is just so devastating for white in the long run.
How would you play this position out, Hammer? Or Eric? Actually, either of you could play against. I'm gonna turn off eval. I want to try
Yeah.
and play it as white.
So I've been doing this whole commentary without any engine input, but I see the queen's attacked, so probably a move like queen g6 to pin and defend the pawn.
This pawn is also a little bit scary. If I move my bishop, I'm worried that you have a passed pawn, but
Yeah, white's ready to bring the rook to g1, and as white you want to try and ensure this pawn is more of a weakness than a strength. Maybe white can even start with rook g1.
yeah, it is a very hard plan to play as a human and not a computer. Because while it looks like we have a good passer, I don't really see you can make progress. I mean, there's h5, but h6 is incoming. And like Hammer said, this dark square diagonal. I mean, at least our knight in the center is much stronger. But that's the only
Yeah, I
benefit
think
see.
like compared to the other lines where white doesn't
Other
go for
options.
like this and this,
Yeah.
it's more of a difficult position to play. At least this like a move like a3, it leads to a position where black is having more fun.
Which I'm curious if we do a waiting move, since when I did look at the eval, it was as if g4 is the only move that is still in white's favor. Okay, I think they were wrong. But I thought maybe I was missing something that black has here. But g5, I don't believe is the threat. No, because that I don't think they want.
Yeah, black wants to play bishop h6 and just
Just
like gradually improve the setup.
okay, I see. Which technically could still happen after g4, but it is more of an open position, so it's not as much of a threat. Bishop here.
But we'll see what Alex comes up with because
Yeah,
it seems like a kind of a critical moment to
I know,
choose
and
the
we
direction of the
distracted
game.
her at a critical moment. I'm trying to think how would I counterattack. I guess that's funny though. I mean, Alex. Wait, Hammer, did you showed Alex the trap with the bishop to f2, right?
No.
Oh, you just found it. I thought you had prepped it.
No, because what we had prepped, White has the dark squared bishop. You haven't made the trade bishop for knight.
Gotcha.
So what we prepared is just very good for White. Whereas this is meh, but with some similar chances because the plans are
Yeah, it's a
similar.
c5 plan that maybe is more on her mind.
Yeah.
The only drawback
Whoa.
with c5 is then we have b5.
No, but it's like, for instance, queen c2. If you go queen c2 here, which is a pretty natural move, even something like c5 for black is
Finally,
just.
my c5 move. I guess
It
you don't want
looks
to open
kind
up
of
the file.
devastating to me. Because now there's absolutely no hope for White to make a breakthrough on the queen side. And then I guess I'm misevaluating the situation in terms of the computer feeling like White can win on the king side. Which to me is, well, not very obvious, to say the least.
For sure. The pawn sack is not clear.
Because even after you do the pawn sack, like takes on f5 and you go g4, or the engine wants to go g4 immediately here.
We
I
can
haven't
just
checked.
play it out as humans. We
Yeah.
can play without eval.
And like you take the pawn, you go knight h6, which will protect the pawn. And then black still has the idea of b5 afterwards. Just open the attack on the queen side. And to me, it doesn't feel very obvious that this is advantageous for White just on account of that knight on e4. Because it feels like black can play around it.
Yeah, I was
and be a
looking.
pawn up.
I mean, knight e4, of course, you have to watch out for bishop f4, but I was thinking a setup with, like, bishop d3, knight e4, knight coming to g5, bringing in the other knight. Like, and now I'm starting to see maybe why the pawn sack is worth it. But that's a lot of moves ahead.
Yeah, like maybe there's some potential for long-term compensation, but I like the idea, this knight h6 idea, just ensuring the pawn's defended. It's a very difficult pawn to win.
Not here. Sorry, I keep giving queens. Okay. Here. Actually, it's also hard
Maybe
to place this queen.
Queen g6 should stay defending the d6 pawn.
Okay, I was worried about leaving the queen undefended.
Well, I prefer e7.
Ooh.
Okay, we'll play the hammer move. And now maybe a bishop. My worry is this pass pawn ever a threat if we're allowing it? I guess they can't push.
Yeah, if black ever pushes like g3, that's just it's going to be easier to win.
Yeah.
Because then the bishop won't be defending.
Yeah, I was thinking only if after the knight moves. But I was imagining. Okay, what would you play here as black?
Maybe we can stick with Hammer's knight h6.
Okay, and now maybe I was looking at knight g5.
And now, yeah, maybe now it's time for b5.
Okay, yeah, I maybe underestimated b5. Let's see. I really
Also, in some moments, you will just sacrifice the pawn, play e4 to open up for your bishop.
Oh, wow.
You know what I really want to do here as white? I want to play this, king h8, and then play this and say, oh no, my bishop. And whatever black takes with, it's queen h7 mate. But I don't think this is going to happen.
Maybe in
It's bishop f5.
maybe in a oh, well, it was a cool trap.
Yeah.
Maybe in a bullet game you would have got them.
Or in a bughouse game.
Exactly. Bughouse would be a good fit. I mean, still though, this position. I mean, okay, I would probably not find this pawn sack, but I am a fan of. Even though, okay, eval is not in white's favor, but I feel like this part was solved. Maybe it's the fact that this is an open file and knight is coming in, so maybe it's a lot more dangerous, so maybe my move wasn't better, but I do like this sack. It seems like the only way to really activate white's pieces.
Yeah, well, white definitely has some more life here, and like going back to the whole notion of like typical King's Indian plans, this is actually a typical situation in King's Indian where sometimes white can go for this knight e6, just another pawn sacrifice, with the idea that after it takes, white has a d5 square for the knight or the potential diagonal for the bishop.
Interesting. Maybe even like
we're digging very, very deep into this, but
yeah. Okay. Well, oh, I see. Alex hasn't made her move yet. She's still.
but like someday if she can get her knight to g5 and then e6, maybe she can start having some fun.
Yeah, which is practically impossible unless you trade on f5.
Yeah, it would require her to find like this somewhat I'd say counterintuitive pawn sack, but I think it's good that she senses this is a critical moment. She's taking her time, and hopefully she can come up with some way of going forward.
Yeah, I know she's getting lower in time now. 7 minutes
Yeah.
lower.
How about rook f1?
So instead of queen c2, rook df1.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Is this bishop move? What is the difference? Because now we're attacking the knight, but you could even maybe defend with the king, but that's maybe too crazy.
I'm
But
playing
Yeah, bishop
queen
h6
d1.
is okay. Queen d1.
Oh, queen d1. Oh.
I have an idea of what Hammer's trying to do, aligning with the queen, and maybe now this prepares some more more annoying g4 ideas.
Yeah, this rook move is really nice because now queen d1, you're not cutting him off. I didn't even think about that.
So if black goes for this, maybe too quickly, do you want to play g4 here?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And what's important here is that I want to play g4 without having to make the trade on f5 first.
Gotcha, which is why the queen was a nice way to defend. And the rook. Yeah, this is a very nice plan. But you have to find this plan, you have to understand that g4 is like a critical pawn break here. Which is not easy to find.
Yeah, in that line, if black continues with f4 to kind of shut everything down,
Yep.
then I think white goes...
So if we go bishop h6.
Oh no, I meant after the bishop was on e3.
So this line after g4, g4
Yeah,
f4.
you definitely don't want to close off before you get your bishop kind of out of prison. So it's a huge chain difference between closing off when the bishop is behind the pawns and when the bishop is in front of the pawns. And this is a much, much better version for black. But yet, even here, I feel like after g5,
Like queen
white
d8.
is probably happy to have closed off the king side.
Yeah, it's a very weird type of structure here. But yeah, the king side's like completely blocked, and now play completely shifts to the
But
king
yeah,
side.
no, I mean, this is what I would like to have happen with black's bishop still on g7. So it's really fascinating how with the bishop on g7, this is probably winning for white, and with the bishop
Wow.
on e3, it's probably winning for black. But the whole difference is that when the bishop is still back on g7, it's just not contributing in the game. Whereas here, when it's in the like the middle of the board, it's a big contributor, and it makes sense that the difference of a piece is the difference between winning and losing.
This is why Hammer loves his bishop so much.
Yeah, especially bishops outside pawn chains.
And you can't go for
This
the
is so typical in
same.
chess.
There's no way to try to. Yeah, I mean, oh, my arrows. Oops, sorry.
No worries.
What? They're not staying. There's no way to go for any sort of pawn break, I'm assuming, because of the bishop, even if you try to defend with your knight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the point, right? That in
Yeah.
order to win the game, white needs to push these
Break.
pawns, but
Yep.
that's very difficult to make happen with the bishop around.
Yeah, now I'm starting to understand the danger of this bishop h6 maneuver. Before it didn't seem like a huge deal, but this is really, in this position at least, it's the only plan.
Yeah, the bishop serves as like a prophylactic piece, preventing white's idea, and also just an attacking piece too.
Yeah. Oh, what if you were to open up the king side? Is there no attack? I guess I would maybe even sack my rook for that bishop, but that's probably too aggressive.
Yeah, like even if white can somehow get the g file, like black can always neutralize with rook g8, and it's just
Yeah,
very hard to do
there's
with
no
bishop
attack.
controlling g1.
Yeah, you can't really use this open file. Good.
Well, black can use it.
Yeah, black can. I meant white can't.
That's actually very true. Yeah, king h7, rook g8, and
That's tough.
yeah.
This is, yeah. So this
So-
bishop threat.
According to GGT, Alex has spent almost half hour
Yeah, I don't know if it's.
in this position.
I think she's been thinking a long time, but I'm not sure, cause I know, yeah. No, I think she was maybe just stuck. Yeah, she was at 54 minutes and now she's at 25, which is very alarming. It's 30 minutes on one move, but I also understand she was distracted with the Zoom calls, but I don't know.
And yeah, we have to keep in mind this. This is move 18 for black, h5,
Oh,
and Alex has 25 minutes to make 22 moves.
hey MGoat, I see. Hey Andrea, some of my friends are at Kingston tournament playing there, and their games are done, so they can fix your camera if you want. Actually, all you have to do, I don't know if you would have to make sure that the organizer would let you, which he was getting a little bit upset. But all you have to do is accept the Zoom call. But I'm guessing you would need her phone password to get in, and then you would have to ask her, which isn't allowed. But if the phone is unlocked, then all you have to do is go on Discord, which was the last message, and click the link. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but only, of course, if John allows it. Thank you for trying to help. Man. Yeah, I don't know if her DGT... I don't think it's frozen. I think she's just been thinking. But otherwise, in safe moves, I think... what else could... I mean, there's a couple safe moves. We looked at Queen F1. Queen C2, which I don't like. I'm assuming she sees this plan. What I was thinking initially is maybe there was a way to attack this square by moving one of this knights or moving this knight back, which is super oh, she made it. Oh, she pushed a4, so she was trying to prevent this.
This is not a move we were
Okay.
considering.
Which I was saying, yeah, there's a lot of
That's
quiet
interesting.
positional moves, but this is different.
Yeah, a4 is kind of desperate. It's clear that now she's only trying to make a draw.
This is where Alex
Is-
would say, "Stop distracting."
Because
Sorry,
a4 is a move that's just trying to prevent black's plans instead of creating her own. So she's definitely just trying to make a draw now.
I'm
And it seems like black can kind of just carry through with her own plans, and Alex is gonna be
Is there any
still a
way
bit stuck.
white could try to go a5, knight a4, or will you just immediately try to trade and we probably don't want to take in this position.
I'm wondering here if she, like her intention is to play a5 or to just leave the pawn in a4 to prevent or at least discourage black from playing pawn b5.
Yeah, which wouldn't make sense because, like we looked at earlier, pawn b5 isn't really a threat because you could just trade, get the knight here, and then defend later, which is makes me think she has another plan.
Yeah, no, well, that's kind of the problem of making this a4 move, right? That she's playing it sooner than she has to. If she decided she will have to play it at some point, she still shouldn't be doing it right now. Because at the moment, black pushing b5 was nothing to be afraid of.
Eric, did we lose you?
Oh no.
We're losing everyone. It's just me and you, Hammer.
Sorry about that. I'll just replace my battery.
No worries.
It'll take like 30 seconds.
No worries. Oh no, my cam. Well, yeah, that's actually a very good tip, and when you say it like that, it seems so simple, but knowing you might have to do something later and not committing into it earlier, I do that a lot with pawn moves, because it seems like it's okay, I wanted to go, preventive is the word. But, my mom is texting me. I'm assuming the main drawback, I mean, well, now this is going to be a plan. I think this is black's best move here still to go bishop h6.
Yeah, for sure. So bishop h6, queen c2.
Is there any... No.
Bishop e3.
What if this was her plan? Man, okay, this is probably a bad plan, but this would prevent this, and now since this is defended, but maybe the b5 works. Eric, you're back.
I am back, yeah.
Yeah.
It's creative at least.
Yeah.
That means bad.
I would be somewhat concerned about oh no, I'm hallucinating.
Because I mean, b5 isn't a threat, right? Or is
no?
Okay, this is fine. So I mean, actually, in this case, maybe with
I mean, I would probably not do it like that, but yeah.
Okay, what would you play here then as black?
As black?
Yes. Or you, Eric,
after knight a2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking like what black is trying to do, but it seems like black has some time to
black played king h8.
Get things.
I'm very tempted by c5 in every situation.
Oh, killing this knight. Maybe reroute this knight. I just feel like queen defending this, but I don't think Svetlana... I was really worried about this bishop h6, but now based on her last move, which was king h8, I don't even... they're both running from ghost threats here. I don't know what king h8... Maybe she was worried. She saw this g4. But that wouldn't really make sense.
To some extent, it feels like king h8 makes g4 even more powerful.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I realized I was wrong immediately, since you're just now on the file of another rook. So maybe she wasn't seeing for this plan.
Yeah, no, king h8 is very mysterious, but it's a very good sign though.
Eric, what do you think?
She doesn't realize what the position needs.
Yeah, I do not see the point of king h8. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this game unfolds as both players get lower in time.
See, once you guys point out these ideas, it's very clear, but honestly, as like a player in my rating, I don't think I would have seen a lot of the plans that you guys discussed with this, which even though they're common in King's Indian, it's an opening I play and they seem very hard to find, so it's probably why both players are kind of starting to play some more waiting moves that are maybe too early.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she was like being overly cautious, like maybe seeing some ghosts.
C5.
Like C5. Yeah, I think someone was pointing out in chat like what happens after C5 takes and D6, and then this diagonal looks scary. This should not work for white.
It was actually interesting though, because
Yeah, knight d5.
Yeah, or knight c. I was thinking maybe knight here. Well,
It's
you guess this is their
probably not
king.
worth sacking 2 pawns to
Yeah.
improve your knights, because eventually
Yeah.
b5 is going to happen.
Yeah. This is not good. You're right. This is something that
Um,
happens to me a lot in tournaments, which I don't know if it was a ghost threat, but I overanalyze too much and get scared of one thing that's not a real threat.
yeah, king h8 maybe is like a very overly cautious move, but
So
at the same time, I don't think it changes much in the position. And,
Oh.
like, because Alex's last move, it was just prophylactic. The ball is back in her court, and she kind of has to figure out what to do here.
yeah, which I still like this a5 knight a4 plan, but I think just because b6, I don't know if that's what you guys would play as black, but maybe b6 stops it right away because now you have to defend, and if you trade, we open up this file. But if that was her plan, but
Well, you can
Yeah.
avoid the trade.
you can't or you can.
You cannot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the b file is guaranteed to open here.
So, and that's just terrible news.
So a5 does not work at all.
So she played
Yeah.
queen c2, which looks
Okay.
reasonable.
I like that she's speeding up. Queen c2 throwing? What do you mean throwing? Queen c2 is not throwing. Are you guys talking about my move?
I mean, queen c2, it seems like a more useful square for the queen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I
It's a bit
like
more
this.
central.
And I have a plan now.
Okay,
So
wait.
bishop
Before
h6.
I wanted to see if we can guess it. Don't tell us. Okay, it's a puzzle for Eric and I. See who can get
Okay,
it first.
I was thinking knight b3 and c5, but I just don't know
Oh.
if White has time for
Or
this.
what about? Okay, this is
There's bishop
too
e3 and
aggressive.
b6.
Oh, right, the bishop. This is which? Oh, we can't attack. Could we sack?
I'm actually wondering if the plan is to follow Hammer's preparation and just advance the pawns in front of the king and go
Yeah.
for c5
That's what I was thinking. But
in combination with knight b3.
yeah, maybe all of them. Yeah, actually, because they don't have time for b5 since we could push after b4 and after knight. I didn't think about knight b3 first. That would be a nice plan. Hammer, are we right?
It's definitely not the plan I was thinking about. Yeah.
Okay, the other one I was looking at. Well,
It's not so silly, but after b4, something like c5 is just, I mean, at the maximum, you make a draw, right? And that's very, very maximum.
okay, wait, hang on. Okay, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like I would take here and now have my passed pawn, bring my rook to the a
Yeah,
file.
no, that's a horrible, horrible move.
Wait,
because-
as white?
To make you feel better,
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, but once the knight gets to d6 and then b5.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because
Okay.
It's
getting
scary.
black getting the knight to d6, that's just game over.
Well, see,
So
look,
whatever you do not allow black to move the pawn away from d6 like this, because the knight coming into d6 will just be so powerful.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind this knight is sad, and we don't want to make it happy.
That's true. That's fair. So then,
Yeah, the
C5, what
c5
if you
move, like
push?
it's a very nice positional move.
I push. Okay, computer didn't
Yeah,
like that.
and then bishop e3, and it's like it's
Yikes.
very sad for white.
Yeah, White's kind of
Yeah,
getting
sad is
squeezed.
how I would describe this. Another idea I was thinking, well, probably you don't want to go for this now, but since now our queen is on this diagonal, is there any hope for this pawn sack to work out? Maybe then follow the same knight idea, so something like this, and now I would play knights here, which, okay.
Yeah, I think
got-
it's still very much present in the position. I
Which
don't
I-
see how much has
Yeah.
changed.
Queen here. Probably I wouldn't think of this plan if I hadn't seen the computer line from the earlier position, but now it's very different because the king is on this h file, so maybe you could even get a... Okay, the camera said here, I remember you... Oh, queen e7 is different. Maybe here so you don't allow the tempo, but still. This looks very playable, like at least you're getting some room to breathe. Oh, okay, that was not a good move.
Yeah, so these G4, I mean, G4 apparently is pretty good for white. To me, it looks very risky giving away a pawn without really having anything clear in as compensation. But for me, what I'm asking is, what is Black's plan moving forward?
Ooh,
If we go back to the current position, and people are reporting in chat that
yeah.
They
Bishop
have new moves.
H6 was in fact played.
Yep, and
And then
she
knight
Like
f1
played.
was played.
Knight F1, yes, great.
Oh, so this was
That
your
was my
plan.
idea.
Wow.
Oh, that was your idea?
Yeah,
So
Oh.
because like Black really only had one big plan in the position,
mhm.
going Bishop E3. And by stopping this Bishop E3 move for Black, it genuinely makes it very difficult to understand what the next step is. Because has now maximized the bishop, pretty much maximized the knight, the other bishop. You don't have B5. Where are you making your breakthrough?
uh.
Yeah, it's a very
Okay.
good point.
I thought you could push b5. Yeah.
And she played rook g8,
Ooh.
which is a little bit mysterious because it doesn't seem like black should be going for g5, and maybe this is some idea. Moves
Yeah.
are coming in more quickly here. Bishop d3
Oh
was
my
played.
goodness. They're speeding up the time. Oh, we
Bishop
have it.
D3, I like. Very
Mhm.
nice, solid move. Just keeping stuff protected.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
reinforcing e4, opening the rank for the queen.
Yeah, now we're gonna see why rook g8, but I don't think like I agree with Eric. And also putting pressure here, so not even this isn't even an option anymore.
I wonder if rook g8 was played in preparation, like if she takes, then black takes back with pawn, g5
Oh.
opens,
Oh
and
yeah,
it
maybe as a
discourages some
defending.
g4 ideas too.
Yeah. Which now that she's defended against everything. What? What
But
about?
I mean, I'm liking now the plan King A2 followed by B4, like Eric was
Ooh.
talking about earlier, or maybe King A2 followed by uh, Rook B1 followed by Queen E2. Like there's a lot of like preparatory moves
Mhm.
Yeah.
you can play here, and just holding the tension of the position. And like you can see that Demchenko, when she goes King H8 and Rook G8, it's very clear for everyone to see that she doesn't really know what she wants to do.
Yeah, I mean,
And I think here is just a question of playing faster than the opponent. And yeah, actually, come to think of it, King A2, I do want to do whatever happens. And Queen E2, I really want to do. Queen E2 reinforces the control of the E3 square and prevents that black bishop from kind of getting in to White's position. And
Big
yeah, no.
updates. Black has committed to playing pawn f4, so now there's no bishop e3 to worry about.
ooh.
Wow. Okay, yeah, and now I have a new plan. The plans are changing pretty quickly here.
Mhm.
But now it's very clear that Demchenko is going to focus all her attention on the G2 pawn.
What? On the G2 plan? Oh,
Yeah, so
so she's
the
trying to
only pawn
push?
break for black on the king side is g5.
Oh my goodness.
And the g2 is a backwards pawn, but thankfully for Alex, okay, she has a rook on h1, so
Sorry.
g5 might be a little bit discouraged. And she has ways to keep the pawn defended.
Yeah, I would really like to go knight D2 here.
Knight?
I think
Uh,
the timing here is quite important.
and then bishop f1 eventually.
Yes.
Oh.
Well,
Oh my
next
goodness,
move.
she did it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
This
knight
is
d2.
fantastic.
And knight d2 now, it shows a very good understanding going back and forth,
Yep.
because she went back with the knight when she needed to prevent the black bishop from getting into the heart of
Yep.
White's position. But now that the bishop has blocked itself out, you go back.
Wow.
Yeah, then the knight no longer served a purpose and was just dominated by the f pawn. So And this move is
and it was
multi-purpose.
yeah, and it was also standing in the way of where I want to put my bishop.
Right.
Yeah, not only prepares bishop f1, but it can help later support either like the eventual like knight b3 c5 or c5 knight c4.
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. Now king a2, b4, knight b3. I don't know if that'd be the plan, but it seems very comfortable.
So a very I think sensible continuation here would be g5, pawn takes, rook takes, bishop f1.
Mm-hmm.
This is almost guaranteed to happen. And look at the eval bar, jumping up a little bit in white's advantage.
You don't
Because
think
she
Svetlana
has
will
set
recognize
up
a
her
mistake?
pieces very well. Sorry?
You don't think Svetlana will recognize her mistake and change her plans?
No. No. This is absolutely certain to happen.
I bet that she's not going to go through with it anymore, but maybe.
Okay, what odds am I getting? And what is the stakes?
If I lose, you have to take my commentary slot, and if I win, I give you my commentary slot.
I'm just gonna watch on the sidelines.
That sounds like a punishment for
No.
winning and a reward for losing.
No, I'm giving you
I
something.
like doing commentary.
Ooh.
I like commentary
It's my
too,
job.
but I'm just.
It's literally my job.
You guys are. I just feel like too low of a chess player to be commentating games like, because you guys see so many good plans that I don't even think about. I'm just commentating. It takes. I feel like you have to be at least the level of the players to see these similar plans.
Okay, if I win, you have to actually start doing puzzles every single day.
No!
Not just saying, "Oh, I'll try."
Ooh.
Okay, every day for a week.
For a week.
Until
Make
Coachella.
it a month.
Until I'm not gonna do puzzles at Coachella. Thank you very much. A week, and if I win, which look, you have like 90% chances. It's very. She spent so much time preparing this. It's very likely she'll push. And if I win, you have to commentate round 2 with me tomorrow.
Wait, round 2, round 4.
Yeah, whatever the second round of the day. How many games have she played? She's
round
played 3,
5,
4,
Round
5.
5.
You have to join for round 5.
I thought I told you guys I wanted to, but you said you would rather do commentary with like Eric and Hess.
Well, everyone's busy tomorrow. Eric can't
Wait,
tomorrow.
which-
Hess can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I'm busy tomorrow.
I have no one tomorrow. I'm all alone tomorrow. Danya can't.
Yeah, okay.
Yes! So how about...
But I think we've found something where both of us would benefit from the bet. So how about we just, instead of making this a bet, we just make a deal that I will join you for commentary tomorrow. But
I'm very
in return,
happy with this.
you will be doing your puzzles, including doing your puzzles tomorrow. You're gonna have to be ready for stream 20 minutes early so that you can get 15 minutes of puzzles before the game starts.
Okay, but just tomorrow, since technically I'm getting scammed because we agreed on the deal and this was my punishment. So I will start the stream with puzzles tomorrow.
No, but instead of the punishment, you also get to kind of fix your concern. You were concerned about not about having to do commentary alone tomorrow, and you were rewarded for that.
But you're gonna say yes anyways, even if I had not put puzzles on the line. So I'll do puzzles tomorrow.
Let's be honest, the puzzles are still benefiting you. Like, every part of this deal is benefiting you.
Okay, Eric, you're the middleman.
Yeah,
I'll let you call the what's fair.
I think
I'll be
Hammer's right. Like
incredibly
I
generous.
wish I had someone to hold me accountable
Oh,
to do my puzzles.
Eric, we could do puzzles together every day. I'll hold you accountable now. It's fair.
I'd be down for that actually, but I have like a road trip tomorrow, so I can't
you
really...
can't make time in your road trip? What, they don't have books that you can bring on the car?
I mean, I could
Sounds
hop
like
on
an
call and then
excuse.
do like blindfold puzzles, but while driving, that might not
Oh,
be the
you're
best
driving?
idea.
I was just trolling you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you're
Okay, she
driving.
played G5, so this means Hammer wins the bet.
Ah, man. She spent a lot of time thinking it over. See, I know what's happening from Zatlana's point of view right now. It's like when you've put so much effort into this plan and then you calculate it and you can you can feel like your intuition that maybe it's not the right plan anymore, but just because you've dedicated so much time and so many moves to make it work, you still commit to it. You know?
No, but it's I wouldn't even call it a mistake because if she's not doing this, what else would she do? The mistake
Reroute.
was to play f4. The
Yeah.
mistake was not to play g5.
Yeah, the
It was
bishop
to play
is
f4
inside the pawn
because
chain
now
now.
the bishop is already blocked.
So here, should Alex, like, since Eric said something earlier that I really liked, you don't need to actually. So after takes, I'm assuming they'll take with the rook, so then bishop f1 is compulsory. But I was gonna say if she's forced to play bishop 1 or if she'd wait. But I'm assuming they take with the rook, so she is, not with the bishop or the knight.
Well, the H pawn would be
Oh,
hanging
right.
if bishop or knight takes.
I'm missing things. Okay.
So
This is all
yeah, I think
forced.
this is very, as Hammer was saying, this is very likely to be the position which occurs.
Yeah, makes sense. But now what?
There's
Honestly,
also
she
actually-
could also play rook h2.
Yeah, I see QT Jelly in chat also suggesting rook h2. Idea rook dh1 to get counterplay against the pawn.
Okay, she took.
I didn't really plan on playing on the king side here for white, but maybe it's okay.
I mean, even after doubling, you could still prepare king a2.
Yeah, because the thing about doubling on the h file is that it makes black extremely stuck trying to defend the pawn on h5.
Well, queen g6? No, you don't want to use your queen to defend the pawn.
Well,
Yeah, but
I
it's
think
good
you have
point,
to do it.
Yeah.
Like queen g6, even if black doubles up.
Yeah,
let's
this is
say
very
maybe not
unpleasant.
much. Yeah.
Just
Well,
to show
here
this,
you
like black
allow
is really
bishop
tied
f1.
down here.
Yeah.
Because the pawn can't move, and it's really hard to find any way to improve the position for black. But what else does black do?
I think you have to take on g2. You have to go like rook g8, rook h1, and rook takes g2.
Ah,
And I'm not sure I like this.
because white
I
can take
wanted
on
to kind of
h5.
shut down the king side completely.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Alex has chances to play for some advantage.
Yeah, I don't like this though. I really
As
prefer
white?
rook bishop f1. Yeah.
I mean, I think with Alex having 20 minutes and being 15 moves away from, and she's thinking right now in this position, this, yeah, which could be better, but definitely will take a lot more time to calculate, and it's going to get in a riskier position. I think she just should play safe, where black clearly can't advance, and then there's all these type of simple moves she could do.
Oh, she's
I
taking
mean,
her
it-
time here.
Yeah, if she could get the doubling on the h file and bishop f1, it's definitely a good idea. But she doesn't have time for both. She has to choose between. Are
Sorry.
you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
You have to choose between defending the root of your pawn chain, or to start the counterattack against black's king. And to me, it feels like losing g2 will hurt more than winning h5.
I was wondering if rook h2, rook g8, knight b3 is a possibility, but I guess black can just play queen g6 here.
Someone in chat had
And
another cool idea.
yeah, we still have to play bishop f1.
What about rook dg1? I mean, you waste some time moving this rook twice, but now you have time to double, and you saved trapping your rook.
He played rook dg1 actually.
She played it. Oh.
Wow.
Well,
That idea didn't cross.
it
Any of
wasn't
our minds,
even
right?
my idea. It was who was that? Someone in chat.
But it's actually very clever.
Yeah, this was
It's
a
probably
great
worth
plan.
spending the extra tempo,
Nice Artigam.
like getting your rook so it's not obstructed by
Congrats.
the bishop.
Yeah, I mean now we can have that benefit of tying down all the pieces to defend the pawn, and she can also pursue her push on the queen side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it?
It was. None of us thought of it.
I think this is her best move so far. Like this
Yeah.
game that
I wonder if that was
we did not expect.
computer move. Wait, here.
She also had this really amazing move in the
Wow,
first
best-
game today. I don't know if you
missed it.
saw that.
I did not see her first game.
We have time. You
we can do
show
a
us.
quick,
Yeah.
a quick going back to move 1.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh. Here we go.
So it was a French defense, e4, e6, d4, d5,
Okay, I'll play. Oh, you got it.
I got it.
knight at c3, bishop b4,
And she was
knight
black.
e2,
Okay.
knight c6. Alexandra had the black pieces.
Okay.
And here, pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, g3, knight f6, a3 at some point,
Okay.
bishop e7, and bishop g2. And here it's actually really annoying, the pressure in towards the pawn on d5. Because if black just castles, after then knight f4, the pawn on d5 is in big trouble.
Right, and you don't necessarily want to allow bishop e6, knight e6.
Precisely.
So
the
did this
move-
happen in the game?
And no, she didn't castle.
Okay.
So the move she played in the game, which was the top move of the computer,
Uh-huh.
was knight b8.
Wow. Oh, that's so nice. C6 and just admits that, yeah, you should have the structure.
And she took her time
Wow.
and found it. That was great.
Yeah.
It's so hard to
I
do this
would-
in chess, is like
Yeah.
play a move that basically undoes something you did previously.
I thought it was very impressive.
Yeah, I'm typically against the French, but I have to give it to her. She probably. Do you think she fell for that trap before?
No.
Is this
a
some
very
opening
unusual
line, or-
sequence.
We're
Uh-huh.
okay. Oh, all right. In the game, it happened.
Okay, so we do have some updates. Let's see if we can find
26. Oh goodness, that's not it. So many variations.
here. Try and help out a little bit.
Thanks, Eric.
So we saw g5, and then she plays a brilliant, at least we're calling this brilliant, rook dg1, rook g8,
And
bishop
bishop?
f1.
And now she's caught up on the clock almost nicely. She's only 5 minutes down, and it's Svetlana's turn. And now it's really hard for black, because now it's like, okay, you got your plan, but now what? There's really nowhere to advance. These pawns, now that plan is over, and this is tough.
Yeah, it's the type of position, like if I were black, I could imagine myself taking a lot of time here,
Yeah.
trying to figure out like what my path forward would be.
Yeah, exactly. Now there's just a couple problems, especially with this pawn. I wonder if there's a way she could maneuver a piece so she doesn't have to use a queen to defend it. But this, you don't want to bring this bishop back. And this, it's just sad. This knight has nowhere to go even if you reroute it. This is really bad.
I'm wondering if black can play the move rook g3 here. Because
I-
keep in mind, it still takes a few tempi for white to get the setup on the h file.
Rook
Oh,
takes
but this just hangs
h5.
a pawn.
It's a bit of
Yeah. Yeah, never mind.
What about like c6
Wanted to play
maybe?
h4.
Trying to open up a new file since this file is over. I was thinking this. I see computer
Yeah,
doesn't
but
like it.
yeah, at this point, I think Alexandra
take
could
the
even
knight.
take.
I don't think you even have to take the pawn. I was thinking you would take back and then.
Well, at this point, I feel like White's position is so good that you should try and stop the blockading move c5.
Oh, which is what she did. She played bishop back, which you were talking about white c5, right? Or
Oh, no, black
well, I was
c5.
talking
Okay.
about black c5 now.
Okay. So
But yeah, no, this look at the eval bar.
yeah, this
which
is a
is,
great. This is fantastic.
Now rook h2 is the move.
What does
And she
black
gets
even
that
do while
pressure.
waiting?
Yeah, I think black played bishop h6 to f8 with the idea of just trying to slow down c5,
Right, which was part
but
of
not
our
with
plan.
a clear like active plan.
Yeah, I mean, with b6 maybe they could, but
Well, and also I think she's planning king g7.
I was trying to escape.
Mm.
Oh, I guess that's slow, but that could be a nice escape.
Like king g7, rook h8, and eventually try and push the pawn.
Yeah.
Alex
It's still tricky to untangle though,
I do like
because
this.
to push the pawn you need two support. You always need two defenders of the pawn and then two supporters of h4. Not h4 here.
So king here.
Yeah, so
Double. Sorry, were you gonna look at a line?
yeah, Alexandra's plan now is pretty straightforward, I think. Knight b3, knight a5, queen b3.
Oh, John.
Just trying to.
He replied, sorry. Oh, he said, I don't want to bother her about it in a big game, and I can't figure out how to navigate Discord on the micro tutorial she gave me yesterday.
Oh no.
Sorry, Hammer, continue.
But it sounds like he has the password to the phone then.
Yeah, all he has to do is open the app, and it's already in the latest message, and then just click the Zoom link. But I don't ask questions, you know? Yeah, I don't know. But, what I was gonna say about this plan for Hammer, which is something that I study a lot in higher player games, and I always try to remember in my own. Once, like, you've gotten a full attack on one side of the board and now black's fully defending, that's when you try to create a second threat or a second weakness, which is exactly what he's doing coming for this b7 pawn.
Yeah, the principle of two weaknesses.
Yes, very nice.
I have a funny plan for black,
Yeah.
which involves putting the king on g8, putting the rook on h6, and playing queen h8, h4, and then the eventual h3, maybe combined with rook g3.
Oh my goodness.
It's one of the only ways I see to try and advance the h-pawn. But it seems like Hammer's plan is just much
Too
quicker
fast?
and comes with more initiative.
Well, I mean, after b6, we could play it out. I like the crazy plan.
Yeah.
So knight b3.
So I'll play king g8, I guess.
Okay, let's say I'll turn off here.
I have to.
I mean,
I was
knight
thinking
here
bishop
isn't
c8,
even-
but maybe b6.
I don't even know. Okay, I must be missing something. Can I even come to any of these squares? This definitely not, because you have nowhere to go. Here would just ruin the pawn structure, but maybe actually.
But it
this
opens up the
probably works.
d5 square for the
Yeah.
knight.
So you probably don't want to take this pawn. This knight.
Although, maybe takes knight d8.
No, you cannot take.
Why not?
No, it's suicide.
C.
But why?
5 maybe.
Because I want to take and play knight d4.
Is c5 the move?
Yeah, okay.
Or knight here?
Well,
No.
c5 was what I was thinking about, but
But you could push. No. No. I see why that's bad.
And now if knight takes c6.
yeah, okay, maybe it's not so straightforward, but I mean I think you need to take on c5 and then because now I guess the computer's indicating c takes b6 and knight d5. But yeah, no, in general, I thought it was very advantageous both to get that trade and also have the option of sacrificing with c5 to get the bishop to c4 later on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So I was thinking a5 and then knight b5.
Thank you so much, Janie. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Knight. You were saying
A5 for white?
Well, a5 for black, surely. You have to keep the pawn on a6 protected. Because if you don't do anything here, I think that pawn
C5 is the threat. Yeah,
massive
I
trouble.
gotcha.
Oh, but now knight b5. Take.
C7
Well,
is a
that's
bit
what
weak.
I was thinking.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can force you to make the trade, I would be pretty happy with that.
She played.
So
king
play is
h6.
unfolding. The king has walked h6.
That is a similar
From
crazy
h8.
king walk plan. I guess
So
that's actually very interesting. Yeah, I mean the rook and the king, you can't attack this pawn, so even though it looks really bold, and we can never bring this pawn in, or maybe.
No, but the thing is that black will often want to sacrifice the h5 pawn in many lines, but now she cannot do that because
She's
whenever
checked.
that pawn is
She's a
captured,
target.
it's also going to be a check on black's king.
What type of
Alexandra
positions?
has really executed the game really, really well the last 10 moves. Ever since she played knight f1,
Yeah.
she's played really, really well.
So now should we be seeing her advancing on the queen side with like g4?
I'm not even sure she needs to advance. I'm thinking maybe it's enough to kind of provoke black into advancing. But I still kind of like this plan of moving the knight up to a5. But yes, also like a plan like a5, b4, knight b3, c5 is all
So many
also
plans.
pretty
I
looks,
like this.
decent. But maybe put it on the board because all the arrows is confusing.
I'm thinking
Yeah,
if d6 is a threat, but I'm guessing no because there's no rook, so we could just attack this pawn.
yeah, if we imagine just black kind of moves around, 'cause it's hard to find a clear plan for black if the h pawn can't advance.
I would
And
literally
b4.
just go back and forth to illustrate.
Yeah, and then knight b3 and then c5,
Can black try to push c5?
and this opens up the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, if black does nothing, I mean, this pawn advance is killer. But can they try to prevent? Maybe right here?
I mean, what if black just like tries to draw with a setup, like tries to lock up the pawns? I don't know if it's possible though.
Yeah, but now, well, you have to go en passant because you
Take
need
with
to
the
stop
pawn, control
the
this.
blockade, in my opinion.
Yeah. But now, I
Um,
mean, maybe if they can bring this rook
Well,
in.
I would go just c5 and take on a6, and it looks like I'm
Oh,
queening.
c5. Okay, that's a nice move. I didn't see that one. Okay, fair.
I mean, there is bishop c8 here.
That's
Knight
true.
c4, I would guess, and then knight b6.
Yeah, it seems like
feels-
white's
It
making
feels like
progress.
white is getting their pieces up into the heart of black's position, and it feels very difficult to kind of keep everything protected at the same time. And at the end of this, if you just continue the line, d takes c5, knight b6, bishop
Bishop
b7,
b7, yeah.
knight a4, queen e7, and it looks like black is just holding everything together, and then you strike with bishop c4, and then the queen is just stuck
That's a nasty
protecting
positional play.
too many things in a
Like everything is stuck for black. The bishop is awful. Things are tied down to c5 and h5, and there's full domination.
She did just play knight
Ouch.
d1, which was a little bit more passive for the amount of space she has, but here it is, knight
The d1 here.
Yeah. I was wondering if she's trying to get her knight to like maybe
Yeah,
ending
I
this
don't like
move.
that. I think that is an illustration that she doesn't understand that it feels like she doesn't understand that she's needs to win on the queen side. However, with those arrows Eric made, I realized that D3 is a
I
possible
made those
destination.
arrows. Why did you assume they were Eric's?
Yeah, those were not my
Hmm?
arrows, but I approve of these arrows.
You just assumed they were great arrows. They couldn't be Andrea's arrows.
The simpler
Those are
arrows
your words,
is
not
her.
mine.
But yeah, I mean, see, so the thing in these positions, like, you have all the time to maneuver your pieces as long as there's nothing that black can get ahead on, which, I don't know, maybe now if he could maybe improve the bishop, it might be different if the rook could come to the queen side in time, but I think she still has all the time in the world.
I think Bert is onto something. That Alexandra may be aiming to have knight f2 followed by knight g4.
I looked at
And
that, but it seems like...
yeah, I don't like that idea. I think I think it is correct that that is Alexandra's idea, but I'm not a fan.
All you need to do
I
is king
believe she needs to
g6.
focus on the queen side now.
Yeah, I mean, don't you, let's say, this, after one move, there's no threat, right? Oh,
Yeah.
actually, this was bad. Wait, nah, maybe.
It still looks very awkward for black.
Yeah, it's still very unpleasant.
I might disagree with Hammer a little bit
Do
here.
it! Do it, Eric! Disagree
Um,
with Hammer!
I want to say I like the idea. I just don't know if I like the execution. The reason why I kind of like knight f2, it might slow black down, especially in like a time scramble situation where black is going to have to start worrying about knight
She
g4,
played my move.
when in reality her plan might just be to go to d3 and go for the eventual c5.
Yeah, okay, so
Um,
we agree that if the plan is knight d3, we're happy.
yeah.
But
But the
not
idea of
But
knight
you're
g4, I
saying
feel like
that
might slow black down a little bit.
yeah, okay, that's
Because
an
black has to start
interesting kind of
calculating.
psychological.
Yeah. Like she played bishop
Insight.
e7, and after knight f2, black might have to take some time, like wondering what happens after knight
Which,
g4 takes,
14
bishop
minutes,
e2
you
comes, and
don't do this. 14 minutes when you have better position. Let's go for the more solid play. I feel like this here she should not spend more than a minute on her move.
yeah, knight f2 should hopefully come very quickly.
Yeah, I guess I still really did like this pawn storm plan, but I guess you could do this first and you can do that later. Since nothing will happen. What if... no, that doesn't work. Never mind.
Yeah, they're on move 29 right now, so it's 11 moves until making move 40 and getting the extra half hour. Both players have about 15 minutes. So the next 11 moves or so are going to be
Critical.
perhaps very telling to see how things transform.
Without any sacrifices, right? I mean, this position is just so annoying. I was thinking maybe... this maneuver is kind of slow, but now black has time. Oh, actually, you can't retreat your bishop because after knight f2, bishop here, that's not going to work, but I was thinking... So maybe we start with the knight. Since
Just to show chat, though, because I feel like a lot of people in chat will appreciate
go.
a
Yeah,
tactic
thanks,
like
Eric.
this.
Eric,
Is
thinking
bishop
of chat.
e8, knight g4. I like to call this the pork,
The
because it's a
pork.
combination of a pin and a fork. So it's pork.
This is great.
Black would have to take with rook, and white wins exchange, and yeah, h5 is going to be vulnerable. Also, we can take on h5 first and then take back the rook.
Very nice. Thank you for showing chat. Yeah, so I was
So
thinking...
yeah, the bishop should stay on this diagonal.
Right, which I was thinking, okay, what's the only way for... Because if I'm playing black, I don't see any way to unravel unless I find how to defend this so that my rook isn't tied. Because the rook... If the rook could gain some space, that would just make a lot of room here. So I was thinking maybe knight, which, okay, it doesn't look like a great move, so maybe I'm missing something. Maybe it's... But let's say Alex were to continue with her plan. I guess this is so passive. This is hideous. This is bad. Yeah, this is not good. But, I mean, at least black can defend now with the knight and defend this. And maybe advance the rook, bring the other rook.
I was wondering if black can get a setup with like a5, b6, knight b7, and just try and lock down the queen side.
Yeah.
But it seems like it would be a little bit too slow.
Might maybe bring my bishop here and then go for c6. Okay, let's play this out. What would you guys play as white?
Wait, so are we...
Yeah. Any of you?
Yeah, I think if white can just go and play c5 right away,
right now,
that would be one of my top choices.
Because this is defended. I mean,
it is, but you create the tension and you create opportunity to play knight c4 and just increase pressure.
Okay.
We might want to throw in b4 soon.
Bang, bang. What I would do... Okay, I would take and maybe play... Okay, this is probably not great, but...
Okay.
I would go for like a bishop... I mean, this... Okay, it is unfortunate that you're using a knight to defend a pawn, so that can't be good. But now, like, you've kind of opened up this file. You could even bring in this rook, maybe queen here. This bishop... At least is putting some pressure. Oh, gosh. Okay. I see the eval bar jumping with my moves. This must... Oh, because knight? No, that's hanging. What is it that I'm missing?
Yeah, I'm wondering if white can perhaps start targeting the e-pawn. Because this, like, after you took, e5 is now perhaps a clear weakness.
Bishop here. My plan is
and
just try
c4.
to... Oh, yeah. Okay, we don't want to get forked. Yikes. That's fair. Okay, so this is...
I mean, maybe it was still
defended.
playable for black. Like, there was knight c4, queen d4. We might be digging in a little bit too deep, but...
Yeah, I was just curious if there's any way, like, if black plays really passive, but in the long run, they can start bringing all their pieces over except for the... Well, even the rook they could bring since the bishop is defending, but... Yeah, wow, Alex is spending a lot of time in this move. She is now under 10 minutes.
Oh,
sorry, chat.
For some reason, my clock isn't updating.
Yeah, the DGT board clock isn't updating. I have a solution. I've got a solution.
I wonder if... Is DGT just not updating?
Yeah, I think it is. Because it's for both of us.
Because, yeah, the clock times aren't moving, which might mean there's been moves played, but they're not coming through.
Oh, well,
this is the current position on the board.
I'm watching on chess.com.
Oh, okay.
So it should update over here.
Because they fixed
yeah,
analysis.
they updated it, so it should be good. I've been keeping an eye on here. Oh no. What is this? What? Okay, sorry, I'm gonna put a new clock. Hammer, do you like the photo that Eric chose to replace Alex's?
It's one of my favorite
cam?
photos.
It's a great photo.
It's a legendary, yeah. It's
Where was that? Pro Chess?
It was a
League?
Pro Chess League finals in, was it 2018?
I
Or
think it was
2019?
2019
Yeah.
in San Francisco.
I didn't know that Pro Chess League happened in person.
Yeah, the finals did twice.
Oh.
That was actually
Yeah,
where
it was
I
pretty
met
revolutionary.
Alexandra the first time.
Oh.
So I met her for the first time in 2018 for the Pro Chess League.
Oh.
And this picture is in 2019.
What made you want to come to the U.S.? Did you come just for the Pro Chess League?
Well, I used to live in Berkeley.
Oh, I didn't know
my
that.
family lived in Berkeley for a year when I was younger.
Oh, I never knew you lived
So
in the U.S.
I combined it with checking out the old hood. And also, I spent a week training with Sam Shankland, a week and a half actually.
Ah,
He lives in Walnut Creek, which is
Oh, I
just
know
on the
Walnut
other side of
Creek.
the.
I've been there. Eric, you are.
Hammer. It's also where we met for the first time. Was Pro Chess League finals.
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure. Like we
I
didn't
feel
meet
like
before
I
then.
knew you already.
Yeah, I knew of you, but I didn't know you existed in like three-dimensional form.
Okay, we got it, chat.
I feel like I feel like all the photographers is like, well, you've been around for a long time, so like Maria and
Yeah.
Leonard and all of those. I feel like you're one of those people. You're just at tournaments and you see them
Thinking
Yeah,
of
I show up to a
instant
lot of
captions
events. That's
instead of
that's
playing
true.
tournaments. Did you get into, I know you do photography for chess tournaments. Did you get into that before you started playing chess, or were you taking...
Oh,
photos?
I started playing chess when I was 7, so
Okay.
yeah, I got into photography for chess events sometime in college, I think.
What did you
But
major in?
I majored in interactive digital media, which kind
Ooh.
of encompassed photography, but also, I mean, it's meshed very well with what I'm doing these days with
Yeah, I was
like
gonna say it
more
fits very
like
well.
digital marketing, design, web development, and a lot of different media technology.
Thanks, BJ, for the 37 months. So would you say that your major was actually useful for your job? Do you use any things that you learned?
Um, I'll admit, like I learned most of my skill set from watching YouTube videos and not necessarily from college courses.
I love that
Um,
every time I have a... Yesterday I had Danya in Stanford.
oh yeah.
Oh, Chesscom, thank you so much for the raid. I didn't see the
Hey,
alert.
shout out to
Thank you for
Chess.
the raid of 400 viewers. Really appreciate you guys. Hi, guys.
Nice.
We are waiting. We know Alex's time is getting low. It is unfortunate. She gets an extra 30 minutes and 11 moves, but I really don't like this under 5-minute situation for this very solid position. But, you know, I like to interview the guests a little bit since these classical games give us a lot of spare time. But I was saying it's very nice that yesterday I asked Danya what he used from school, and from Stanford he learned how, like, what makes a good teacher, and I've just been very content that everything people go to college that they learn is stuff that you can learn out of college. It just makes me feel better.
Yeah, well, it's important regardless of whether you go to college or you don't go to college. Like you have the growth mindset that you still stay passionate about learning. Like even after college too, it's so important to have ways to continue to like learn new things and pursue whatever like you're most interested in. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, these days there's so much like free information just online, and
Yeah,
a lot of what I learn these days is from like audiobooks or podcasts
me
or
too.
online course websites. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's important to take advantage of.
Hammer, are you panicking about the time here?
I don't know. I don't understand why
think it's
Alexandra
broken?
isn't moving. Yeah, because I mean, her
I think,
previous
yeah.
move, knight d1, it's very obvious what she was
Yeah.
trying to do.
I feel
It
like
makes
it
absolutely
paused.
no sense for her to spend this much time.
I'm thinking it has to be a bug. I don't know.
Yeah, I strongly suspect the DGT board is bugging up. This happened in the recent tournament I played in Reykjavik Open, that on occasion, like the live broadcast would just break and they had to manually fix it.
Damn.
Because there are these like smart boards that detect the moves and sometimes they
Yeah,
don't detect them properly.
ours lags all the time. It will come back and she's winning, and she's already won. Yeah, I should have went for tech support. Look, the stream, the DGT board, or maybe we should have just hired it. Well, actually, we can't bring our own DGT board. This is the tournament arbiters.
Yeah, usually the backup to the DGT board is a live video feed, but unfortunately we don't have that
We
as a
lost
backup.
that. Yeah, there's no way that. Okay, there's no way she spent that much time. So
Yeah, I think it might be broken. I'm gonna get off and get some sleep.
go ahead, Hammer, get some rest. Thank you for joining.
Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate
yeah,
it.
it was, I
See
know
you
it's
around,
super
guys.
late in
Hopefully
Norway.
you
Take
wake up
care.
to a win. Thanks for coming in. We really
I hope
appreciate
so.
you. Get some rest, Hammer.
See everyone.
Sweet
Bye.
dreams.
Yeah, Hammer stayed up late. Hopefully, I hope we can see the end of the game, but we will.
Yeah, if not, we might just have to imagine the end of the game.
I have a spy in the chat who's in the tournament. I don't know if you're still
really?
here. He was in here earlier.
Ooh.
I forgot his name, but you know who I'm talking about. If you're the man, what's his name? Is it? I'm just. Mr. M Goat. Hey, spy, could you tell us what's been going on? You should go infiltrate the tournament room, come back out, go on Twitch, give us the move, and just like that, we have a system. We have outsmart. Well, I was gonna say we've outsmarted technology, but that's not true because you're using Twitch.
The other option, because if you are in contact with like the tournament director or organizer, you could let them know there's an error with DGT and see if they can manually
I'm
fix it.
scared to text him back. I'm not
okay.
gonna lie. I
That's
feel
okay,
like
then.
I'm in school and I'm like in trouble for like annoying the teacher, you know?
Yeah,
We'll give it a little
to do.
bit and we'll see. We'll give it 10 minutes.
okay.
M Goat, are you in here? I see you're getting tagged. Try to refresh. Okay, I'm gonna refresh just in case. Nope. Ooh.
Yeah, chess.com shows Alex below a minute now.
Hey, Mr. GM, or what was it, GM Goat? Could you perhaps go into the room and let us know if Alex made a move? It probably doesn't look like this position, so it might be so ahead that you can't even recognize. But we found the spy. We found him.
The goat spy. Maybe the goat of all spies.
Yeah, Alex would never flag in classical. Definitely not. That is... I have full faith. That's not going to be happening.
So I did flag in a recent classical game.
Oh no! Were you
It
already
was
lost?
slightly
or?
devastating. I was lost, but I played a move, and then I went to hit my clock and saw that I had no more time, and
See,
it was
I
sad.
flagged when I'm like, it's already a dead game and there's like no way to come back.
Mm.
But I was expecting it. But that's... Did you have increment?
Yeah, there was 30-second increment, but it's weird in classical chess. Sometimes you just lose your sense of time. You'll get so invested in the position, and then the time just evaporates.
Oh, the time pressure in tournaments was my biggest problem. I'd always play at the Portland Chess Club, and those were like rapid formats, so they were like 45 minutes or like game in 90, game in 60, but there was no extra time at the end. And I would play so well, and always against higher players, I would just always blunder under time pressure. And I think to this day, I still haven't fixed that problem, which is why I'm always flagging.
Yeah, it's one of these areas to address, like as a chess player. A lot of players don't have like the proper time management skills.
It's
Some
really
people
hard
move
to
too quickly, and
build.
others move too slowly.
Yeah, chat. So also I see some people are asking, she's flagged, no. And for the new people who don't watch chess, I saw one person ask, flag means lose on time. So, wait. Oh, it reset. That's weird. What? Wait. Oh, it just updated. Oh. What?
Oh, we have moves.
She played, okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Things-
Wow. Not that much, though.
So knight f2 was played.
Yep. And then, and then had to start with queen
So
here.
queen
to defend.
g6, queen d1, king g7. Black winning connect
Wait,
4
queen
with
d1?
all the pieces.
Queen c3, right?
Queen b3 was then played.
Oh, and that's
Bishop
how...
c. I don't know if I understand
yeah.
these moves,
You're right. We're putting the
but
pieces
we now
in what
have
we
this
missed.
position.
That's weird. Okay, it's back. All right. So, I'm curious why she didn't complete her knight. I'm still curious. She brought her knight all the way back. I mean, maybe later, but like on F2, it's not really doing much. So I'm curious why she went so far. Uh-oh, I lost the rest of your move. Sorry. It doesn't. It was
Yeah,
bishop
let
back.
me.
Sorry, I messed it up.
So it was bishop e7, and then it was, I believe, queen g6. Yeah, it was queen g6 first. Ah, here we go. Let me just promote this variation.
Okay, thank you.
So I can try and explain what black is doing,
Go for it.
because she moved her king to h6 to defend the pawn. Then she realized the king should not be aligned with the rook battery, so she over defended the pawn with the queen to excavate the king. And I don't entirely understand why Alex played queen d1 and then queen b3, but it happened. And queen b3 is logical. It hits the pawn,
Wait, are
provoking
you
bishop
sure she
c8.
played queen d1? Because the last queen move we saw was on b3, no c2 before, right?
Yeah, I mean
But I guess
the
nothing
chess.com
else.
says queen d1 was played.
Oh, I see. Okay. We won't judge that move just in case. Maybe it was something else. But, I mean, all our pieces are in the same square, so it had to be a queen move.
Yeah, and got to this position, and black just played king h6.
Oh, she's going back.
Going back, maybe offering some form of repetition.
Ooh.
But perhaps the idea is queen c3 aligned with the king. And Alex had a nifty idea of knight d3, not only preparing c5, but also threatening knight takes f4 because the e-pawn is pinned to the king.
Yeah, I'm guessing she played queen b3 for the tempo to bring the bishop to defend, and now takes her queen so she can maybe, with your same plan, go b4 as well. Which, I mean, white has so many moves, which Svetlana just, yeah, this is why I was also suggesting just shuffling the pieces earlier, which I was thinking maybe bringing the bishop and the knight back, but in the end, she brought the king back, defended the pawn with the queen. But that's really all that black can do, while Alex has like a clear plan of attack. So I hope to see it. She's under
Yeah,
5
I
minutes.
really like the queen on c3 because it supports white's main ideas. Like,
Yeah.
it's just the most useful square. And
Okay,
I
knight
think it provoked king
c3.
h6, which looks a little bit what black doesn't want to do. And now knight d3, nice move.
I was wondering, yeah, there was nothing on the pin here, but yeah, I mean, black's pieces are so bunched up, and this knight and this bishop are just completely blocked. I feel like Alex, there's about 6 moves
Alex
left.
is basically achieving her ideal setup. Like, for the
Yep.
last many moves, even though, okay, maybe she wasted a few tempi, she found the optimal squares for her rooks, best square for the bishop, defending the pawn. I think the queen is on the best square. The knight found a really nice square on d3. And
We have a lot
yeah,
of questions
meanwhile,
here.
black's just kind of clumped together. So
Why not knight h3, someone asked. Let's look. Knight h3 after rook g3. There's no way we can attack this rook. And now you just misplaced your knight and blocked your own attack. So we're kind of helping them. They don't have to defend this pawn anymore. So knight d3, you want to come towards the center. Someone also had one more question. People were asking about
yeah,
a5.
I think that's a fine explanation.
A lot of questions about a5 before moving the knight, which actually I think is very logical because, right, b6 they want to play, which I feel like, oh, wow, we got some moves. Okay, she went back. But yeah, b6 here, I guess you could still push a5, maybe.
Yeah, what happened in the game? Bishop d7 was played?
She just
And then
went back.
b3.
Went back, which makes sense. The queen is no longer attacking the pawn, so the bishop doesn't need to stay so
I see.
passive. b3, though, I feel like she doesn't see this plan of c5, which is fine. I guess this pawn was hanging, so... But maybe
Yeah, b3 was a
a5 here.
purely defensive move, but yeah, this is maybe what Twitch chat was referring to.
Oh, that's what they were talking
a5?
about. Got you. Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, a5 here. I'm assuming Alex, well, she's just playing quickly, went for the more defensive move, but the fact that she played b3, committing this pawn, makes me feel like maybe she's still going for c5. You don't need b4. Could still happen.
Yeah, b3, it's I mean, it's super solid. Like, white has the just pawn chain everywhere, but
Yeah.
I don't think there was any reason not to play a5, just gain a little bit more space and then preserve the idea of b4, c5.
Maybe it was worried about after c5 you would give right here.
That's actually true. Like she's keeping the pawn in a4 to prevent the bishop from coming
after
in.
the push, which
especially, that's a fair point.
Yeah, if you trade off this bishop, it's the main defender of this pawn. So actually, I'm starting to understand. Now I'm starting to like her move better. I'm curious if that was a better move. Oh no, a5 is still better, but now, so maybe it's a ghost threat that I'm looking at, or maybe c5 is in the plan, but I'm just gonna put in a move. Okay, yeah, well, computer isn't going for c5. They're going for knight b4, so we're not playing computer.
Yeah, you don't want to give the bishop a outpost on b5 in those lines.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, and she's staying flexible. Like if she decides she doesn't want to play a5, she can do it later, perhaps when she gets her additional time.
Exactly.
So.
And yeah, I mean, white is definitely, I mean, according to computer, just 0.4, but yeah, white has a much better position just because it's a lot easier to play while black is defending. So Alex definitely has the edge here, but they're gonna get more time in a couple moves. So
yeah, we're on move 30. b3 was move 34, so 6 more moves. And it's definitely still easier to play for white.
In this game, literally only one piece was traded. That's true. That is high-level chess. And it'll still take...
this could be a very long game. Like they're gonna get an extra half hour, and then they could get into time trouble again in about hour and a half from now.
Yep. There's a lot of increment, but the game gets very exciting. I like the last couple minutes of the game. 8-hour game. I mean, this is her second. This is one of the highest opponents, which makes sense. I was expecting this to be a long fight.
When did the game start? At 4 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Pacific?
3.5 hours ago.
Okay. Yeah, I've never had an 8-hour game, thankfully.
Really? What's your longest game?
I've had a 6.5-hour game, which was pretty painful.
Aw, D-Natal, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. I feel like I've had... I honestly didn't keep track, but I feel like I've had a game at least 7 hours. But my memory is bad. But those are... Yeah,
there's some like very brutal time controls where you get extra time on move 40 and then move 60.
Yeah.
It's insane. Okay, b6 was played.
Okay, so she sees the plan. I wonder if there's a way we can punish it, especially now that this a6 pawn is weak. Like this, now Hammer was talking about this knight plan, but I'm assuming, I don't think pawn takes. Oh, she played so quickly.
Knight d1. Knight d1, she might be going for c5 and then bishop takes a6. Because now the knight over defends g2.
Oh, this is a very, very comfortable move, yeah.
It's interesting.
But now let's say they go for a5 and now...
a5, yeah.
a5, it's just over, there's no more attack.
I think what might happen is... Okay, Svetlana's going to go for a5 and maneuver the knight from d8 to b7 to c5. Ooh. Maybe even to a6 to b4.
Yeah.
She really feels like it. And it's going to be really hard for white to break through on the queen side.
Yeah, unless they want to try to maybe give the b pawn. But I'm worried it's if black is able to block this pawn push, it's going to look a lot more equal. Because this is white's main counterplay, which is one of the consequences of spending all this time with that knight reroute where she could have pushed for this much earlier in the game.
Also, guess who's still in chat?
Hammer?
Hammer's still here.
Hammer, go to bed. Alexandra needed to stop a5. He's not happy. Now he's not going to sleep well. He says that's game over. No way game over. If anything, it's like very... I mean, eval bar has dropped to 0.3, which, as white, yeah, means practically even, but...
Well, game over could mean that like everything's getting locked up. And this might just be a draw.
That's what I was thinking as well.
But it might not be an immediate draw. They might play on for many more hours.
Yeah. The joy of chess. The one thing that you were mentioning with this, though, I was thinking maybe white could try to break through with b4. But even there, I mean, then again, if they don't go for that, imagine that the knight doesn't. So then, if you ever go for this, oh, sorry, this pawn is hanging actually. So yeah, 2 hammers point. There is literally nowhere to break with the pawns. You don't want to break here. You don't want to break here. Everything is like, this does look like a draw. And a5 was played. This is looking a lot like a draw. I'll go to bed.
I don't
but
even
this is
know
definitely
who's
a draw
playing for a
now.
win anymore. Like, does the engine give a edge for either side?
It's like 0.5 surprisingly, which I think is overestimating White's position. King 18.
Yeah, the engine will see White has more space and give some
Yeah,
small
exactly.
edge.
But what, like, if you even play computer moves, King A2, Bishop F6, Knight B1, maybe trying to shuffle here. I like how all of Black's moves are just putting their pieces back. Like, this shuffle, I just don't see it going anywhere. Okay, no, all the computer moves is just shuffling
It's
around.
kind of random,
This is looking a
yeah.
lot like a draw.
I think we're gonna see the knight maneuvering to d8 b7 c5.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, is there any way they could get their knight? I mean, if after knight d3, maybe they would try to trade, which
There's
would
some
be in
trade
White's,
potential.
which could be good because if you take with this pawn, maybe this is a weakness. Take with this pawn, this is hanging, but I don't know.
I'm really curious, and this is too bad that we don't have the video feed, but I'm really curious if either player will be offering a draw,
Yeah, I know. It'd be cool to see this here.
and if one player will like decline.
No, I mean a draw for Alex is good. I don't think Alex is going to offer one, and her higher rated opponent definitely doesn't. So
Hmm. So they could play on for a long time.
someone asked why not knight c2, knight a3, knight b5. I was looking at it as that, sorry, at that as well, but I think after just bishop d8, then what? Once again, it's just very drawish.
Yeah, I think like you might as well like bring the knight to a3 or even to c3, like knight b1, knight c3 eventually,
Yeah.
because it's just a more productive square than putting your knight where it can't legally move forward.
Yeah, I mean, in these type of positions, you're both trying to improve your pieces as much as you can, which is like knight here, knight here, knight here, maybe knight here, knight here. But then what? Then the problem is in these really blocked positions, especially the fact that Black just has these bishops. And I mean, unfortunately, the knights can't do too much either. You just can't break. And okay, she's played it. She's coming for this, like you said, which now there isn't knight d3 unless she moves the bishop.
Yeah, I didn't fully understand why she played bishop d3
Yeah, I think
and
it's,
now has a knight kind of tied down to the pawn.
yeah, that's actually it's very unfortunate. I'm assuming she was just trying to play quickly, and it looked like she was improving her bishop, but tying the knight, the knight had a lot more activity than the bishop does.
Yeah, type of position that the knight enjoys maneuvering more than
Yeah.
the bishop.
I mean, yeah, that's why best move for White is to go back and admit your mistake here.
Yeah,
But-
can she do that yet again, as we saw in her previous game?
Yeah, true. The bishop's been to its starting square already 2 times.
So that was move 37. So 3 more moves until they get an
King
extra half hour.
F1, knight F1. Everyone is asking about knight F1.
Knight f1 was played.
Ooh. Oh, you guys were questioning her move. I thought you guys had found a good move. Now it's dead even. Oh my goodness. Why knight
Yeah,
F1?
knight f1 confuses me a little bit.
Because the knight has literally nowhere to go.
But she might be trying to create like a turtle formation, like put the queen on g1, put the king on f2, put the bishop in, and then pretend she's a turtle and just hide in its shell. I don't know if that's the best strategy,
I like
though.
this analogy. I'm just imagining
Yeah.
Alex as a little turtle. I mean, look, nothing's gonna happen over here. You might as well become a turtle.
Yeah, like sometimes it could be
That
interesting
could
to be a different type of species.
I mean, technically,
Okay,
she
so
can king walk.
she played queen d2, so she's
She used
knight b7,
turtling,
queen
which
d2.
also means something else. Oh my goodness. This.
Yeah, I mean the position should still be dead equal. Like
Yeah.
there's just there's no breakthrough for black unless black ever wants to play c6. But
Can black's king well, okay, I think black needs to do the turtle and escape from this pin, but then what?
yeah, the king
Maybe
is probably like safer in the center here.
Yeah. At least bring the. I look forward to an hour of just shuffling pieces in a dead drawn position. That is my. Well, maybe not dead drawn, but that's my prediction. It's just gonna
Yeah,
be a
I feel like you might be wrong in the fact that it could be way more than just 1 hour.
Look, Eric,
And
if you can't.
if anyone is playing for a win, it is probably black,
Alex.
just because.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Svetlana, I meant.
Yeah, just because Svetlana has a plan of now putting the rook on h8.
She played it.
And then eventually preparing h4, and then
Thanks, Jesus.
maybe even h3 if she can get enough supporters.
Yeah, which sometimes can work to your advantage if your opponent is pushing hard for a win, but I mean, just because there's like literally no way to mess up in this position because of how blocked it is, black now does have. They unraveled really. Something like went terribly wrong. I guess because of a5. This a5, I really underestimated how important it was, because it just fixed our entire pawn chain, which. Well, yeah, b6 first and a5 here, but that was kind of like the last hope, I think, maybe to try to push ourselves and open up over here. But
Yeah, black just got exactly what they want.
yeah, which I've had this happen to me so many times. Like, these two moves look so little, but they make all the difference, which I think maybe here she should have... no. Yeah, she had to prevent these pawns. That was the only way that white would have held the advantage. a5 right away and stop this b6. But now, it's a different story.
So we see this formation again with the rook, king, queen, and rook.
That's
But
funny.
I think this time... So again, this time
Rook
Alex
h3.
doesn't have the plan of like queen here and then eventually knight takes f4.
Someone asked about rook h3 and pawn g3. Well, you know, if there wasn't a bishop, maybe. But I see
Yeah, and
everyone
g3 is a bit covered from
Yeah.
from black.
Everyone is desperately looking for a way to break out. Okay, this is the 39th move. Which now it's hard because, I mean, okay, Svetlana has a plan, but after the rook here, is she even able to push? I mean, oh my gosh, she has plenty of time, so maybe she brings the queen down and then the rook down, which would open... No, she can't bring... Never mind. Sorry, I was wrong. But she has a lot of time. Like, she... Okay, I'm just going to put in some moves. So, because there's... Okay. This is what I'm imagining could happen. Something like this. Okay. So, bring the queen behind the battery.
I like that idea, yeah. Put the
Yeah.
rook on h6.
And now she could try... Now this rook is free because the queen was limiting. And, like... This is what I'm thinking for black, also opening up her bishop. But even, let's say you do unravel all your pieces and you are able to push, I don't think you can even go to h3. Well, actually you can. This could be a threat, like if black manages to break free and push this pawn, which I wonder if white can prevent. Oh, wow, it is... Wait, okay, sorry, never mind. This is the position. So Alex is thinking here.
Yeah, I don't think she can prevent that plan.
Rook h4? No, well...
Actually, rook h4 is interesting.
Someone in chat said it. She played king
But-
a2. King a2 is just like, I don't have anything to play
Just
here.
waiting, yeah. Just
And accepting
kinda-
that it's a draw, which is very dangerous because there's a good plan for black here.
Yeah, I think with rook h4, black just carries through with the same plan. Like imagine
Oh, right. 'cause they
imagine
can
white
still
just
attack it.
yeah, just to show like an example
yeah.
line,
Go for
we
it.
can do the same thing. And then once the
This
queen
bishop.
goes to h7, over defends the pawn, then this rook can move, attack the rook with the bishop, and then black can get an h4, and then probably prepare h3.
Yeah, so we can't
Um,
really prevent
yeah.
it. Okay, I have to run to the bathroom. I believe knight
Yeah,
c5
go
was just
for
played.
it.
And you also, if you ever need bathroom breaks, I don't think you've ever taken one yet. If you need to go, I can hold the fort.
Oh yeah, okay. Good to know. I
You're
might
like,
need a
you're just...
tea break at some
Okay, I'll
point
be right
though.
back.
But I still have tea, I think. Okay. Well now I'm kind of alone. And Hammer's probably sleeping. Let me open chat. Also, let me pour more tea. Look at this kettle. I got a nice tea kettle. Hopefully people see this. Look, focus. And this is my teacup. Uh, treat every blunder as a gambit. And I'm drinking some oolong tea, which used to be nice and hot, but now it's room temperature tea, unfortunately. All right, where did chat go? Yeah, so I assume there's people maybe just joining. If anyone's just joining, this is Alex's third round game. She's 1 out of 2, playing one of the top seeds in the tournament. Where is a game? Okay, Knight C5 was played. Wait, no. Knight C5 was played. If we go back to this position after King. Oh dear. King A2. Knight C5, Bishop E2. Hey, they've passed move 40. So no one's in time pressure anymore. Because move 40, they got an extra half hour. Bishop E2 is move 41. And now it's up to black to try and make progress. I should put a funny background on my green screen. Oh, I think Andrea's back.
I see chat is giving you ideas. Eric should put a
They're
funny
giving me
background.
many ideas. I don't know if I can resist.
Any of them were actually good. An ASMR stream.
Yeah, when you left, I tried to be soothing with my voice.
You do have a
I was
soothing.
pouring some tea.
It calms me. I feel like my tone is much drastically lower.
No, it's
quieter.
good. Like you have way more like enthusiastic energy, and I think it's a good kind of contrast, like yin and yang.
That's true. That's true. I also realized that Eric did not drink any water during the stream. Are you like okay?
No, I've been drinking a lot of tea.
Okay, I
Tea is
didn't
a
see
type
the
of
tea.
water. It's just flavorful.
Oh, look at
This is
that
my
mug.
tea.
It's...
Oh,
Oh
no,
no!
no, no, no. Ah, I spilled tea on my phone.
I'm sorry, that was my
Wait,
fault.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, take care of your keyboard. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, Eric. He's wearing his shirt that says, "Oh no, my queen," and he has his own mug with his own face drinking tea. Just the most... I love his energy. Alright. I didn't know Eric did merch. That's some cool merch. Did I miss anything? Okay, we gotta move here. What? Oh, King F7. Hang on, but could have she done this right away? I guess this is all part of the plan to bring the king to the center. Hopefully Alex can hold a draw. It is almost a whole -1, which would mean a pawn worth of material, but that's only if black can use this pawn.
Okay, sorry about that. I
Okay,
spilled tea on my laptop. I
Oh
usually
no!
don't do that.
Your
but-
laptop is... oh, I didn't... You have your laptop by your streaming? Oh gosh, the time? Oh, wait,
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure my laptop is tea-proof. I cleaned up most of it.
Yesterday I spilt a whole jar of peanut butter all over. I thought the lid was on it, and I started aggressively shaking it because the oil always separates, and peanut butter was just everywhere in the kitchen. And we don't...
no. At least it's in the kitchen
Oh.
and not like all over your technology.
Yeah. Also, chat, she didn't flag, by the way. So now you, after move 40, now she's gonna get an extra 30 minutes, which might not adjust on chess.com. So I'll remove the clock until. But now they're each gonna wait. Do they get 30 minutes?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so, right?
Still pretty quick. She didn't flag, but I'll let you guys know once there's. I think after Svetlana's clock. You don't shake, you stir. I think you're right, actually.
Yeah, I've never heard of anyone shaking peanut butter.
I never. Well, stirring just gets messy because you get it all over your hands. And peanut butter is just so messy. The oil and the
Are
peanut
you
is
stirring
on
it with
top.
your hands?
No, with like a knife, but it just escapes the knife.
Yeah, you need to like stir with like you hold the knife
Yeah,
by
I
the top
guess
and
you
not
could
by
just.
the
Oh no,
bottom.
yeah, I'm holding it properly. Just most of the time, those
Okay.
spoons are dirty, you know.
Yeah. I guess it takes practice.
Yeah, chess.com has been bugging a little bit. Well, so what hopes is there to stop this pawn push plan?
Probably
Other
offer a
correct?
draw and then
Other
pray.
No, she can't offer a draw because then she's giving her opponent will smell the fear. You have
Yeah, it's
to
a sign of
force it.
weakness, actually.
Exactly, you can't. It'll give her confidence.
Hmm. Yeah, I think she just has to allow it and
Allow the
like
push.
reconfigure her pieces where they used to be. Like the knights don't belong on E1 and F1.
I know. I'm very confused. Where was she going with this? I'm trying to understand. So this knight move was great. Hammer praised it.
Really?
And then, or no. It was early. I think it was. Am I having a brain
He
fart?
praised like the idea. We all praise the idea of Rook DG1 and Bishop F1, but Knight E1 I don't.
Yeah,
think
never
is
mind. No.
worthy of
I was
praise.
I was thinking of another similar position, but that was just the bishop. Yeah, never mind. It's been a while. So yeah, I'm curious why she put so much effort to unleash the bishop when clearly the bishop is never gonna escape the pawns. But it could have been part of her larger plan to open up this file, like you said, with the queen. But not like the queen is ever gonna make use of this square. So I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, and then this king a2 was obviously a hopeless move. So I wonder why she brought her knight back.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to be a turtle, but it's the wrong time to be a turtle. Like you have to be at least something that can like jump.
Yeah, turtle, maybe in a different position. She played queen c2. Well, she didn't even complete the turtle. So this is more of like a... Okay, this doesn't really look like any animal to me. What's a kind of
Yeah, some kind
lopsided-
of like
a weird
decapitated
snake?
caterpillar.
Yeah, exactly. It's missing it got stepped on.
Yeah.
Well, so she played queen c2. A squirrel? Oh, that's a good one. Queen c2.
I feel like it's kind of like a cocoon. Like it's when the caterpillar should be turning into the butterfly.
Right.
Um,
I kind of see it a little, like his little head is trying to pop out, but he's not quite
yeah,
there.
you create the thing. It's like a long
Yeah,
word
I remember.
that it's hard to
Oh,
pronounce.
metamorphosis?
Yeah,
I was just
but
a
she
bit
should
glad I knew that word.
metamorphosize back into what she used to be.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's hard. Well, I don't quite know. I'm trying to think. Queen c2. I guess she's... Queen c2. Why queen c2? Oh, maybe she is metamorphosizing back because she's making room for this knight. Possibly
Yeah, which would then make room
d1,
for the
c3.
bishop, which
Yes.
would then allow the knight to come back
Yes.
into some form of happiness. I like queen c2 actually.
Yeah, no, this is good. I think she realized what had happened.
We're witnessing the beginning of metamorphosizing.
So, let's play this out. Let's say black goes for this plan.
Yep.
She brings this over here. So now we need to maybe bring the queen back. Is that what you
Oh, there's a good suggestion by Cutie Jelly
Uh-huh.
of this move, and then if White's not careful, there's a fourth threat.
Oh, ooh.
But White can be careful. Like,
yeah,
like
she'll
has
see.
this
And just
move.
play knight. Which actually, Oh god, wait, this is bad. Oh, because the pawn's hanging.
Oh, the pawn is hanging.
That's
Ooh.
actually... I guess you have to put your king
Yeah,
back.
queen d1 maybe. Or
This
yeah,
is...
king can move, knight b4, queen d1.
Yeah, this is actually stressful because now they got to improve their knight with tempo, which we still... Maybe it doesn't make a difference.
Well, I can still go for the eventual like bishop f1, knight c2.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of shuffling. I'm going to put in a lot of shuffle and see what happens in this position. So we get our knight. Okay. Okay. But now, since we can bring this bishop...
Wait. The rook should be on h6.
Oh, that was the plan. You're right. So, let's
Rook
say...
h6. If we just go forward, rook h6. Knight
There we
c3, queen h7.
Yeah, that's much better. Oh, so even this, I'm just trying to understand, like, is this a threat? Which I think now that she's made room for this bishop by getting rid of that knight, it might be okay. Okay, computer didn't like my move, but knight... Okay, I'm not going to look... Oh, that's... No, this is... Everything here is drawn here, which surprisingly is not this move. It's knight d3 or knight b5. But, okay, what would you do against this?
h4?
I guess that's so weird. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be draw. The only way to keep the advantage was king d8.
Yeah, you can't always trust the engine in positions
so
like this
confusing,
because it'll like continually be the same evaluation until like tactics happen.
Exactly. And
It's
now,
more about like long-term ideas.
so now let's say we're not even doing anything. I'm just going back and forth. Even if black gets this plan, you don't want to push here because we're...
Yeah, rook g3?
Oh, rook g3, right? But we can always kick you out, or no.
Yeah, I guess 92.
And I just go back. For some reason, this is terribly wrong. Oh my god, because of knight a6. That's ridiculous. Not logical. But...
Wait, also h3. Like, this is exactly what black wants. Like, a ideal setup where everything's targeting h3. And, he can probably get...
Oh, wow.
She can probably get away with it in this position.
Oh, now I understand. Okay. So, oh, that's actually... See, I didn't think this plan was going anywhere, but rook g3 makes a huge difference, and you can't actually kick it out. Which you could just wait. Like, if we just let you push, and then we trade everything, could still have very good drawing chances. Okay, she's not going for that plan. Okay, I just wanted to see if my immaculate plan would lead up to anything, and it not really, but she played something else instead.
Yeah, she's playing like very patiently. Just bishop f6.
We have queen, bishop here. Okay. I'm not... Yeah, she's just... Okay, Alex made her move. She played knight
d2. Okay, so it's good. She's turning back into the butterfly.
That's true. Now, I'm a little bit worried, though, about this. I guess here it's fine, because they could go back.
Well, keep in mind, also, the rook is tied down to defending the pawn.
Oh, yeah, true. Well, no, because you could take this. Oh, wait, sorry, there's a knight. Never mind. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and once the bishop comes to f1, I think Alex will probably just chill.
It's Canada only for the Canadian Olympiad team, or how does it work? European scrub here. You can... Every country gets... Well, not every country, but you represent your country at the Olympiad, so you're just playing against a bunch of different countries. I wonder, does anyone know, has Alex ever Botez Gambit in Classical? No, I think that became a thing when she started streaming. Maybe under time pressure. Of course, should probably sleep. Alright. Rook h8. She's doing it. Oh, did we lose Eric?
Oh no, I was trying to make my green screen thing, but it didn't work.
It's just
What did I
Alex's
do?
forehead.
My bad. Chat was telling me earlier to put an image behind my green screen.
Pranks are good, but they have to, like, succeed. Otherwise, it's just, you know. Oh, not a... You want to know a funny story? It's not very funny, but...
Yeah, tell me.
So
I'm sure chat wants to know.
I ran into my garage, as one does when they have a foot spasm when they're parked, and I made a slight hole, and I didn't think it was gonna be a
You
problem.
ran into your garage? Like the garage door?
Well, it's not like I like drove into it. I had parked and then I
Oh, while
accidentally hit the
driving.
gas. I accidentally hit the gas. Thank
Oh
you, Nemo, for the
no.
raid. Right in for my story.
Hey, what's up, Nemo?
Yeah. I have foot spasms. They're unpredictable. I just accidentally pressed on the gas, like out of nowhere. I don't know. My foot just. I was like ready to like go into park, and instead my foot just boop, and I wasn't. I was still. So I made a slight hole in the garage, and
Okay.
up we live. Okay. Let me rephrase that. Um, so recently we've had a mouse problem, and I've
A
been
what
blaming
problem?
a mouse problem.
Oh, like actual
Mice.
mice rather than
Yes.
not just like these mice.
No. No.
Okay.
Yes. Like the little
Ooh.
animals. Like there's turtles and then there's mice, and
Yeah, and they're not like pets that you bought.
yeah. No. No. Unfortunately
Okay,
not.
I gotcha.
And I thought
Did they
that
find their way into the hole?
they have been because we had an exterminator come in and he set up
Hmm.
a ton of traps and wire to catch the mice. And then he saw my hole, and the hole was so big that he couldn't cover it with the wire. And he
Oh
said that
no.
their company just doesn't cover holes that big, and that there's no way, and that's how the mice are getting in. And if you put anything else, like plastic or like material, they'll just bite through it, and you need wire. And there's been this little mice in here, and I know he's entering through my hole, and I unleashed my 3 cats on it, and they're like such wimps. Dude, the mice. Okay, I saw the mouse, and there's probably more, but this one was
Wait, you
like
have
a
three
fetus.
cats?
Yeah, and they're all useless,
Wow.
and they're all scared. I should put like a steel plate, and like the
Uh-huh.
mouse was like this big, like it was the size like half of my pinky, and the cats were just scared of it, like hiding from it. Like they found him, and I was trying to
Hmm.
track him down the other night, and so I unleashed the cats, which they're not allowed in the garage, which is where we built our stream room. But I let them in. I said, "You guys are
Okay.
gonna do me a favor. You're gonna get the mouse," and all they did, like they would, you know, camp around where the mouse is, and then they all just ended up hiding like behind my stream room and just like rolling around. So now the mouse is still here, and every time I hear something I think it's the mouse.
Yeah, it sounds like you probably shouldn't have driven your car into the
Well,
garage.
out of all the problems that you would
Oh
expect
no.
you would get from driving into the door, a
Yeah.
mouse problem is not an expected problem.
Yeah, is there any way to like to just cover the hole with like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
piece
I'll
of plastic or
Well,
something
no,
or
because they'll
paper?
eat through plastic.
What about like titanium or something that
I
they
like
don't eat?
I think titanium is probably fine, but I heard even some metals didn't work. But I'm gonna buy a
Uh-huh.
chicken wire and just set it there.
Okay.
There's my story.
That was fascinating. I hope you can solve the problem.
It's like kind of cute, but it's gross. It ran over the stream bag the other night, and then Alex took it to Canada. And they
Wait, the
have
mouse
diseases.
or
The mouse. Yeah, the mouse.
she took it to Canada?
Well, not the mouse, the bag that he touched.
Ah, okay. Because yeah, I think there's rules about like importing
That'd
creatures
be
into other countries.
That'd be a cool way to get rid of the mouse. We do have more traps, but he's just so small. He's a tiny baby mouse. He doesn't even fit.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest maybe you just get some more cats. Like get braver,
Braver cats.
more like more able cats that can take care of your
There's like,
problems.
well, to be fair, like I haven't unleashed the old one. Miko has her own cat that never comes out of her bedroom, and she's very old. But I feel like, we might have to let the elders try to get the mice because these young lads are not doing it.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to have like an older creature to give you some wisdom, I guess.
Well, did we miss anything here? Let's see.
I don't think we missed too much. No, they're just kind of maneuvering.
Rook G3 and Knight C. Do you think Alex would be offended if I just called it a draw and ended the stream early? It's probably my responsibility to finish what I started, but I feel like we all know it's gonna be a draw. Just saying.
Yeah, the problem is when we say that we could be just jinxing the whole like our whole destiny.
You're right. Okay, we won't do that. You're
But
right.
I mean I wouldn't mind if we get some sleep early tonight,
I honestly just feel bad. I don't think when I invited you, you knew what you were signing up for. But
no, it's okay. It's
this is
I
classic.
I enjoy your stories to pass the time.
I mean, I have more. Do I? I don't know if I can even
have
share
more?
the other ones. I'm a little bit worried about everything else that's happened in this house.
Oh.
Oh.
So you have cats and you have mice. Are there any other like animals?
Oh, there's a
animal
lot
encounters?
of animals here.
I saw you were playing with chickens the other day.
Yeah, we went to a chicken farm, and they were like the softest, nicest little things I've ever pet, and they were so cuddly. And I really thought, many days the thought crosses my mind where I think, what would Alex do if I just unleashed a chicken coop into the stream room and just had them be our company? But the issue is they poop everywhere and they need friends. But chickens are actually the easiest animal to take care of because you can feed them absolutely anything, even if it's like 4 weeks rotten. Like they'll eat even eggshells if you cook them. And fun fact,
Wow.
if they get really hungry, a chicken might even eat another chicken.
I did not know that. That sounds slightly unhealthy.
Yeah, they're just. Oh, I mean, they're low maintenance, but
But I like the fact that they're cuddly. I
they
didn't
are
know
cuddly. H4 was
Huh.
played. Yes. Yeah, cooked eggshells. They have some, not barbarian, cannibalistic instincts. All right. Let me see if there's anything we should worry about, and then I will continue my stories. I'm really enjoying it, but I feel is
No,
this a threat? No, it's not really a threat. So.
I feel like you've had so many like interesting experiences lately
Oh,
with
the
mice and
ghost! Have you heard
chicken
about
and-
the ghost?
the goat or the
The
ghost?
ghost. Actually, though,
The
I have a
goat?
good story about goats as well. Did I tell you? I'll tell you
Oh.
about both. First the goats, then the
Okay.
ghost. So.
Let's hear it.
So we pitched this idea to Envy, and we were like, we want to do goat yoga because we're like, oh, we'll get some cute photos. It'll be a funny video.
I saw that. Yeah.
And have you seen
saw the video.
photos of regular goat yoga? Because they're like tiny baby goats that are nice and light and cuddly. Have you seen it? How they typically look?
My first time ever seeing goat yoga was the YouTube video that you guys did.
Okay, so
I
that's
did not know that was a thing before.
yeah, that's
seeing
not
that
how it's
video.
supposed to look like. Typically, when you do goat
Uh-huh.
yoga, they're cute baby goats, like the size of a chicken.
Okay.
And it feels nice, like you're stretching and they just, haha, cute little baby goat. But no, they brought these giant poopy goats that weighed like 100 pounds,
Ooh.
literally broke my back. I've had back problems for like 3 weeks, and one of them shit on top of me when we were supposed to, and they
no.
were not trained. They were very bad behaved goats. I thought that the lady were gonna train her goats, but they could do no tricks, and even when we would bait them with snacks, they would run around us instead of like doing the position, going through our legs to get the snacks. They would run, grab the food, poop everywhere, pee everywhere, and they weren't even doing yoga.
So it wasn't a good experience.
No.
You would have preferred goatless yoga.
No,
It sounds
baby.
like.
No. You just when you
Or
do
just
goat
baby
yoga,
goat
they
yoga.
have to be baby goats. They can't be grown goats because they are 100 pounds, more than that, and
They're
they have
100
giant
pounds?
poops. Yeah,
Wow.
they're very heavy and fat and poopy.
I'm so glad I'm learning from your mistakes.
I have and
not my own
let me
mistakes.
tell you about the ghost. Whose turn is it? Okay, wait. Svetlana played queen here. Okay, this is my last story, and then we'll go back to
Okay.
the chess. So,
Okay.
when we moved into this house, and also guys, don't think the viewership is dropping because of my storytelling. Just know that we just got off Chess TV. People aren't leaving because they don't like my stories. Okay, I'm going to continue.
Go for it.
So we heard some stories about things that happened in this house. Like, apparently someone was murdered, like, through foul play, and we don't know how. They wouldn't tell us how he died.
Ooh.
And another reason, there was also The Weeknd who lived here, and he put in an article, he said that his old house in the same location where we live was haunted, but because it was on Native American burial grounds, and there's Native American stuff all over this house, which sometimes we take it down because we're like, we don't want to get canceled, or we don't want people to think we set them there, whatever, we don't want to get in trouble. And, you know, I didn't really believe all this baloney the first time. And then, like, weird things started happening. Like, first, at night, we would hear footsteps, we'd hear noises, like, just sometimes my friends, which, okay, I don't, like, believe this because maybe they're just crazy, but they would say they would see people. One very strange thing was when my friend she was trying to prank my friend by pulling the lever so she was stuck in the elevator. And typically it's a very funny joke because there's this little door to the elevator lever that you pull and then you can pull it back anytime. But the ghost shut the closet door so that we couldn't access the lever and trapped my friend in the elevator. So that was one thing that they did. And then we had this spirit box that was moving around the house. And lately I've had a lot of nightmares about the ghost. And I feel like I'm just spilling a little bit too much. But just so you know all the trauma that I've been through in this house.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there's some way I could help.
And
But it
there's
sounds
a
like
bunch
people
of
are just
bugs.
pranking you, and there might not be a ghost.
No. I mean, no, it's definitely
Are
not
you
a
sure it's
prank.
not just Alex just messing with
I
you?
thought that for a long time, but she was scared a lot of the nights too, where I was gaslighting her. But no, we've all
Interesting.
fallen for it. And they give
wonder-
me spooky dreams.
I wonder if it's just everyone pranking each other that there's a ghost.
We thought that, but after like the third month, and then we said, you know what? Okay, we don't typically believe in this bullshit, but this is what we had
things
talked
are
about.
happening.
This is what we
Yeah,
talked
but we
about.
had we
it
had a
doesn't
similar
work.
position with a rook leading the battery. I think
Yeah.
when the queen leads a
doesn't-
battery, it doesn't
She
quite
should
work.
have used my plan. My plan was much better. Because, now this
Yeah.
doesn't work. Because you can't take... Well, wait. Actually, why can't you push? Because we take. Or, no, we take attacking the queen, and then we take. Let me just calculate this.
It's
Take,
tricky.
and sack the rook
Probably
for the
take
bish.
with yeah. give
Yeah,
back
and then
the
trade the
exchange.
rooks. And it's a draw, just saying. Most likely. But yeah, the queen should have been in the back and the rook should have been in the front. So, my last story for you.
Okay, so
Okay.
we had goats, we have ghosts
Chickens.
and
Ghosts.
chickens. Okay.
I haven't even told you about the bugs. Or the neighbors. The
Uh-oh.
neighbors are crazy.
You have neighbors?
Yes.
Ooh.
They're moving one day. The other night, it was like, they always throw these giant parties, which is fine, but they never invite us. So, well, they did once and it was lame, so maybe that's why. But one day, it was like 2 a.m., I was trying to get home. We live up a very steep, narrow hill. And literally,
Okay.
like 1 mile down, the entire neighborhood was blocked because of their party. Because apparently there was like all these A-list celebrities who they told me, which I won't say, which
Ooh.
I didn't believe him. But then I heard more stories, so I think they were right. But like one of the Kardashians, apparently Justin Bieber, because it was like this big celebrity's birthday, which I thought was bullshit.
Wow.
But then my friend accidentally played volleyball with one of the celebrities whose birthday was the next day, and in fact they were at the neighbor's house. But back to the story.
Accidentally.
Yeah, well, he was just
Okay.
for some reason in Venice, like just playing volleyball with strangers, and my friends met them. But so yeah, I was raging. It's 2 a.m. Oh, and I'm empty on gas, which I shouldn't be driving on empty, but I'm too tired to get gas at 2 a.m. And it's a Honda, they last like
Oh,
for a long
no.
time. So typically you can drive on empty. But
Wait, you can drive without gas?
yeah, for like I've tested it, like a minimum of 20 minutes works.
Ah.
You've never done that?
Once it gets below, like if the light shows up,
Yeah, the light
I start
shows up.
panicking.
I do panic. I was panicking.
Yeah.
But oh my god, this just reminded me of another when I went to the gas
Oh, dear.
station, they just had no gas. Somehow the gas station ran out of gas. But whatever, back to the story.
Okay.
Wait, okay, 91, you got it. So, Right, I'm on empty trying to get up this hill at 2 a.m. I'm filled with rage. There's like police, there's drunk people, everyone's blocking my
Mm.
neighborhood. I'm just trying to get home. People don't know how to drive, especially in Los Angeles, especially when I'm driving and they're like coming from different directions, blocking the street. I'm honking. I'm saying, I'm just trying to go home. Get out of my neighborhood like a Karen. I'm shouting.
Okay.
I go home. I run into the neighbor, and he doesn't know who I am, so he's like, hey, lady, quiet down. And I'm like, don't you tell me to quiet down. I live right there, and I want to go to bed, and you're causing chaos in my neighborhood. You messed with the wrong woman. He's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I thought he was gone. And so then I finally get to my house. Like, after 20 minutes of being stuck in the neighborhood and empty, I get out of the car, and I have my friend in the car. So I'm not just ranting to myself. And all I'm saying is, I'm gonna kill the neighbors. They're dead. This is it. I'm done with them. And I'm pretty much just ranting about how I'm gonna kill the neighbors. And then I realize that standing right behind me is the neighbor. And then he
Oh
just looks
no.
at me because he came to apologize. And I didn't realize that he was standing by my car. So I look at him. I'm like, I was just joking. I'm sorry. And like the only words we exchanged is he goes, we're moving out next month, so don't worry about it. And then I like apologized, and that was about it. Which
Oh,
I don't
that's
even know
nice.
how I got into that story.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
that
it
was the neighbors.
sounded.
But they're moving,
So
so problem solved.
yeah, it sounds like a reasonable ending, but
Well, the gas part is why
man,
I was so angry, because I couldn't get home. Because my car was going to break down at any moment.
yeah, you should usually fill up before you get too low, unless you want to like you want to live on the edge or something.
Well, I
Man.
timed it perfectly, okay? I had one little cube left on the gas meter, and it was
Oh,
enough to go home and get gas the next morning. But because I was stuck waiting in traffic with my car running 20 minutes, which should have been a 5-minute ride if it wasn't for the neighbors, my little cube went to 0.
yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. But it sounds like you have so much life experience that you've accumulated like so many lessons from
So, such
these
useful
difficult.
experience here.
Yeah, but this is how you become wise. Like over time, you'll have more of these experiences,
Mom, do
and
you hear
then
that? I know you're in the chat, Mom. Do you think I'm wise?
you're in the process of becoming wise.
Indeed. I agree, Eric. Mama Botez. See, Mom, aren't you glad I didn't go to college? Because instead I can build up all these years of life experience?
Yeah, this is probably more like educational experience than like taking a college course.
Mom said Eric is wise. Eric, do you have any... Oh, okay. Knights, did I miss anything? Uh,
I don't know if I have any comparable stories to what you shared.
Hello,
It's
Hans.
difficult to share stories on the same level as
Uh,
that.
that's okay. I didn't mean to set the bar too high. It could be, um...
I can tell you a story of what happened to me at Starbucks.
Yeah, what happened to you at Starbucks?
Yeah, I was at Starbucks recently enjoying like a latte, and
As one does, yes.
then someone walks in and they recognize me and they were so excited to see me. And they told all the baristas I stream on Twitch, I have a YouTube channel, and they was telling everyone in Starbucks. And then they took a selfie with me. And
That's
it took
so...
me a moment to like realize realize who it was. It was Hans Niemann.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
God. That sounds like a Hans. Chat guessed it before you said it. Damn.
Yeah, I think I told this story like once on stream, so maybe a few people knew.
I got really
But
excited. I was like, man, this is a super fan.
yeah, well, he is a super fan. Yeah.
Hans is, he's a good hype man.
Yeah,
That's a
this was
wholesome
like a few
story.
days before he was like playing Magnus in the super finals, whatever.
Well, were the
Oh.
Starbucks employees like happy that they got photos with you?
Oh no, it was just Hans taking a photo with me,
Oh,
but baristas weren't
they weren't
impressed enough
interested.
to take
Wow,
selfies with me, but
it's okay.
it's okay.
if you have both Hans and I be your spokeswoman, I'm sure we'll impress all the baristas in Starbucks.
Yeah, it's someday will be my life goal.
I see the whole picture thing. Oh, Knight went back. She doesn't. It's literally a
Oh,
dead draw. She's run away from the trade. Oh, it's not a dead draw. I'm wrong.
oh, knight b7 was okay.
She doesn't want to trade. Okay. Yeah, sometimes. See, I never want to be like too conceited when people like approach me, like strangers in public places, but I always assume like, oh, they recognize me. So,
Do you get recognized a lot?
sometimes, which I'm starting.
Hmm.
See, now I don't. Now I just kind of wait. Like last time, I was really confused because this person was like kind of following me and then I go out of the bathroom and then they come up to me. I'm like, I'm sure they're gonna ask for a photo, and they're like, hi, and they're like super nervous. I'm like, okay, like let's take a photo. So I don't even say anything because I don't want to be conceited, which I'm glad I didn't, because in the end it was very awkward, and he asked me to go on a date and I was like, oh, you didn't even know who I am. Or sometimes like people just come up to me and they're just like, hey, can I get a photo with you? And I'm like, sure, like, do you watch chess? And they're like, chess? And they just want like a pretty girl in their photo. So I stopped like assuming that people want a photo because they know me, and I just don't say anything,
Wow.
and then I just say no.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to me too often where they just want to take a
A
picture of a
photo.
handsome guy.
You
Good
know,
for you.
it might happen in the next Starbucks. You've just been hitting the wrong Starbucks.
Yeah,
It was
I
not
got
Hans. It is. What
there
were you
was an
saying?
old man that approached me once that wanted to take a picture of me. Not a selfie, just like a picture of me.
That's sweet.
And I assumed it was just a fan that watches maybe on YouTube or Twitch, but he had no idea who I was. He just liked my shirt. It was my Oh No My Queen shirt,
And
and
this
he
was
liked the shirt.
Hikaru.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, I probably wouldn't refer to Hikaru as an old man. As
That's
an
true.
old
That's
man that
true.
I didn't
You're
recognize.
right. That was just someone in chat said it. I thought it was funny. That's hilarious. No, yeah, some people like now. You know, when you're an internet personality, you assume that every time people approach you or a stranger, it's like because of that. Which, and I try not to be conceited, and it's just very funny, like the random stuff that people ask for. I do like the old
Yeah,
man story
that's
though. It's very wholesome.
it was. Yeah, it was at a chess tournament too, so I was like sure like he knew me. But yeah,
That makes it even better. He's just a chess fan.
the
Did,
chess
did
fan
you
liked the
explain
shirt.
to him where the Oh No My
I
Queen
tried to
came from?
explain that like I have a merch store, you can buy it online, but
He
yeah,
wasn't interested.
he just wanted the picture of the shirt.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Uh, if I see anyone famous ask to take a picture of your shirt, yeah, that's much better. My number one pet peeve is I don't typically go to like creator things. But I recently we moved to
Mm.
LA and we've been getting invited to like movie premieres. And
Ooh.
so, it's it was really nice to these girls, and I like asked them if they could take a photo of me and my friend. They did. They were nice. Then I like go around, talk to people, and then and we say hello to like it was like David Dobrik, whatever. My friend was saying hello, and I'm just signing there. And immediately that they see that I'm talking to someone, and this is just everyone in LA, they come up to me and they're like, "Oh, can you take a photo of us?" I'm like, "Sure." And then they're like, "Oh, can I get a photo of you?" And I'm like, "Sure." I'm like, "Do you know?" And then I'm like, "Do you know like my name?" And they're like, "No, what do you do?" And just
Mm.
the whole motive for it is just because they see that you're talking to someone well known, which there's so many little clout chasers in LA. Just it rumbles my gears.
Yeah, I'm sure you get used to it though. It's
Well, I don't
just
really go
it's
out
one of
much,
those
so
things you have to deal with.
I don't really
I
go out
see.
or like I just find it funny that immediately, and they don't know anything about you. They don't know who you are. They don't
Mm.
know what you do. But if there's like any slight like, oh, this person might have clout, they jump on it like prey. My sister admitted she's a
I
clout
see.
chaser too. You're not wrong, but that's how LA is. Like, I just so the influencer experience is blah, very. Have you been to LA?
Yeah, I was in LA maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. I have a YouTuber friend that I went to high school with
Aw,
who he has like just over 1 million subscribers.
nice.
And
You have to get a photo with them, Eric.
yeah, we
How
did
can you
some
be
like chess
friends?
collab.
There you
But
go. Just
one
kidding.
of his like one he lives at some like apartment condo thing, and one of the people next door like came in to ask for like some tripod or just some piece of camera equipment. And like his neighbor has like 6 million subscribers on
Oh,
YouTube.
wow.
It's like crazy how many influencers live in such a
Yeah.
concentrated area.
Oh, yeah, that's not my neighbors. My neighbors are just wild animals. Chat was asking if
Um,
it's
yeah.
Levy.
Oh, it wasn't Levy. No, it was if you've heard of Clever Programmer.
Clever programmer, no. Like
No,
Miskiff's house, that's true. Except they kind of like built, it's just them, and they kind of built their own community. Whereas LA, like, yeah, it's very different.
it's
Which,
just the tech kind of influencer culture, or not even tech,
yeah,
just
tech.
like celebrity culture.
Alright, let's see if we missed anything in the game. Still looks like a
It
draw to
still seems
me.
pretty
I don't see any. I
pretty
called it. There's
static.
gonna be a lot of shuffling, and it's gonna be a draw. That was my prediction, and I
You're
said
right about the
30.
shuffling. I don't know about the draw yet.
You still think you think one of the. I mean, technically, black has an edge. Maybe if they're provoking a queen trade.
Yeah, Queen G3 is definitely an idea.
But you,
I don't know if it threatens anything. Like white just
because
has
you don't
everything
have to
defended
take.
here.
You just leave your queen there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like Alex has a pretty stable setup now. Like it was very good that she maneuvered her knights away from what was it, like F1 and E1 before. Like not on G1 actually.
She's
It serves a few
turtling.
purposes.
She's turtling.
It's a nice turtle.
This is
The
the
head of the
moment that
turtle is
we've
all
been
the way on
talking
A2,
about.
but that's okay.
That's true. But this is the moment that we've been talking about all stream.
Yeah, yeah, and like with the knight on G1, rook on H1, and bishop on F1, she's setting up for the next game.
That's true.
So
She really
being
is. Wow.
efficient.
It's kind of depressing, but honestly, it's
That's okay.
defending everything in this position, so it's excused.
She just needs to bring the king to E1, and then the queen to D1, and then this rook to A1 somehow.
Yeah, that pawn might be too stuck. What is? Whoa, Svetlana is down to under 12 minutes almost.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Svetlana's the one playing for a win.
You think
Um,
she's playing for the win?
I would imagine. Like, Black is the only one with chances here to try and do something on the king side.
Right. Right. I mean, she tried to push for this pawn push.
Yeah. Like, Alex is just waiting.
Yeah, Alex is playing the way. I mean, that's why Svetlana is taking so much time. But I mean, Alex is the one to play here. But there's honestly, okay. Wait, I was gonna see with Queen D2. I guess you could also just escape the queen trade. I mean, there's just nothing. There's no way to progress. Even if the queen comes, they still probably don't want to push because we can take. So, and this is
I'm
defended by
trying
the
to
knight.
imagine here. I'm trying to imagine if this knight on B7 can maneuver itself to G3.
Oh yeah,
Like,
try to
it's
trap
kind of like a
this.
maze, right?
Which
Like,
means
how can the knight
they have
possibly
to
get
come
to G3?
here. It has to be here since it's under attack, and then maybe here and here. And the only square that comes to these, this won't work because his pawn's fixed. Is through the bishop.
Yeah.
Which, but
So
it
it
does
seems
fine,
like the
doesn't
knight
matter.
can go from D8, like here, here,
Yeah,
here,
here,
here, here.
here, and here. There you
Yeah.
go. That
So
that
maybe
could
that's
happen.
one long-term idea.
I mean, what is
I'll
Light
explain
gonna
knight
do about
H3
it?
here.
All right.
Nothing much changes.
No sack threats. No. I'm curious. I mean, I guess black has. I'm curious why the computer is favoring black, but I don't think it really matters. They have the space, but
Yeah, it likes black because of the potential for the king side. Like it'll see the potential weakness on G2. White has less active play, but it's nothing decisive.
50. How many? Oh no, chat. 50 move rule. There's a long way to go. We just hit move 50. Well, after all that, white has knight c1 and knight e2. You do that whole knight maneuver to get your knight over here, and then just 2 moves. So that would not work.
Yeah, that's like white can even ignore it. Like put the rook on G1 and just keep waiting.
Yeah. Hammer would be disappointed. I can already imagine what he was going to say. You had a winning position and lost. Well, drawn. She had a moment earlier to play h3 and didn't. That's what threw me off. Let's... h3. What do you mean?
Pawn
you
h3.
mean black to push h3? Which, yeah, I think right here. No. Oh, actually, because the queen's in front. Oh, maybe. Are you talking about this line, which we slightly looked at, Cutie Jelly, which would just trade everything and doesn't actually help? I think this is the only moment that they could have. This is still a game. I mean, it is indeed a game of shuffleboard.
It reminds me a little bit of a game I played back in 2012. It was a New York International. It was the highest rated player I've ever been in a classical game.
Nice.
I played against Ivan Ivanisevic from Serbia. And we had a position kind of similar to this. It was like King's Indian structure, very locked up. I had a very like well-established blockade on the king side as white. And he ended up over pushing. Like he maneuvered around for a while, and then eventually he sacked the exchange, and it just backfired.
That might happen.
I crushed him.
That's the best. When they get so tired, that's the thing. You just have to outlive your opponent, and if their ego is big enough, they'll try to push for a win in a drawn position, which
there is a possibility of over pushing as black, which like sometimes
maybe
as black in this position you think you're better. There's no chances to lose, and then you get carried away.
Yeah.
So just want to point out it is a possibility.
But actually,
probably would still think it's most likely going to be a draw.
I don't think so, because the only push that they could do is c6, and Svetlana is too strong to break up this pawn chain. And another one is this one, which is always a trade, and just trading all the pieces is still a draw.
Yeah, but when time starts running low and
that's true. That's when she'll offer the draw, probably.
Yeah. We'll see. We should also point out like the concept of 50 move rule, because the pawns are all pretty much locked here.
Yep, that's true.
And the last move that was played from black, or the last pawn move that was played, was h4 on move 45. So if it turns out that they just maneuver
for 40...
the pieces until move 95, then either player can claim a draw.
That is true. Chat was asking about that as well.
Now, do you know there's a 50 move rule, but there's also the 75 move rule, I think.
Oh, which one is that?
I actually don't know the exact... I think it's 75 moves. So the 75 move rule thing is if neither player claims 50 move rule, at 75 moves, the arbiter can step in. I'm pretty sure.
That's funny.
And the arbiter should be watching DGT to monitor the game.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, well, in classical chess, this is very common, especially in the higher levels. But then again, I thought that, and I went to the World Chess Championship, and Nepo just got destroyed. So, but probably in other bigger tournaments where there's more players, it is very common.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall from my chess career if I've ever had a game that has ended due to 50 move rule. I can only remember one.
Do you know the longest game that you've played?
Longest game I played, I stopped taking notation. It
Oh,
was
true.
US Open, and we were playing with 5 second delay. It was probably close to 200 moves.
Was it a draw?
I won.
Oh,
It ended
that
with
feels good.
me having two rooks. My opponent had one rook, and
Nice.
yeah, I managed to win that.
Good job. Wait, you
Thank
were
you.
playing it? You were up a rook for a while, or this was at the end?
It was the very end, like
Okay.
two rooks versus one rook.
Okay, nice, nice.
Um,
I wish I kept. Danya yesterday, he was telling me about like chess history books, and
mhm.
I was realizing like, I need to
Mm,
appreciate my sport more. Like I never pay attention to the little things. Like I don't really remember any of my important games. I never really cared much about chess history, but
yeah, it's nice to sometimes like immerse yourself in the history of something that you do, just to have some appreciation for
yeah,
uh
that
the
that's
past players and past events.
that's a good take. The way I looked at it was always that I immersed myself too much. I just needed a break from chess. So I was kind of trying to do the
Mm,
opposite and escape.
I see. I'll admit I've like as someone who does chess almost like full time, I should really know more chess history
Mhm.
than I've learned, but
I
yeah, it would be nice if there was like some kind of like formal education for chess players on
I mean, you
just
could
like the
get a
must know chess
chess. Oh,
history.
did you? Were you always planning to work in chess when you were younger, or was it just because streaming took off and it was after college?
Yeah, it's kind of after college really. Like when I graduated college, I still didn't know what I wanted to do as a job. I
Okay,
was coaching chess at the time, and then
okay,
yeah, then streaming and YouTube
and then it worked out.
gradually took off.
What
So
what do you think you're more like most likely to do? Even though you said you didn't know, is there anything you're leaning towards?
yeah, I mean, I was either gonna like do chess coaching or do like freelance design and photography and web dev, maybe work at like a digital agency or do my own kind of like start my own like kind of digital media business. But yeah, then I got into streaming and YouTube, and
Do you
that's turned into a different type of business than I expected.
so since like photography was one of your passions, and you do a lot of chess photography, which this is just thing I've heard a lot about, like any hobbies that you turn into work. But
Yep.
uh, do you still do photography outside of chess, or is it also just kind of a part of work now?
Oh yeah, I still enjoy taking photos. I mean, it's still a passion of mine, and I try and I mean, it's easier to find opportunities when traveling to like take photos that are not necessarily just purely work related or chess related.
Oh, that's nice.
Um,
It's outside of
but I
chess
just got
too.
back from Iceland yesterday, so I had
Oh,
so many
you were in
photo opportunities
Iceland?
there.
I
Yeah, I
didn't
played
know
the
that.
Reykjavik Open.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was that recently? I thought this was like
it
a
was
while
super
ago.
recent. Like 3 days ago,
Oh,
I was playing a classical
oh,
game.
yeah, I
Yeah.
saw a photo of you and Anna Cranling. Oh, I
Yep.
didn't
Yeah,
realize it
she
was
was
so
there too.
recent.
Yeah.
And this is the one that you did pretty. Oh, my cat's here. That the one you did pretty well at, right?
Yeah, I finished with 6 out of 9.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Okay. I thought you were talking about last
and
year's Open, not this year's.
okay. Yeah, last year they didn't really have the open
Oh,
tournament,
because of the.
but it just finished.
Oh, yeah. That's a tournament I plan to play at some point. I
Yeah, it was like super nice conditions. It's like considered one of the best open tournaments in the world. The venue was really nice. It's right
wonder
on the
why.
water, like amazing views.
Alex and I looked at it, and there was like a reason. What? Okay, she played King A3, which, out of all the places we could have shuffled,
Yeah,
maybe
I think King A3 is
it probably
it
won't
doesn't
make a
change much.
difference. Oh, maybe no, no sack. I was thinking maybe if she was worried about like this pawn, and now she
Mhm.
played Rook G3. Okay, some action is kind of happening, but no threats yet. I maybe Bishop takes Rook take, but that doesn't matter. We just take back with the Rook. This is Minx's cat. This one is a little bit smarter than the other one.
I don't see it because of the call. I don't have your
Uh,
stream open.
it's
I have your
okay.
chat open though.
I never know. I've lived with them for like 4 months, and I still don't know if this is Cornelius or Xylem.
Ooh.
Never know which is which. Minx's union cats won't catch mice without a contract. Well, at least he's here now. Maybe. I know they smell the mouse too because they go to where it's at, but they just can't catch.
Okay, so this is one of the cats that can't catch
Yes.
the
Well,
mouse.
the one of them like has like breathing issues and like a lot of
Ooh.
other issues, so he really struggles. But this one, he's a little bit more um what's the word? Mobile. I don't know if that's the word I was going for.
I see.
Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I don't have any pets like where I live, but my parents have a dog that they got just a few months ago.
What
He's about a year old.
what do your parents think of Twitch? Do they watch your streams?
Yeah, yeah, occasionally. Um, might be watching now along with the dog.
Aw, my mom is in the chat. Did one of them teach you
Oh.
chess?
My older brother actually taught me chess back
Oh, you're
in
the younger sibling? How did I never know
yeah.
this? I never
My brother doesn't
knew.
play competitively though.
Did he quit? That's when, because he played first. He quit, I'm guessing, later.
Well, he never played a tournament. He just knew how the pieces move.
Oh, okay.
And he's 4.5 years older than me. So like he taught me the game and I just got super passionate about it when I learned how to play.
That's wholesome.
And yeah, I played my first tournament when I was 8 and really never stopped from there. That was a long time ago. That was over 20 years
Would you
ago.
ever stream with him?
It'd be cool to like do yeah, maybe recreation of something him teaching
Family,
me or me teaching him.
family
I,
photos.
I actually learned how to play in the Bahamas. It was
That's a
Atlantis
luxurious
Resort.
way. Wow, you guys were really crazy kids on vacation playing chess.
Yeah, it was kind of at random. Like they had a chess set in the hotel library,
Okay.
and yeah,
It was fate.
it was destiny. Yeah.
Exactly. All right.
At what age did you learn how to play?
I was 6, and
Ah,
then played my first tournament when I was 7.
wow. Yeah, that's a good age to learn, because then your brain is more adaptive to like, internalizing the patterns and everything.
Yeah, I was just motivated by, honestly, like my sis. Oh no, Eric's
No,
gone.
my camera again.
We lost him, chat.
It'll take a moment. This has happened how many times thus
What type
far?
of camera do
Couple?
you use?
I'm actually using my nice like photography camera.
What type of
It's
photographer? Just kidding. Are
it's
you
a
using?
Sony
You,
A9 Mark II, if
you
you're
should use
aware
a
of that.
dummy battery. Are you not using a dummy battery?
Yeah, the thing is, I forgot to pack it when traveling,
Oh,
and
okay.
I brought my webcam too, but I figured this is nicer quality, so just
How
takes a moment to
nice.
change the
Alex
battery.
took my nice cam, and now I'm using a webcam, so you have a better quality camera than me.
Yeah, I use this camera mostly for taking photos, but
I
it's nice
appreciate
to
that
use
you
it
set it up
occasionally
for
on
stream.
stream. Yeah.
Now the eval is shifting even more in Black's favor, which is a little bit stressful. I'm trying to think. I mean, the way it's nice that Black shifted the rooks to attack G2, and now this rook on H2 is just useless. It's stuck. And same with this bishop, and this bishop is trapping, so pretty much all these 3 pieces of whites can't do anything, while these 2 rooks are a lot more active, so I see why the advantage is getting bigger. Like, the knights can still play, and hopefully there's not enough. I wonder if they push, we could still trade, but just piece activity for white is just drastically worse.
I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure out my
No
camera.
worries.
It's not
You are
working.
gonna miss the win, Eric. How dare
Oh, dear.
you? This is it. This is it. How long have we? I think I'm
Okay,
gonna order.
just wait
I'm
for
ordering
a few more
food.
seconds.
I'm getting myself some lettuce wraps because I deserve it. I.
Ooh, my headphones fell out. I didn't hear what you said there.
I'm just being a Karen.
Ah.
It's gonna take a second. Well, I feel bad ordering food on stream, but I'll be quick. Whoop. We can. You go with the lettuce wraps, whatever I hate to do it, but we're getting goop. Which I made fun of Alex for eating Sag, and now Alex is gone, and I'm eating goop alone. So sad. But they're lettuce wraps. Well, they're a little bit spicy because they put some. I'm gonna ask. Oh, I can't ask for no spice. Ooh, japchae noodles. What is that? Sweet potato, Japanese dumplings. Are you hungry, Eric? He doesn't have a cam, but just out of the darkness.
You're making me really hungry now.
You can grab a
Wait,
snack.
you see me now, right?
No,
Or
I
no?
don't. You're still a little cam.
Oh.
You look like my sister right now. Korean noodles, they're clear and made out of potato starch. That sounds delicious. Ooh.
Wait a minute.
They look good. Japanese sweet potato soup. I'm not quite a soup fan. Okay, I'm almost done. Why would they just sell half an
I'm
avocado?
struggling.
Oh,
What happened to my face?
Eric is giving
This happened
up.
before.
Yeah, your camera, I don't know if you're like a photographer or anything, but your camera's having some issues, you know?
Yeah, I'm getting some
I
aurora
think
borealis in
my
in my
tech,
room.
my bad tech is rubbing off on you.
Just a little bit.
Ooh, Japanese sweet. Okay, we're gonna do the Japanese sweet potato and the lettuce wraps because they both looked good. Okay, did we miss anything? No, it's still Alex's turn. Sorry, chat. We're almost there. I'm about to check out. See, they always bait me at the end when they start showing me, oh, I need to ask for no chili on the cucumbers or I'll be in pain. Okay.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Eric is back and I have food. I'm happy. Eric, if you want to grab a snack as well, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, I'm still working on my tea.
I missed 2 moves?
But-
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I see. I see. We have a knight's move.
And then another knight move.
Oh, no, a queen move. What do you mean? And queen, wait, what? Oh, you played knight. Oh, I see the notation.
Right.
Oh, her rook went back and forth. Haha. Okay, I see.
Wait, what
So-
happened here?
So it went knight here,
Queen b2
queen
first.
here. Wait, the rook is hanging. Sorry. Knight. Okay, so we played knight here. Then the rook came back to g7 because it's under attack. And then she played queen.
I'm gonna just load in the fresh PGN.
Okay.
I hope
I'm-
that's okay.
I'm gonna beat you to it. Here.
Oh.
I just want to prove that I'm capable because now you're doubting my abilities. Bang. This is where we're at. Okay, knight b5. This is different. Okay, so the rook went back and forth like I thought so, which makes sense. What is she? Knight b5, trying to put some pressure on this pawn. Black definitely doesn't want to take, but I'm just curious if they did, would we take back with the c pawn and maybe push b4?
That seems a little bit self-destructive.
So you
Just
would take
because
with
it would
A?
weaken a4.
So you would still play for the draw, and just you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would think it's still
C takes.
still pretty locked up.
Okay, I got confident thinking like since it wasn't an eval move, I thought maybe white had something. But if you just don't push, it's still a draw. It doesn't really change
Yeah,
anything.
b4 only hurts white.
Yeah, really? Because Yeah, I guess you're opening up this file, which is where your
Because
king's at,
it
while all your
creates,
pieces
yeah,
are.
it creates a backward a pawn.
Ooh. This is actually a very important lesson because especially when I'm in a draw position, I try to find a way to, like, you know, create something different, and you think maybe this your opponent messed up, they gave you something, but as soon as we open the position anywhere, because white's pieces are just so behind in development, because this rook is trapped, it takes so much time to get him out, opening up the position anywhere would just be in black's favor.
There is an idea though, actually, after bishop
Mm-hmm.
takes b5, c b5, white has an idea of knight f2, knight d3 to try and just trade knights and then target c7. But
Makes sense. Maybe they'll
again,
go
it's
back.
probably just still everything's equal.
Yeah, which, I mean, makes sense why they... I was just trying to look if black takes, if there's anything, but black also just can defend the pawn, which is what happened.
So she played queen, yeah, queen c8.
Yep.
Which does create some battery against the knight, but, I mean... So not only is white defending g2 3 times, but white's defending h3 4 times, with the pawn, bishop battery, and the rook battery.
Yeah, that is one benefit of having your rook trapped over here. It does defend everything. What if... I was thinking maybe there's a way to attack this pawn, but this bishop's not going to budge. Okay, queen f2. Yeah, you never have to worry about this knight. Now they're just going back and forth. I mean, she got her knight here. Is there ever a risk that at some point black could maybe take this, or no? Because we just... Yeah, we always take back, and the pawn chain's fixed. This knight wasn't doing anything useful. So...
Yeah, there's just no breakthroughs.
It doesn't matter, yeah. They could take at any point, and you're fine.
So, what's the time situation?
Alex has
9
7
minutes?
minutes versus 9. And they get 30
Okay.
seconds per move.
Yeah, which means we could be here forever.
Look, I feel like they're a reasonable woman. I mean, I understand Svetlana is trying to draw, but... You know, we're also on move 60, which means we only need 30 more moves. Unless they don't
Yeah,
call
what was
it.
it? Not move 45 was
35.
h4?
Yeah.
So we're waiting for move 95.
I mean, Chad, this
Or-
is the real shebang, okay? This is very common in tournament games, especially when it's two of the strongest players in the tournament. Even though there was lots of chances earlier. Like, and Alex had a killer position, and as Hammer said, she was winning. Actually, well, she didn't lose, and then she drew.
Yeah, Alex was just a little bit too slow with the c5 plan. Black created
Yeah.
the blockade, and now we have to resort to storytelling to pass time.
Which, you know, at first I felt guilty about, but after yesterday with Danya, he was like, yeah, I mean, I do commentary all the time, and the games are really slow, so I just tell chess stories all day. And I was like, you know what? That's a good way to pass time.
Yeah, a mix of chess stories and goat stories and ghost stories.
Chat wants to see where she was
It's a good
winning,
mix.
but I'm worried to go back. But I see we've promoted the main game, so we can.
Yeah, winning. I think winning is a strong word.
Yeah,
Maybe,
sorry,
like,
not winning. Yeah, not winning.
slightly preferable, easier play with the queenside
Yeah.
push.
Here was the
Right.
critical moment.
It was like to play a5.
Yeah, right here. So white, she had a lot of space here, while this kingside attack really wasn't doing anything. So what she should have done, the plan was c5, which meant she had to prevent this b6, and if she would have played a5 right here, fixing black's pawns, then b4, c5, I mean, not winning, it's +1 for white, which now the position is nearly -1. But this is when she had the chance, and then because she allowed b6, a5, the position just became really drawn, which at this moment Hammer went to bed and said it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, Hammer is probably deep in sleep right now, dreaming about
Chess, puzzles, probably.
deep positional maneuvers and cool tactics and opening preparation.
He's been putting... he has been... I do know Svetlana, Aaron, actually. Alex's opponent was my greatest enemy many years in Canadian Nationals, because she was better and younger. And, yeah. But she's very nice. She's my friend, but not on the, not on the board. But, Hammer Hammer's done a lot of work to prep. He's doing commentary. He's also preparing Alex each day. Like, he's probably just... It's just chess nonstop.
Yeah, that's impressive. This Hammer wears a lot of hats.
Hats? Oh, yeah. It's a metaphor. Got it.
Yeah, different types of jobs.
So I was like, I've never seen Hammer wear a hat. I got excited.
That's true, actually.
Knight.
But yeah, he's very multi-talented.
He's a great commentator. Well,
Yeah.
what are the pros of being a GM? So Knight.
So knight g1. So Alex
Yeah.
just being patient.
Knight's gonna come here, kick the rook again, then it'll go back. Then we'll go back. The knight will move. The rook will return to g3.
Yeah, so what could also end up happening is threefold. Like if they repeat the same position 3 times, and it doesn't have to be in a row. So there's cases where you have threefold repetition that occurs over the course of like 10
I always
15
forget
moves.
that. I always forget it doesn't have to be in a row, and it catches me by surprise.
Yeah, it can be tricky to claim. Like during the game, you have to remember like where everything was in the past, in positions like this.
Which means
But ooh,
after
bishop d7.
this, and rook returns, if the knight moves and the rook returns, it would be the 3rd time. Well, no, because her knight moved actually, so that's unfortunately not the case.
It's interesting that she played bishop d7 because it's basically offering repetition for a second time if Alex decides to go back to h3.
True.
Which I think I would probably do if I was in her shoes.
Yeah,
Just because why not have a position that has occurred twice and then maybe you can get it a 3rd time.
Do you think Svetlana still thinks there's a chance she could squeeze a win here? Because she has been repeating moves. Or do you think she's just waiting for Alex to get under time pressure? Thinking maybe she'll blunder. Oh, that's what she did. Alex came back.
Yeah.
So we repeated this twice.
Yeah, I think bishop d7 it might be the I'm hoping it's the beginning of just a
And
draw.
Svetlana goes back! It's gonna be
bishop
a
e8 was played.
draw! And now Alex is gonna go back. Maybe.
Wait, so what was the... I'm just going back here because
Yeah.
the position... So the queen came from... So when the queen moved to f2, this is the first occurrence. This is the second occurrence. And now we need one more knight g1, bishop d7, and then Alex can play knight h3 and basically claim a draw.
Well, only if Svetlana goes back to d7, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, at that point, Alex goes back. See,
Yep.
why not just offer the draw? But I guess this is another way.
Yeah, in chess, there can be a few ways to offer a draw, and one is to just
We're
go for repetition.
multifaceted artists.
Mm-hmm.
One result, but different ways. My mom, I'm really confused. She... What?
Now, this could also be a psychological ploy where Svetlana is
And now
getting
she's
Alex's
gonna
hope
debate her.
up. Yeah, basically debating, but chess.
That would be a brutal
And-
move. I don't think she's that malicious. I don't think she thought about it like that. That would be... Oh no, she didn't move. I mean, I guess she went back because she was hoping maybe if the knight moves. This is just... the pawn's never going to push.
Yeah, again, it should be a draw, but you
Well, I mean,
never
where
know,
else
like-
this bishop has no other square than over here.
Yeah, at some point it's gonna have to go back to d7. What she could do is play king d8, repeat twice, and then like keep repeating every position twice. But then we'll get closer to 50 move rule.
Yes. What are their
King
ratings?
d8. Ah,
The debates.
oh,
it
we
hurts.
all got debated. What to do?
Maybe she wants to put her pieces back where they started, even though the king is in the wrong square, so that's actually not true. The classic.
Yeah, maybe she got confused and forgot the king starts on e8 and not d8.
Yeah, these women IMs don't remember how to set up their pieces. We need to go back to the roots of chess. That's how you prove you're good.
Yeah, I'm still so flustered getting debated like that.
I don't think Svetlana knows that she not only messed with Alex's feelings, but she messed with ours. And you don't debate Eric Rosen. He's a nice guy. He's never done any harm to anyone. It's cruel.
Yeah, I can deal with it though.
Are
But
you
when
sure?
you debate the feelings of so many people in Twitch chat, I don't know if they can deal with it.
I think Svetlana, I always think she'd be a great personality for content. She recently released like a chessable course, but she's a very, very strong and she's a great personality. And once again, we need more women in chess showing their face on the platform. But she's probably too busy playing.
Wait a
full-time.
minute. Wait a minute. Are we gonna see threefold? Did they repeat? So if Alex plays Queen F2, I'm just gonna play it on the board.
Yeah.
Then how many times has this position occurred? One. Yeah, so Alex can play Queen F2 and claim a draw.
I wonder if she knows. She probably.
No,
She played Queen D2! What is this?
Oh.
That's it. I'm logging off. We don't need to stay till the end. I think
I
she
don't know
didn't
if she
know.
realized she could
I don't
claim
think so.
threefold though.
Honestly, I didn't really know that you could claim it like that. I'm not gonna lie, which is very embarrassing that someone who's played chess as long as I have.
So if we just go back like before all of this happened, I'll try and explain.
They're both
That-
flexing on us. They're flexing that we have. Actually, never mind. Yes, continue.
Yeah, so it again, like what Svetlana did, she moved the bishop back and forth, then she moved the king back and forth. So it doesn't matter like which pieces move back and forth, it just matters which positions occurred 3 times. So when Alex played knight g1, this is first time, this is second time, and then this could have been the third time, but she played queen d2. Or not queen f2.
Apparently, even super GMs like Grishchuk don't really understand threefold. Oh, no, he said other than Grishchuk.
Oh, there's definitely been cases where like top GMs have gotten confused.
That makes me
as
feel
well.
better. All right.
Now, if Alex plays queen f2, there's no threefold because it would be the same position, but black to move rather than white to move. Because she's basically triangulated the queen.
Darn nuances. Okay, she's played 92, which we have been in this position. Oh, wait, didn't we? But the queen was like on c2. Didn't we have this position as well? Where
I
is
don't think
rook?
so.
I swear. Oh no, because the knight's on b5. This is where we kicked the rook, and then the rook came back. Never mind. Wait. No. Okay. So in this, yeah, because this knight is on b5, so, oops. I've lost. Oh no. Eric is drinking his tea and I've already lost my spot. Here it is. Okay. She played knights. Alright.
I'm trying to like keep the variations organized too.
It's okay, don't worry. Alex can't. Svetlana doesn't want to draw. Alex does. Yeah. I mean, I understand. I'm not blaming her for not. When you want to win so badly, you'll do anything, and you'll play until the last minute, until hoping maybe your opponent makes a mistake shuffling for so long, which sometimes does happen. So I would probably play on, but we want the draw, which makes sense. But because we're cheering for Alex.
Okay, so rook g7. So the rook has been excavated from
Yep.
the g3 square.
As it once did twice before. It's not just the position, but also the possible moves. If the position has castling, or en passant possible, it's different. I didn't know that. Did you know that? You probably did.
Yeah, it's not too often that this is the case, but yeah, if for some reason the same position occurs, but casting is legal in one position and illegal in another position, then it's not considered the same position. Same thing with en passant too. So
Okay.
there's been rare cases where that's been the case, but
That's cool.
it's super rare.
Well, since we're stuck in the draw, I'm going to continue asking you questions about your career because I know my mom is listening and I want to prove to her. Just kidding.
I was
actually,
gonna say I have photos to share too. Like you were asking about photos earlier.
Oh yeah, let's see some photos. Some of the famous Eric Rosen photography.
I have photos of a goat.
Oh, wait.
I had a goat experience too.
When I
in
brought up
Iceland.
my goats, you made it seem like you had never seen a goat before.
I've never seen goat yoga before, but I
Okay.
saw a goat like last week. Actually, many goats.
Were you
But
on a farm?
I was on a goat farm.
Wait, let me make your cam a little. Actually, look.
Yeah.
You can replace
I'm
my
trying
sister.
to.
She's gone. She's dead to me.
Okay.
Just kidding.
So this was a.
This is just a better photo.
Yeah, this was a goat playing chess. It was.
Oh my goodness.
It was like a real goat, apart from.
That goat looks like a wise ancient goat. He looks like he's been through some shit.
Yeah, most people call like Magnus or Kasparov the goat, but this was like a real
The
goat.
real goat. So how did it
And-
approach you? You decided, hi, I'm in this barren open space of land, and I
Yeah.
am traveling with my mini chess set because I'm a chess player, and I always bring chess sets with me. And then this
Yep.
goat comes out of nowhere and challenges you.
Yeah, and then it tried to like eat the chess pieces because
That,
it
that sounds
thought
like
it was
something a
food.
goat would do.
Yeah, and then we had to stop it from eating the chess pieces. And then
First of all, why were you in this farm playing chess? Did you
Oh,
know the
it
chess
was-
would bait them?
well, it was an Airbnb experience.
Oh, those are great,
And-
actually. We do those as well.
Yeah, it was super cool. It was just this lady with a bunch of goats, and a few of them were like pregnant and about to like have babies. And then maybe I have another picture.
Where was this? Was this in
This was in Iceland. Yeah.
Aw. Airbnb experiences we just tried also for our idle streams in France, and they're a really good option to find, cool things to do in different countries.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, especially like animal experiences. There's like
Yeah,
when
that's
you
how we
travel
found
to
the
exotic
chickens.
places. Ah, okay, that's cool.
Yes. The best
That's
chickens
awesome.
in town. 5-hour game achievement unlocked, poggers. Okay, chat, we all get a trophy. Where is our trophy? Even the cat fell asleep.
Oh, that's true actually. Yeah, we're entering the 5-hour mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't really level up like you would do in a video game. We just
Right.
continue and sit here, but at least we have cool goat photos.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find more goat photos, but I have like other type of Iceland photos.
What was the highlight of your trip in Iceland?
It was this. It was a northern
Oh,
light.
you saw the northern lights?
Yeah, this was
Oh,
like
I wanted to do that so bad, but we couldn't.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I mean, it's hit or miss,
Yeah.
but this was like a long exposure
You took this on your camera?
photo. Yeah, so the webcam I'm using now is the one that like took this photo.
That's so cool. I like when you just pop your head back in.
Yeah.
That's so-
The power of the green screen.
Oh, that's awesome. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it was it didn't really look like this to the naked eye, but when you do a long
Interesting.
exposure photo, it lets light into the camera for
Is it
maybe
just 'cause
20,
it's
25 seconds.
It's really dark to the naked eye, so it's not as colorful, or why?
Yeah, it was a bit more faint.
Okay.
And yeah, definitely dark. So
Oh! I think they drew. It was a
Hey.
draw. We've got a draw.
go.
Who would have guessed? I would have
Okay.
never know. I am so glad we stay here for 5 hours.
almost for forever, but not quite.
That's the real experience. Well, I'm proud of Alex. Svetlana was number 2. Hammer might be disappointed,
result.
but my expectations are not as high as Hammer, and I am happy.
I'm happy too.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to eating.
Yeah,
and maybe
you're
sleeping.
happy to be free. Dude, a huge
Yeah.
shout out to Eric. I feel so bad. When I asked for Eric
feel
to commentary, I don't think he was expecting this. But thank you for being a trooper. I was going to ask you before we go, so now you're back from
Sure.
Iceland. Do you have any Iceland chess videos coming up where you're analyzing videos or any footage from there that
Yes.
you're sharing?
Yeah, I posted my first round recap on
Ooh.
my YouTube channel,
Awesome.
and I didn't really have much time to do more content because I was like
You're
preparing
focused. Oh, I
for
found it.
hours before each game. But yeah, I'll be releasing recap videos in the coming days
Awesome.
and maybe week or weeks.
Well,
So-
chat, there is his first recap. Recap videos is
thank
very
you.
hard, which is nice why Alex and I have each other. Because one of us can man the
That's
content,
nice.
one of us can play. But that is the hardest challenge. So, and I
To
respect,
juggle
like,
everything.
even seeing how hard it was for Alex to get back into competitive chess when you're being a full-time streamer, I really respect that you're trying to balance both, and we look forward to the videos. And thank you for being such a great co-host once again.
It's been a
here.
pleasure. Yeah, thank you for having me on. It was a fun game to watch, and I wish all the best to Alex and you with the commentary too.
Thank you, Eric. I think you brought her some good luck. We'll say that. I mean, a draw
Okay,
was
fingers
pretty
crossed.
good. I think all the wholesome personalities are indirectly helping her chances here. Oh, Levy is streaming. Okay, you're not
Hey.
raiding after, are you, Eric? You've done a lot of
Uh,
streams, or are you?
Well,
Were you planning?
I'm
on?
not streaming right now because
Yeah.
I'm getting food. But
Yeah. I was just double checking you're not going, which I was like
Appreciate it, though.
99% sure you're not because you streamed this morning. Eric, since how long have you been streaming today?
It's been about 9 hours, maybe 8.5 hours.
Yeah,
About
so-
8.5 hours.
So if you guys, if you
yeah.
don't follow Eric on YouTube or Twitch, just know he has been such a trooper today. 9 hours of chess. Literally, yeah. Thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Yeah, this actually helped me overcome jet lag because my bedtime was like hours ago. 'Cause
That's-
I'm still on like Iceland time.
That's
but,
a nice way to put
yeah, I
it.
appreciate it.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you so much, Eric. I'll talk to you later.
All right, sounds good. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Eric.
Andrea.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, chat. Oh my god, this is so scuffed. Sag, so much happened today. I lost my sister. Just have this photo to look at her. We're gonna raid Levy. We are going to be back. You know, I don't need to fix the layout. This layout is super scuffed. We are gonna be back tomorrow morning with double the hammer, double hammy, double whammy. I don't even know what that means. No post-game call. I think we're all so tired that we're all like, screw the call, dude. But maybe. She didn't text me, and I'm not going to text her because I'm hungry. Hammer is going to... Oh, he's not streaming. It's just his chair. Levy round 1. I'm sure he's going to return. Has he just left? I'm sure he's going to come back. Hammer is going to cover Alex's next round. She has game... She's played 1 this morning and 1, and so 3. Okay, she's playing game 4 tomorrow morning. Then I'm going to join for game 5. Oh, Lucy's doing the stream. Oh, that's so cool. So it's like a live watch party. Oh. Okay, let me see if there's no one else. I'd like to raid someone who's present, but if not, that's okay. We'll see if there's we'll keep the chess going since you guys just can't get enough of chess. Should we raid the bras? Are we gonna pick the bras over Levy? That just feels wrong. But like, he's not there. It's just a chair. Like, I want to raid a person. Cutie? Oh, let's raid Cutie. Okay, she counts as chess. She counts. What is she doing? We have something possibly coming up with her that's a surprise. That I'm not going to spill the beans because I'm good at not spilling the beans. Okay, we're going to raid Cutie. Which, now that I'm thinking though, like, if we're thinking optimizing viewership... Oh god, Amaranth's her computer screen. You guys would probably stick around for chess, so now but I love Cutie, so I'm gonna raid Cutie. But I'm just thinking but that's okay. We're gonna be back tomorrow. First round is at, I don't know, actually, because I'm gonna be sleeping in or maybe not. But I will be here at 2 p.m. with Hammer doing the next round. And we're going to be here until Sunday. Hopefully Alex will be qualifying and bringing me to India. Thank you guys for hanging out for so long. I appreciate it. I know commentary. Okay, I'm going to go full screen. Actually, I can't because my... Hold on. Before I lose you guys. Oh, God. Oh, God. Am I going to be fast enough? No! Wait, my computer's freezing. Hang on. I'm going to give a wholesome speech before my raid goes through, but I wanted to be full screen for it. Okay. I know that I suck. Oh, this is a wide cam. I suck at commentary. Like, I genuinely can tell. Like, don't lie. I know when I'm bad at things, but I appreciate you guys for hanging out and supporting, because I know it's a little bit slower than our usual content, which props to having awesome guests like Hammer and Eric and Danya who really add a lot to the stream. And it's also hard when I'm just genuinely not that good at chess. So, you know, I'm trying, but I appreciate your guys' support. It means a lot. I know it's not the most entertaining content, but what matters most is the company and Alex doing well and supporting